100%. Age, 14. Center, 100%. Core attributes. Body, 4. Mind, 5. Soul, 2. Confluence, 11. Stars, 1. Pillars, 3/1. Body attributes. Level 4. Presence base, 22. Operative, 39.6. Level. Stress, 23.2. Durability base,
26. Operative, 46.8. Level stress, 31.9. Recovery base, 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 26.3. Speed base, 25. Operative, 45. Level stress, 36.4. Adaptability base, 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 33.5. Power base, 24. Operative, 43.2. Level stress, 19.1. Mind attributes, level 5. Weight base, 32. Operative, 64. Level stress, 21.7. Control base, 39. Operative, 78. Level stress, 29.3. Field base, 36. Operative, 72. Level stress, 44.1. Precision base, 55. Operative, 110. Level stress, 40.2. Endurance base, 65. Operative, 130. Level stress, 41.9. Focus base, 61. Operative, 122. Level stress, 50. Soul attributes, level 2. Size base, 29. Operative, 40.6. Level stress, 7.2. Density base, 101. Operative, 141.4. Level stress, 13.4. Intensity base, 76. Operative, 106.4. Level stress, 19. Pressure base, 27. Operative, 37.8. Level stress, 16.2. Harmony base, 24. Operative, 33.6. Level stress, 50. Adaptability base, 270. Operative, 378. Level stress, 15.9. Nero gasped, trying to regain his breath. He bent over at the waist and gripped his knees as he clenched his eyes shut, trying to steady himself. "That was freaking intense," he muttered under his breath. Quickly getting his racing thoughts back under control, Nero began reading his identity and stat panels. Most of what he was seeing made sense. As usual, his body's condition was back at 100%, his center having rebuilt what had been broken with the level. The other stuff, as usual, a mixed bag of obvious and confusing in equal measure. He still didn't understand why he was able to raise his level stresses so high, as every book he'd read on the subject made it sound like anything over 10 was practically impossible. He could only assume it had something to do with his pillar. If he recalled correctly, the last time his level stresses got super high, he'd lost control of his stars trying to imbue them when he'd leveled. Frowning at the thought of putting another star into his mind stat and furthering the imbalance even more, Nero debated what to do about the two stats that were at 50. Both his mind focus and soul adaptability seemed to be maxed out. Maybe?
It seemed odd that they both hit 50 on the dot. He knew for a fact he'd gotten 1 or 2 of his level stresses higher than that before, so it probably meant something for them to cap there. He really wanted to keep a 50% buffer between his stats and his confluence, as all the books he'd read on the subject had warnings about confluence affecting a person's ability to level if it got too low comparatively. Fuck it, he thought to himself. He couldn't allow his soul to fall even further behind, and something about the 50 next to his soul harmony stat just looked too dangerous for him to ignore. Nero pushed his star into his soul stat.
He'd just have to try and get another level or 2 as soon as possible, so he could put one in his confluence before he addressed his mind, and body, and, well, everything. Unfortunately, whatever plans he was cooking up were put on hold by the feeling of his entire center squeezing like a melon under a hydraulic press. The sensation of everything that he was being stretched like taffy was almost enough to mentally break him. He felt connected to everything, and yet so pathetically small. And it hurt. It hurt so much. When reality snapped back into place, he could still feel the echo of the stress his soul had been under. It felt like he'd overfilled a balloon and barely avoided wetting himself. Damn, I really need to figure out how to stop stressing the hell out of my levels. I'm gonna blow myself up if I keep doing whatever it is that I'm doing, he thought to himself. Taking one last regretful look at that mind focus stat with a 50 next to it, Nero closed the panels. Shifting his attention back to his reinvigorated soul forest, he took a moment to appreciate how utterly beautiful it all looked. He found himself glancing up at the sky, now that the storm clouds and the rain were gone, with a wide and serene smile on his face. There, starting behind the mountain range in the distance and traveling all the way across the horizon, was a giant double rainbow. Immediately losing his smile, Nero glared at the things as if they'd personally offended him by even existing. Of course. Everything is all peachy keen now, right? Sunshine and rainbows. Literally. Eat a dick, universe, he thought to himself, before fleeing the disgustingly heartwarming sight and returning to what passed for reality around here. Chapter 265. Needing or wanting answers, and the reality that precludes them. Lately, there never seemed to be enough time to address all the issues that were cropping up in her city. Between the rush to increase internal food production, housing issues with the immigrants from the emptying villages and towns, resource shortages, problems outside the wall resulting from the density shift, and the recent shakeup of the military due to its hidden leader making an appearance, City Lord Cosgrove had been unable to focus on the typical nobility issues that normally dominated her schedule. Glancing around the hall of leadership from her chair at the head of the council, she watched as the latecomers tried to sneak their way into the meeting. Scoffing internally at the sight of them ducking their heads in shame, she recalled her mother's wisdom, like she always did in these situations. Always be on time, neither early nor late. When you're late, you look like an idiot, and your position is inevitably weakened as a result. And when you're too early, all it does is prove to whoever you're meeting that you have nothing better to do. Or worse, that you are incapable of properly managing your schedule. So be on time. Always, she had said. Good advice, she thought to herself. Mentally checking the time, she waited for the final few seconds to pass before she slammed her hand down onto the table with an essence-infused slap. This emergency session of the Council of Leadership has been called at the request of our city's temporary General Commander Dahl. For those of you who've managed to find out what this is about, keep it to yourselves until he's had a chance to voice his concerns. For those who haven't, keep your mouths shut until you've been briefed, she said firmly, her voice carrying throughout the chamber. She carefully looked around at the circled tables in the center of the chamber, hoping to see some evidence that one of the other counselors already knew what the commander was going to say. Unfortunately, their faces were just as expressionless as hers and gave nothing away. It was entirely possible that they were just as in the dark as she was. The surrounding rings filled with the other nobles weren't nearly as hard to interpret. All across the chamber, she could see panicked nobles whispering to each other, demanding to know what was going on. It was obvious that they had no idea why they had been summoned. Keeping her tone cool and controlled, she looked toward the petitioner's circle and ordered, "Commander Dahl, if you would please come forward and enlighten the room as to what this meeting is to be about." Her words and actions were carefully chosen to make it seem as though she was already aware of what he'd be saying. It wouldn't be good for her to admit that she hadn't been able to find out why he'd called this emergency session of the council, including the entirety of Dorchester's nobility with his summons. Stepping up onto the central dais, Commander Dahl began his presentation without any hint of hesitation. His tone of voice was even and unbothered, but she could immediately tell he was struggling to maintain his control. The man's presence made it clear that he was shaken. As he continued to speak, the entire chamber quieted down. Between his explanations as to what was happening and the evidence he presented in the form of scries, everyone in the chamber began shifting in their seats. Even she found herself struggling to keep her expression under control. While very few people in Dorchester had spent time studying planar mechanics, the commander's presentation made it clear what kind of crisis they were facing. In a way, it was impressive that the army had even discovered the problem. Dorchester wasn't a city with a technology level that would allow for planar research, so the only conclusion she could draw was that someone had let something slip in order to give them a fighting chance to handle the problem themselves. Possibly the Archmage? Or maybe Mage Adept Newbanks? It could even be those former evaluators who decided to join House Walker. They could have easily used an intermediary to hide their involvement if they were willing to risk it, she thought to herself. After finishing his presentation on what the kobolds were doing, Commander Dahl said, "So, that's it. That's what we're facing. I estimate we have 3 days before I'll have to recommend contacting the capital and allowing them to handle it." Lord Volton was the first to erupt. He leaned forward in his chair and nearly shouted, "You're telling me the army can't stop this? Regardless of the differences, this anchor, as you call it, is still just a planar gate. The kobolds have been cut off from the lower city, and the gate they're opening will be restricted to the size of the former throne room they are using. They won't be able to bring in too many reinforcements if you act quickly. There is no reason other than cowardice for us to give up our rightful claim to this city." Shouts of agreement rang out alongside the cries of numerous counter-arguments. City Lord Cosgrave let it all wash over her as she tried to get her emotions back under control. Before she could intervene, Commander Dahl's strong voice interrupted them. "We do still have time," he shouted, forcing the room to calm down momentarily before continuing. Swiping his hand across the hologram hovering in the center of the room, which was currently displaying the kobolds working on their ritual, the image changed to display 5 impressively armored dwarves practically flying over the ground away from their mountain. "I've been alerted by King Mithril that he has deployed a team of Battleborns to deal with the anchor portal. They'll be here within the day," he said firmly, while grimacing uncomfortably. He continued on as he ignored the gasps of shock by those few nobles who understood what Battleborns were. "The king didn't request our leave to let them through the walls so much as warn us that they were coming. He didn't even bother to use the ambassadorial channels we'd set up, and instead sent word through the communication orb we'd given them for military emergencies." Lord Newling spoke up. "If I recall, Battleborns are the dwarven equivalent of populators. Why are any of them even here? They are strategic assets that are only used to fight off threats from the underworld, are they not? The Mithril clan lost their Battleborns in their fight with..."
On the other side of the room, Lord Peyton interrupted him. Everyone knows what Battleborns are. A history lesson isn't relevant at the moment. We need to know if using them to stop the kobolds will violate the city's self-reliance statute.
If they solve this crisis for us, will our charter be broken?
Almost every eye in the room turned to Lord Bennings. As the head of the Tower of Law, she would be the one most likely to know how the specific wording of the statute might apply to interference of this nature. Amazingly, Lord Bennings looked just as confused as the rest of them. Coughing lightly to clear her throat before she spoke, Lord Bennings eventually buckled under the pressure and admitted, I have no idea. To my knowledge, nothing like this has ever happened. A foreign power like the dwarves has never intervened in a city's development cycle. That is, if we consider the dwarves a foreign power. They are under a treaty to develop alongside us, so it could be argued that they are just saving themselves as the crisis would also affect them. However, Battleborns are at a level far above what a city Dorchester's level should be able to deploy, so I have no idea how the courts in the capital might decide to interpret this development. Multiple people shouted out their complaints at her non-answer, demanding a committee to be assembled to investigate the likely outcome if the Battleborns' interference were to be reviewed by the capital. Others, the smarter nobles in the room, kept their mouths shut, realizing that there wasn't any time for something like that. Once again, Commander Dahl retook control of the room with his booming voice. It might not come to that. We have a chance to handle this ourselves, since we have an assault force attempting to stop the anchor portal from even opening. If they succeed, none of this even matters. The kobolds can't create another anchor portal without access to the former throne room, and we have sufficient forces in place to retake the upper city if the kobolds don't get reinforcements. City Lord Cosgrove couldn't keep the slight frown off her face as she leaned forward in her chair and asked, I believe you stated at the beginning of your presentation that the likelihood of stopping the portal from opening was minimal at best. You even went so far as to detail the plan you've come up with to close it. Why haven't you included this assault force in your presentation before now? Coughing uncomfortably into his hand, Commander Dahl looked somewhat unhappy with having to answer the question. My lord, it is because they are not currently acting under the army's orders. Technically, that is. When we heard of the anchor portal's opening, we allowed for volunteers to try and stop it from happening. We didn't expect any of our forward operating bases to bother trying, but they came up with their plan on their own. As of 20 minutes ago, they managed to get a small but sizable assault force through the kobolds' defenses into the upper city's higher floors. Although it's unlikely that they'll succeed, it is possible. The entire room was silent as they digested this new development. Requests for more information as to the assault force's chances and suggestions were called out. Some were shouting outlandish demands like ordering the assault to get the old Astra teleporter pads operational so reinforcements could be sent in. Others were shouting that if one team could make it through, more could as well. The entire chamber was filled with chaos as more and more nobles filled the room with noise. City Lord Cosgrove, on the other hand, had been following the subtext that Commander Dahl had been purposefully avoiding. Raising her voice over the shouts of the rest of the chamber, she asked, And who is leading this assault force, if not the army? Looking more uncomfortable by the moment, Commander Dahl replied, House Walker, my lord. Nero came out of his meditation to find multiple people gathering around him with smiles on their faces. They were just standing there, waiting for him. Multiple pats on the back greeted him as they dragged him to his feet. Based on the context of what he was hearing, they were all congratulating him on his recent level like it was his birthday. Not knowing what to say, he felt like he was back on Earth at an office party, nodding in thanks like an idiot while trying to push his way toward his cake. While everyone in the immediate vicinity around him was happy, he could tell that there were plenty of people in the back who didn't feel nearly the same way. He could tell by their essence fields that there was plenty of confusion going around, and even a bit of jealousy.
The sense that there were individuals spread out through the tunnel who wished they had been the one to level was almost omnipresent. What was weird, though, was that none of the animosity seemed targeted toward him. He would have expected people to feel jealous in a way that he was used to. It wouldn't have come as a surprise to him to see people angry at his success. But that didn't seem to be the case. Instead, it felt more like the jealous people were focusing their animosity on themselves for not having done the same. Yes, there was a sense of competition, but it was more healthy than what he was used to. No one seemed to be hoping to see others fail, and were more concerned with their own progress. The kindergartens here must be on another level, he thought to himself, while absently accepting the good wishes from the people surrounding him. Whatever negative thoughts you'd had about his soul's continued attempts to beat him over the head with overly obvious cliches were gone by the time he extricated himself from the crowd. Making his way into the center of the tunnel, he saw that the front line of the combat had moved well away from the tunnel's entrance. There was still plenty of fighting going on, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it had been when they'd made their way through the encampment. In fact, due to the number of kobold bodies that were stacked up, if things continued the way they were heading, the tunnel entrance may end up blocked off with their corpses. Frowning in thought, Nero realized that he'd never bothered to check how long his meditations took. Considering how he had a clock built into his brain by the world, that was a massive oversight. How long had I been under? It felt like a while. More than a couple of hours at least, he thought to himself. But it couldn't have been that long. Based on how many kobolds had been killed, and how everyone was still looking from the battle, Nero estimated that he'd only been in his soul space for a few minutes. Just another weird thing I'll have to eventually spend time figuring out, he told himself before ignoring it. Turning away from the sight of the fighting, Nero looked over at the still meditating healers and mages behind him. There were some already up and healing again, helping the fighters that were rotating among the new front line. For a moment, Nero considered helping out, but was interrupted by Harry walking up to him, along with former Sergeant Blackwood. Without any preamble, Harry said, "My lord, congratulations on your level. Your leveling speed is just as outrageous as I've been told. Have you fully recovered?" Nero, not wanting to get into it at the moment, replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. How's the battle going? When are we moving out again?" Gesturing at the fighting, he added, "We can't exactly stay here, can we?" Harry replied, "We'll be moving out as soon as the healers are ready to go. Another 5 or 10 minutes at most. We shouldn't have any problems holding the entrance, and the scouts and forward troops have already cleared the way. We'll be making toward the central route to the Noble District using the kobold tunnels. There may be some kobold scouting bands that we've missed, but I doubt we'll see any larger groups that would be a problem." Nodding in understanding, Nero changed the subject. "Sounds good, but can I ask you something?" "Of course, my lord," Harry replied, his face remaining cut from stone. "Can I call you Harry?" Nero asked with a grin. Confused, Harry replied, "My name is Harold, my lord. Is this still about how you should refer to people? I thought we covered that." Waving away the subject, Nero replied, "Yeah, we did. Don't worry about it, Harry." "So, how long until we get to the throne room? And should we be expecting the kobolds to chase us the entire way?" Looking decidedly unhappy to be referred to as Harry, Harry visibly frowned at the sight of former Sergeant Blackwood snickering alongside him. Turning back to Nero, he replied, "If we don't run into any problems, we should be there within 2 hours. And I doubt the kobolds will chase us. They most likely have been ordered to defend the caverns at the major intersections. As long as they continue to focus on the other assault teams that are maintaining the fighting, we shouldn't be bothered from the rear." Nero chuckled and asked, "It's 'cause they're stupid clones, right? They are just following their last orders." "That's my assumption, yes," he replied.
Won't some of their leaders notice and alter their orders? Nero asked.
Unlikely, former Sergeant Blackwood said, before adding, "The leadership is too busy getting their ritual organized." Nero looked over at the former sergeant and quickly used part of his mind to delve into the link in his pocket. With a little effort, he was quickly able to locate the man's full name. "Your name's Terry Cooper Blackwood? How does that work?" Nero asked in confusion, as he hadn't seen a hyphenated name before. Surprised at the question, Terry looked over at Harry as if to silently ask him if he understood what was going on. Harry responded with the slightest of shrugs, making it clear that he had no idea. Turning back to Nero, Terry replied, "Well, my lord, my father was the former Lord Blackwood. My mother was Constance Cooper, the 13th daughter of House Cooper. She is a wayfinder out in the town of Illendorn, although, like the rest of the town, she is returning to Dorchester due to the evacuations. If you are worried about my ties to House Blackwood, or are under the impression that I hold any malice toward you due to my father's death, you needn't worry. I have cut ties with House Blackwood, and am now loyal to House Walker." Speaking up in support of his friend, Harry added, "I assure you, my lord, Wacko Blackwood is as trustworthy as they come. He's given his life oath and dedicated himself to your house's future, along with the rest of us. You needn't worry about his loyalties." Nero, realizing that he'd given them the wrong impression of what he'd been asking, replied, "That's not what I meant. Wait, that Blackwood guy was your father. Did I already know that? Never mind. Sorry about your dad. But I didn't kill him. I just survived him. Blamed the city lord or whatever. No, what I was asking about is why you have 2 last names. How does that work? And when did Wacko become a title?" Terry, still totally confused, replied somewhat woodenly, Well, my lord, I was named after my father, Terence Blackwood. He met my mother when he was out surveying his lands. She was—" Nero interrupted him before he got his family's entire life story. "No, you know what? Forget about it. It's not important." Around them, people were still moving about with purpose, as they were either being healed, repairing their armor, or seeing to their supplies. The sounds of combat were still coming from the battle lines, and more people were being cycled out for fresher troops. Occasionally, there were sounds of abilities going off, like fireworks. This wasn't the time for Nero to learn about more weird customs of the locals, despite how confusing and off-putting they were. "I really miss Nick," Nero thought to himself with a sigh. Returning his attention to the 2 large men, Nero asked, "So, we'll be heading out in a few minutes and then storming the throne room to stop the ritual. You said 2 hours, right? Isn't that going to be cutting it a little close with the estimates of when they'd be done?" Nodding grimly, Harry replied, "Yes, my lord. We may not make it in time to stop it, but as you said, we might, and therefore it is worth it to try. If we fail and fall, we'll have at least tried. And if we succeed, then we'll have done something worthy of being recorded in the archives for future generations to look back on and be inspired." Terry's eyes were hard as ice as he added, "May I say, the fact that you're willing to put your life and the life of your burgeoning house at risk is admirable, my lord. No noble that I've ever heard of would be willing to do the same. You're an inspiration." Nero, thoroughly uncomfortable with the flattery, replied, "Yep, that's me. I'm all about inspiring the masses and stuff, but I have to go over there now, so just let me know when we're heading out." Without another word, Nero disengaged from the conversation, leaving them to stare in confusion behind him. He could tell that there was more Harry had wanted to speak with him about, but he'd had about all he could take, and he felt like his social batteries were on power-saving mode. Besides, he needed to find Merrick and get some answers to some of his questions about his soul space.
The guy wasn't Nick, but he'd at least been to school for this kind of stuff. Using his perception field, he quickly found Merrick, but unfortunately saw that the guy was deep in meditation. Looking around, he could see that basically all the people he recognized were busy doing something. It made sense, as they were still in an active war zone. Standing there in the middle of the cavern uncomfortably, Nero wasn't sure what he was supposed to be doing, and the longer he stood there, the more people were starting to pay attention to him. He could feel their attention weighing down on him. At the sound of a particularly loud ability going off, Nero turned away from the sight of everyone getting ready to move out. Cracking his knuckles in anticipation of the upcoming violence, he thought to himself, "Well, I did promise myself that I'd leave the kobold clones with a few nightmares. Best get to it. I've got like 10 minutes. I can do a lot of damage in 10 minutes. Chapter 266. Stress Relief and its Consequences. Stepping back from the table, Sub-Commander Jates put his hands behind his back and stretched his lower back with a groan. Between the rush through the tunnels to combine his forces with those from FOB 3 and the hurried assault once they'd arrived, the stress was getting to him. Over the command channel, he heard, "Jates, get your troops under control! The push from Tunnel 5 is falling behind. You're going to allow the bastards to regroup if you don't hold that position." Growling in annoyance, he replied, "Yes, sir. I'm on it." Stomping away from the table, he switched his attention to the command channel for his units and began barking orders. While most of his attention remained on the battle currently being fought, he couldn't help but complain to himself that he had been supposed to be handling a simple clean and clear mission from a fortified base camp. It should have been a slow, measured advance through the upper city. Not this. Arriving at the last checkpoint before the end of the tunnel, he looked over at the overworked head of his healers and asked, "How are the healers holding up? Can they keep up with the cycles?" The healer looked over at him with a grimace, but nodded. Jates could feel her choosing her words carefully when she replied slowly, "Yes, for the moment."
We haven't lost anyone yet, but a few resuscitations have been closer than I'd like. The sustained rate of injuries we're seeing is nearing our limit. Any chance we can slow down on the cycles we're seeing? Snorting in amusement at her, Jates replied, "Not likely. If anything, I'm thinking it's only going to get worse." "I don't understand," she replied with a sigh. "I thought all we had to do was keep the enemy engaged on this side of the chamber so that House Walker could get through one of the smaller tunnels on the other side. They're through, so we should be ramping down the assault, right?" "You'd think so," he replied, "but that's not what's happening. The commander in charge of the assault wants to make sure the kobolds keep their attention here. Everything hinges on keeping them from following after them. We need the kobolds worried that they'll be overrun. That means we need to keep pounding their defenses and bleeding their forces. Without reinforcements, they're losing troops by the dozens, with no one to replace them. With our healing, we can win a war of attrition." Turning his attention away from her, Yates observed the 20-man-wide fighting line holding the entrance of the tunnel. He could see the kobold shamans on the top of their effective but poorly built wall, holding back the few mages who were working hard to pull it down. As it had been for the last hour, it was a stalemate. From the scry reports they'd received, he knew the chamber they were assaulting was large enough to house thousands of the little monsters. The kobolds had built multi-storied stone hovels that had been packed to rafters with fighters. Even at the rate they were killing them, it would take forever to clear them all out. Which was, of course, the entire point of them being here. The kobolds needed to buy time for their ritual, and were perfectly happy to sacrifice their grunts for the opportunity. Mumbling to himself, he said, "We'll just have to keep them focused on the fighting. If House Walker fails, we'll fall back. Otherwise, they'll need this chamber cleared to make it out of the upper city's noble district without being hunted down by furious kobolds unhappy with their plans failing." Thinking back to his interactions with the disturbingly competent Catherine Averett, he sincerely doubted that would happen. While most of the army was just going along with the attack on the off-chance House Walker might succeed, Jates had a feeling the kobolds were already dead and just didn't know it. Shivering at the memory of her cold stare, he thought to himself, "Yep, thinking that woman will fail is idiotic." While Nero would have thought he'd have to push through the lines to be allowed forward, he instead found the soldiers waiting for their turn at the combat line, shifting and ducking out of his way as he passed them. Their essence fields, along with their smiling faces, made it clear that they were more than happy to have him join them. The tunnel they were fighting in was wide enough for 10 or 15 people to fight without getting in each other's way, and by now they'd retreated a good distance from the entrance. The kobolds were still coming, though, just not in the numbers that he'd expected to see. Near the top of the tunnel, he could see that a few mages were maintaining a small shield to stop the kobolds from launching any arrows, spells, or spears over the top of the fighting. Unlike the shields he was used to seeing, this one butted up against the tunnel's ceiling and dropped all the way down to a foot above the height of the combat line, ensuring the fighting remained focused on the melee. By the time he got near the front, he could see troops cycling out to either take a break or go get some healing. They didn't look all that stressed, and the kobolds were barely making them put in the effort of pushing them back. Both sides looked like they were just going through the motions. The dumb lizards really do just want to keep us out of their little chamber. Idiots, he thought to himself. The tension he'd been feeling from being denied a chance to cut loose, along with his ethical concerns of feeling responsible for losing people, felt like a weight on his shoulders. He needed to vent, and he was more than happy to kill kobolds to make himself feel better. It would probably be more productive than tracking down some alcohol or figuring out how to post inflammatory posts on the Thought Hub. For a moment, he debated whether or not he should bother with a full-on mage shield, but eventually decided that he'd never get better at using one unless he practiced. He needed to get used to maintaining one while in the thick of it, along with his link to the command channels and his spell forms. The more he worked his mind, the more it would grow. Reaching out with his senses, he collapsed as much essence as he could along his skin, before building up a shell of protection around himself. He could feel the tingling sensation of the enchantment taking form as his attention split. Frowning in determination, he began carving 2 spell forms above each of his shoulders and attaching them to his collected essence with a spell tether. One was his trusty spell shell chucker, and the other was his acid ball launcher. The last thing he needed was to fill the tunnel with flames that might end up eating all the oxygen, or some other such environmental problem that he couldn't possibly predict. "Keep it simple, stupid," he reminded himself. Hopping lightly a few times to loosen up his muscles, he drew his sword along with a small buckler from his personal space. He followed the same procedure he'd seen others do, and waited for someone to call for relief from the line. He could practically feel the other troops alongside him, mentally stepping back and allowing him to take the next opening. No one said a word, but he could just tell. All of his concerns about ethics, responsibility, what might happen in the future, the prospect of failing, it all just fell away as his entire being prepared for combat. He had no idea when he'd become a battle junkie, nor did he care. Something about the focus of combat and the flow of uncomplicated battle just called to him. It felt freeing. His head whipped to the left as a soldier stumbled back, calling out, "Need a replacement over here!" Shooting off at a run, Nero rushed past 3 troops who'd been waiting for their turn and quickly cut in front of them. Without a single apology, he slipped past the wacko who was clutching his thigh and trying to keep the kobold spear stuck inside it steady while he retreated. "My turn, you scaly bastards! Did you miss me?" he shouted as he hopped over a dead kobold while leading with his shield. He felt the kobold's spear scrape against the buckler in his hand as he guided it off to the side. With an evil grin on his face, he lashed out with his sword with a crosscut, splitting the kobold's snout down the middle. As it scampered back in pain, he took a single step forward and lunged forward to stab it through its chest. Smoothly recovering from his lunge, he returned to his position among the line, glancing to his left and right to see how his new teammates were doing. From what he could tell, they seemed more than happy to wait for the kobolds to come to them, and were maintaining their lines without moving forward. Seeing as he had a moment or two before another kobold decided to brave the line, Nero began funneling essence from his reserves into the spell form he was maintaining on his left shoulder. With barely a flicker of his attention, he charged it with some soul stuff from the ether and began launching an acid barrage at point-blank range into the kobold line in front of him. While he'd seen a few troops using abilities that could affect areas, like the guy whose hammer swings trailed plumes of fire, his acid barrage put them all to shame. It was as gruesome as it was effective. The kobold line basically melted as the poor bastards hissed and screamed their death throes. One after another, his balls of acid made their way across the kobolds. Each one erupted into a small explosion of utter destruction. While the small kobold shields and armor helped, it wasn't nearly enough to stop the splatters from affecting them. Kobolds didn't typically wear too much armor, so there was plenty of exposed skin for the acid to eat. The entire kobold line took an involuntary step back, pausing the entire conflict as they began wrapping their confused clone heads around the shift in tone the battle had just gone through. They'd thought the humans were content to just hold them back, but not Nero. Nero was intent on wiping them out. Stepping forward, Nero made sure the human line was a step or two behind him when he began charging the spell form above his right shoulder. "Witness and despair at the power of sustained artillery fire," he mumbled in a faux deep voice to himself, as if he was playing the part of a narrator overseeing the battle. The moment his spell was ready, the sound of his spell filled the tunnel with an echo. It was similar to the sound a grenade launcher made when it fired, but sharper and louder. First one, then another, until the shells began rapid firing every second. Nero walked his line of fire across the tunnel, firing directly into the kobold line without bothering to arc his shots. At merely a few paces away, the shell's explosions were enough to make the human line of troops stumble back as the air pressure pummeled them, some of them getting scraped up by shards of kobold that blew past them. Nero, however, was perfectly fine inside his mage armor. Aside from a bit of added pressure on his mental reserves, he didn't even notice the bits of kobold that were failing to find purchase on him. Whenever blood or gore landed on him, his mage armor ensured that it just slid off him like rain off a windshield on the highway. It took barely any effort for Nero to maintain his rate of fire. He could feel the soul stuff in the air funneling toward his spell form like a toilet draining. All he had to do was continue to compress more and more essence into his collected reserves to maintain the spell form's fuel, the soul stuff providing the destructive potential. Nero began walking forward as the kobold line fell apart. As stupid as they were, they continued to try and push forward, unable to understand that they were only spreading up their demise. Their efforts weren't entirely in vain, though, as it did force him to slow down. He could only fire so many shells per second, and when he focused on one side, the other refilled with kobolds pushing forward. They didn't seem to care at all that they were crawling over their dead to get closer to him. Grunting in annoyance, Nero stressed his mind a little to begin adding fire from the acid launcher he'd prepared. While one side of the tunnel was being hit with exploding spell shells, the other was getting buried in acid. Like two alternating sprinklers, he walked the lines of fire back and forth, crossing them for a moment in the middle before they moved on. When the rare occasion of an acid ball and a spell shell met the kobold lines at the same time, their effects seemed to be amplified. Even with his ability to observe essence interacting, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. Regardless, it was effective.
Spell shells plus acid balls equaled eruptions of superheated green lava acid. Nero had no idea why, but he liked it. After a minute or two of constant fire, he must have killed dozens of kobolds, slowing their progress and pushing them back toward the entrance of the tunnel. While at first he was too focused on the fighting to pay attention to anything else, eventually he had enough breathing room to use his perception field to look around. He could tell that the humans in the line of wackos behind him were uncertain as to what they should do. There was definitely an undercurrent of fear along with a healthy dose of awe. There was also a great deal of pride for some reason in their essence fields. Nero assumed it was probably due to the fact that their mascot was laying the smackdown like a good little figurehead.
Setting them mentally aside for the moment, Nero focused on the kobolds and what they were up to. He could see that the entrance to the tunnel was being fortified, like the one they'd first seen when they'd arrived at the chamber. Kobold shamans and casters were setting up walls of earth along with small holes for kobold fighters to run through. To Nero, it looked like they were building a very dangerous-looking version of one of those castles for children that someone would find at Chuck E. Cheese or at a play center. While it would probably be effective when they finished it, right now it wasn't much more than a 5-foot-tall wall of mud with holes in it. Scurrying all over it were kobolds, shouting and screaming at each other, none of them having the mental capacity to understand what was happening. Near the edge of his range, Nero could see a few obviously stressed kobolds trying to corral the stupider clones into formations. Some of them were larger than the others, like the tall ones who'd he come to refer to as the big guys. But there were also more well-armored and robed little ones, who were probably members of the upper caste, and not clones. Nero wasn't sure if there was a better way to tell them apart, but he had no trouble recognizing the intelligence in their eyes as they screamed and hissed at each other. Right as he was about to take another few steps forward and unleash hell on their pathetic little attempt at a wall, he felt Harry's presence focus on him through the command channel. "My lord, may I ask what you are doing?" Harry's voice came through, along with the unavoidable feeling of his immense displeasure. Nero, while maintaining his fire along the tunnel floor, replied, Killing kobolds?" Feeling Harry's presence trembling with repressed rage, Nero wisely waited for the man to use his words before saying anything else. "Why? Our goal is not to engage them, but to stop the anchor from being set. We don't want them to think we're a threat. Remember? We're supposed to be leaving them here and pretending to run away," he said while trying and failing to sound patient. Nero, suddenly realizing that calling attention to their little assault band might not have been the best idea, replied, "Of course. I was just clearing out the tunnel a little. Nothing more. You know, just freeing up some space so we could have an organized retreat." Immediately cutting off his spells, Nero took a few steps back to rejoin the line. He could feel the entire gaggle of wackos staring down at him with their various emotions blaring through ether like trumpets letting him know how they were currently feeling. The morass of emotions was suffocating. Using the hand that was currently still holding his sword to cover his mouth, he awkwardly coughed a few times before saying out loud, "Well, that should buy us some room to switch out our troops. Anyone who needs a bathroom break, now's a good time." The kobolds who'd been pushed back to the entrance were now 30 or 40 feet away and rebuilding their lines. Even from where he was, Nero could feel their confusion as their orders were being passed along from the wall behind them. He could only hope they weren't being changed from "defend this stupid chamber" to "kill the dangerous humans." Returning his attention to Harry, Nero asked, "You know, if you want, I could just push forward a bit and start really wiping the chamber clear of them. I doubt it would take long. Only an hour or two." Harry, his presence still feeling like a disapproving coach glaring at him from the sidelines, replied, "We don't have an hour to waste here. We're moving out." Nero suddenly felt the command channel for the entire division start getting new orders from former Sergeant Blackwood, henceforth known as Terry, since Nero decided to consider him a friend. The man's curt tone dished out orders one after another, quickly getting everyone moving. Nero moved along with the rest of the combat line in an organized retreat, taking advantage of the fact that the kobolds had temporarily paused their assault. Like a coordinated wall of troops, they backpedaled further and further into the tunnel, leaving the kobolds and their unfinished wall behind them. Due to the distance, Nero quickly lost sight of the non-clone kobolds, and he could only hope they didn't change their minds and decide to pursue them. Yeah, that might not have been the best idea I've ever had. I really need to work on my impulse control problems. It was fun, though, he admitted to himself while trying to shrink his presence in the ether so people would stop paying attention to him. Chapter 267. Off we go a-battling. Common knowledge held that a person's path only ended when they allowed it to. That's what was taught to every child in every city in all of Oglevark. It was a cultural belief that was reinforced by parents, teachers, preachers, and wayfinders. Everyone believed that hard work and tenacity trumped talent and determination. Success isn't a matter of will or luck, it's a result of effort, his father had told him. Merrick had long ago come to the conclusion that his father and everyone else who'd peddled that drivel had been heart-wrenchingly wrong. While it was true that hard work could overcome a lot of obstacles in one's path, talent and fate played a much larger role than anyone would admit. He'd seen it.
When he'd attended the academy in Catherton, and when he'd spent his days toiling away in the Mages Guild, he'd seen geniuses master spells forms in days where it took him weeks. Too many times he'd heard his superiors congratulating them on their hard work, while ignoring that they had barely needed to put in any effort at all to earn their accomplishments. Looking down to his left at Lord Walker, who was currently jogging along beside him with a somewhat confused frown on his face, Merrick was forced to reevaluate some of the conclusions that he'd come to. He'd joined House Walker because he wanted to be near the naturally gifted young lord. He was a unique. His abilities were not something that could be learned, copied, or even slightly emulated. No one knew where Unique's abilities came from. That's what made them unique. Perhaps wrongfully, he'd assumed the young man's rise had been solely due to his ridiculous talents. Serving someone who was blazing through their path would help him along his own. Inspiration was a personal quality that everyone needed in their life if they wanted to push themselves forward. Following those who progressed faster than normal was a simple but effective way to help one progress faster themselves. That's why people like him followed people like Lord Walker. Merrick knew he didn't have the young man's natural advantages, but he could still learn from watching him. But looking at Lord Walker now, with fresh eyes, he wasn't sure if what he'd assumed about him was all that accurate. The young lord had streaks of blood that had dried in lines down his face from his eyes, along with more painting the side of his face red coming from his ears. He hadn't cleaned his armor or addressed his appearance at all. Did he want people to see how hard he'd pushed himself? Was it some sort of statement? Or had it just not occurred to him to cast a simple cleaning spell? One Merrick knew for a fact that he knew.
He'd expected to see some impressive things when he'd joined up, and he'd had. Lord Walker was a natural with spellcasting, and his views on path progression were as inspiring as they were revolutionary. Merrick knew that just being around the young man was already helping him push past the obstacles on his path that had been holding him back for years. But now, after seeing him casting spells in a way Merrick couldn't hope to understand, and after nearly killing himself resuscitating people who had already suffered soul death, Merrick wondered if Lord Walker's natural talents were actually secondary to his true gift, one he'd earned, his determination. Merrick had long ago lost faith in the idea that a person could will themselves further than their natural abilities allowed. But seeing Lord Walker's casual disregard for his own limits was like witnessing proof that all that he'd been told as a child was in reality actually true. It was like finding out that a fable he'd long ago lost faith in was real. Lord Walker must have noticed Merrick's attention, as he turned to look up at him with a curious expression on his face, one which looked somewhere between annoyed and insulted. "What? I already told Knight Angleton, that I was sorry about pissing off the kobolds. If they end up deciding to follow us, I'll take care of it. Stop glaring at me or you'll end up tripping. Then who'll be the one looking like an idiot?" he griped before turning away from him. Merrick wasn't sure how to respond, so he just looked away and returned to his thoughts. He honestly didn't know what to feel about the young lord he'd given his life oath to serve. While Nero felt a little bad about forcing the entire assault force to head out early due to his admittedly poorly thought-out actions, he wasn't sure he deserved all the attention he was getting. He could feel everyone staring at him, their essence fields focused on him from wherever they were in the formation. It was annoying. The worst thing about making a mistake wasn't dealing with the actual consequences. It was dealing with the people watching him deal with the consequences. Their judgmental looks were a pain in the ass to put up with. Normally, he'd just be able to ignore them, but with his newfound talent at feeling their essence fields, he now couldn't. It was like he could feel them all thinking about him. Their confusion, awe, fear, and numerous other emotions all hovered around him like a cloud of fog. The only consolidation he had was that he wasn't able to actually read their minds. If he were able to hear that many people questioning their decision to follow him, while wondering if he'd end up getting them killed, he'd probably end up blowing his brains out. Huh? How do people commit suicide here without guns? They probably go old school and slit their wrists or something, he thought to himself before shaking off that disturbingly dark line of thoughts and focusing on something else. Self-slapping his cheeks with his palms as he jogged along the tunnel, he shook himself out of his funk and put the matter behind him. There was no point in worrying about what they thought of him. Both they and he were here now, and there was nothing either of them could do about it. While his perception field was still somewhat stymied by the thick stone walls around him, he had no trouble looking around the tunnel, so he decided to pass the time while focusing on that. He could tell that the kobold's presence had drastically altered the ambience the original occupants had been going for when they'd built the place. There was tons of crap lining the walls, some of it literal, some of it just stuff that had been left lying around. The fact that most of the essence lights were still working was a surprise, and he wondered if they had been on all this time, or were only working now due to the fact that the engineers had gotten the generators back up and running. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell a lot about the humans that used to live in here, as every room they passed had been utterly ruined by the kobolds using them for whatever they wanted instead of their original purpose. As he and the rest of the assault force raced down the hallways, he saw more and more evidence of the fact that they'd infested the place for years. He could only imagine what the place must have looked like back when it had been built. It had probably been awesome, but not anymore. Now the place was a shithole. Perking up at the change, Nero felt it the moment the link to the battle hub cut off. He'd been warned it would happen, so he wasn't surprised. More annoyed than anything. All its absence meant was that he couldn't pass the time browsing the thought hub, which he hadn't been doing anyway. He cursed himself for forgetting about that being an option. At the edges of his perception field, he could see the front of the formation occasionally meeting up with scouts and smaller teams whom they met at a run. He even noticed Kathleen and a few other people he recognized dropping by and wondered what they had been up to. The only guess he could come up with was that they had been busy clearing the tunnels in front of them and probably scouting their path forward. Conveniently, Nero did still have access to the map of the upper city that they'd sent out to everyone on their links. He'd at least been smart enough to save a copy to his link when he'd had the chance. As he thought about it, he connected to his link to see if he could figure out how much further they had to go. The moment he opened the map of the upper city,
It immediately showed where he was on it. He didn't think they had GPS or anything, so he could only wonder how it knew where he was. "Not the time for questions. Nick isn't around to answer for me," he reminded himself. On and on they went through the tunnels. The entire time Nero watched his position changing on the little map hovering behind his eyes through the link. While their progress through the upper city looked random, sometimes using kobold tunnels that had been dug out, other times using small or large sections of the original tunnel system, the entire time they worked their way upward. Luckily, Nero had gotten used to jogging, so he didn't feel like he was pushing himself too hard.
It was a weird feeling to realize that his stamina had somehow become practically superhuman. Considering everyone else around him was equally fine with jogging for hours without a break, it made the accomplishment somewhat less impressive. In fact, as time passed, he wondered why they weren't running faster. They were on the clock, after all. Eventually, as they got further into what the map called the Noble District, their progress slowed even further. Nero ended up stopping along with everyone else, as sections of the formation which snaked through multiple halls were forced to deal with kobolds who were trying to slow them down. He could only assume that the scout groups had run into too many kobolds and couldn't deal with them all on their own. Unfortunately, there was nothing Nero could do to help, as he was stuck in the middle with the rest of the casters. All he could do was watch as kobolds threw themselves at the edges of the formation from the surrounding tunnels, and were then unceremoniously cut down. Although it was somewhat interesting to get to see how different people's abilities worked, he particularly found himself interested in figuring out how a woman whose sword blade seemed to copy itself and fight on its own did what she did. He couldn't possibly understand how her ability worked. It wasn't magic, he could tell. Even looking at what she did through the ether, he could tell that the copied blades were real and not constructs, which made watching them vanish after they stabbed through a kobold utterly confusing. Abilities are freaking weird, he noted to himself, while also wishing he'd gotten one from his pillar. But on and on they went, further up the mountain. More and more impressive and imposing chambers opened up before them as they entered into what used to be the area for the rich and powerful humans who'd built the place. Confusingly, fewer and fewer essence lights seemed to be working the further they got into the Noble District. Nero wasn't sure if it had anything to do with the kobolds destroying them, or if it was the distance from the generators at the base of the mountain. Either way, more and more kobold torches and bonfires were springing up as they got higher. From the map he'd been constantly watching change, he could see that there were multiple tunnels that the kobolds had dug to the surface of the mountain, which he could see might explain where they'd gotten all the wood. Of course, seeing them begged the question as to why the army hadn't tried to use them to bypass running through the entire damn mountain to confront them. In a way, it did make sense, though, as the mountain was huge, and traveling up the side of it was probably more difficult than just going through the tunnels, since they were already here. They only had hours to deal with this, and not days after all. It was almost surprising when they'd arrived at their destination, and if hadn't been for Harry's voice echoing down the tunnel, Nero wouldn't have realized it, as he'd been too lost in his thoughts to notice what was going on around him.
"Wackos of House Walker and soldiers of Dorchester, brace yourselves for combat. Once we go in, we're not leaving until every kobold inside is dead. Watch each other's backs and stay with the formation. Don't slow down, and don't allow yourselves to be brought down. We need to reach the throne room. Mages, the moment you see an opportunity, you know what to do. Now, forward!" he shouted. Nero physically winced at the sound of Harry's voice echoing through the tunnel.
The man's shout had been loud enough to shake the walls. Dust was even falling from the ceiling to make it even more dramatic. Considering that most of the formation was still in a tunnel and couldn't see anything, Nero thought the entire speech was a little over the top, but was kind enough not to say anything. It had been effective, though,
Nero could feel the ether trembling with the combined might of the essence fields around him coming together. Almost as if they were merging into one massive entity, Nero felt the assault force's identity take shape. From an observational perspective, it was interesting. However, being inside it, Nero found the experience less than enjoyable. He could feel his ability to affect essence being actively hindered by their combined metaphysical weight. This world really does naturally limit magical combat during large-scale battles, he thought to himself.
It was still weird for him to see what amounted to physics here, providing logical reasons for all the stupid cliches he'd always bitched about when he'd read fantasy novels. It wasn't just line of sight or the possibility of friendly fire that limited Mage's firepower. It was the way the various magical forces all worked together. Nero couldn't help but find it both somewhat cool and annoying at the same time. But his scientifically accurate assessment of metaphysics and its applications to combat needed to be put on hold for a moment, as his perception field soon allowed him his first look at what they'd be facing. The front of their assault force had burst out of the 30-foot-wide tunnel into a massive hallway running horizontally to their exit. Comparing where they were physically to where they were on the map, Nero could see that they'd arrived at the central corridor which led to the throne room and what used to be the administrative center of the entire city.
Although Nero's perception field didn't allow him to see everything, he could tell that the kobolds had prepared themselves well to hold off any attempt at stopping them from finishing their ritual. The corridor itself was hundreds of feet wide, with the curved ceiling held up by large pillars running alongside it, while the tops arched in a way that reminded Nero of cathedrals. At one point, the sight must have been impressive, but now it just looked sad. He could see shadows from the multiple fire pits shifting dangerously across the ceiling, covering the entire area in a sense of impending doom. Even from back where he was, still in the tunnel, he could hear the screams and hisses of the kobolds shouting at one another as they prepared to defend themselves. As the assault force around him sped up to a run, Nero's attention remained focused on the edges of his perception field, watching as more and more kobolds were revealed to him. They had built disturbingly tall walls of stone, with kobold archers and casters lining the top of them. He could see actual freaking towers interspersed across the wall, effectively cutting the corridor in half. Nero was stunned to see such a level of construction from what he'd come to know as the dumbest and most barbaric species of clone lizards that had ever lived. He could already see the front of the assault force struggling to push forward under the weight of incoming fire. Harry's ability to project shields was impressive, and it was soon supported by more and more mages adding their own layer of protection to the troops as they emerged from the tunnel. However, Nero could see that it was somewhat ridiculous to imagine that their paltry number of troops had any chance of getting through the kobolds' impressive defenses. It took less than a few minutes before Nero himself was finally out of the tunnel and was able to finally get his first look with his eyes at what the kobolds had built. He was still in the middle of the formation, and he could see that it was quickly becoming a large circular arrangement of troops with the mages in the center providing the overhead shield, while everyone else cowered underneath in a massive clump. Gritting his teeth, Nero felt at a loss as to how he could help. Their forward progress had basically halted for the first time in hours, and going from a steady jog to a slow walk forward made it feel as though they'd been stopped cold by the kobolds. The more he saw with his perception field, the more he felt like his stomach was churning. There were too many kobolds to count, and too many of them weren't clones. He could tell. There was real intelligence behind their beady little eyes as they stared out over their walls with their hate-filled gazes. As the shields over his head flashed with multicolored hues due to spellfire and arrows raining down from above, Nero heard shouts of orders being called out with panic. He could tell that the mages were struggling, and the essence around him was trembling with his companion's growing terror. Nero knew that something had to change,
and that the kobold's wall needed to be brought down in order for them to get anywhere, and he knew just how to do it. Using his trusty spell form to raise himself up a little on an earthen pillar, he raised his head above the formation for a better look at what he'd be facing. He could see the towers spread out across the wall, and the numerous kobolds lining the top firing down at them. They were difficult to make out, as the shield over his head was opaque when it was actively defending them. All he saw were flashes and brief glimpses of what they were headed toward as they slowly pushed forward. He was careful to remove the pillars under his feet as he raised them up, and then lowered them down when he stepped off them so he wouldn't stumble the people behind him. While he couldn't target the center of the wall due to the shield, he thought he might be able to bring it down by destroying its base and letting gravity do the rest. He just needed to get closer. Reaching out with his essence field, he collapsed as much essence as he could to prepare his spell's fuel source. He didn't bother with a mage shield just yet, as this wasn't a time to be practicing. Instead, he focused on creating as powerful a spell shell chucker as he could. He'd personally developed the spell form over several battles, and he figured it was the pinnacle of what he'd become capable of. Based on what he'd seen it do, it should be more than enough to bring down the kobold's puny little wall. Reaching out, Nero felt for the soul stuff he needed to charge it, and found barely anything.
He could feel that there was a ritual being fueled by sacrificed kobolds going on in the distance, but it was so powerful that it was sucking up all the juice he needed to empower his spell. Without that soul stuff, he didn't have enough potential to fuel the kind of destruction he'd need to bring down that wall. He was fucked. They were fucked. Well, this isn't good, he thought to himself with a frown. Chapter 268. Great. A riddle. The meeting with the Council of Leadership and the rest of the nobles had gone even worse than he'd expected it to. And that was saying something considering how low his expectations had been to begin with. Between the weaker nobles who were ready to flee Dorchester and wait for the kingdom to refound it, the pragmatists who were more concerned with positioning themselves in the eyes of the expected auditors, and the few who were more concerned with assigning blame for the disaster than dealing with it, all he'd been able to do was deploy his sub-commanders to answer their questions and retreat. He had more important matters to attend to than wasting words with the nobility who'd already accepted defeat. Namely, finding out why in the damned hells there were dwarven battleborns among the Mithril Strike clan, and why no one had known about them. Unable to stop his shoulders from slumping from the stress he was under, Commander Dahl tried, and failed, to keep his tone cordial as he attempted another angle. I understand that you cannot comment on the fall of your previous kingdom, but you must understand that you violated the terms of the treaty by not disclosing the battleborns in your citizen registry. Without that treaty, you and your people have no right to found your city anywhere within the bounds of Oglevark. Sitting across from Commander Dahl at the table, Crusher looked bored more than anything. The commander didn't know whether the dwarf was being intentionally obtuse or if he really wasn't concerned about the political ramifications of what was going on. Idly picking out some earwax from his ear before glancing at it with annoyance and flicking it off his fingers, Crusher replied, "First of all, it's not my kingdom. It's me king's. How am I supposed to know everyone who's still aligned with the clan? And the second thing, that is, you should be thanking whatever gods you be praying to that they're here. Otherwise we'd all end up on some miserable fire plane trying to find a way to reverse the anchoring ritual. Don't know about you, but I'd rather not be spending the next century picking kobolds out of me armor while the ruined priests argue about how best to go about it." Rubbing his temples in pain, Commander Dahl asked, "The treaty, Sir Crusher. What about the treaty and the fact that Clan Mithril Strike didn't disclose the presence of the Battleborns?" Crusher looked across the table with a confused expression on his face. "What about it?" he asked innocently. Commander Dahl felt his fists clench with rage
as he glared at the unhelpful little monster sitting across from him. "As the current dwarven ambassador between our two cities, I need you to answer the question," he replied through a clenched jaw, practically spitting out the words.
Crusher seems to realize that Commander Dahl was reaching the end of his limited patience. Therefore, he held up both his hands like he was trying to calm an unruly child. "Easy there. No need to rip your beard out, or whatever it is you humans do since you prefer shaving. While I can't speak for my king on this matter, I have a pretty good idea as to what happened." Suddenly becoming uncharacteristically serious, Crusher leaned forward to stare the commander in the eye. "When our kingdom fell, and no, I won't be discussing that, it was true that we lost our battleborns. It was a dark time, and we were left with very little hope since the kings weren't willing to get off their thrones and help us. But that is neither here nor there. We managed to save who we could. Many of the non-combatants became immigrants among the other clans, spread out between the greater cities. Even with our losses, our numbers were too great to all stay in one place. Yet we all remembered who we were, and knew that one day we'd rebuild. Not a single dwarf forsook their oaths and joined another clan. Not any true dwarfs, that is. There were a few clay-cursed fools who..." He grumbled in anger before his speech faltered into a string of incomprehensible dwarven curses. Seeing as Crushing was getting distracted with his ranting, Commander Dahl interrupted him. "The Battleborns, Sir Crusher." Snapping out of it, Crusher slapped his palm down on the table and exclaimed, "Right, the Battleborns. And stop calling me sir. It's distracting." Rolling his shoulders and refocusing on what he'd been trying to say, Crusher continued, "You see, we were spread out, not knowing who was still living and who'd been called to the stone. But we remembered who we were. So when the call went out that old King Mithril Strike was rebuilding his kingdom, every one of us picked up our lives and came running." We're probably just luck that a few of the old Battleborns were still hiding out somewhere and happened to hear the call. While I weren't there when they showed up, I bet the king was mighty happy to see them. I bet you some of them were among the ones who raised him. Probably quite the reunion. Commander Dahl didn't believe a word of it, but was unwilling to be the one to call the dwarf a liar to his face. "You are aware that they can't stay here, right? Aside from your king, who has agreed to not personally involve himself in the day-to-day operations of your kingdom, our region isn't rated for anyone over level 70 to take action. When your king signed the treaty, he agreed to follow the laws of Oglavark as a subsidiary of King Oglavark himself. He retained the title of king as a courtesy, but that does not make him above the law," Commander Dahl declared. He hated that he needed to be the one to stop the dwarves from deploying the Battleborns, as they would no doubt end the kobolds' ritual in quick order and then return to their mountain without issue. However, the last thing he needed was an investigation from the Tower of Law and 1,000-odd lawbringers teleporting in from the capital, sticking their noses into everything and causing panic. Few things called down the wrath of the bureaucrats like interference in the development of a city. Were they were to lose their city's charter, it would be best if it were because of something they did, rather than something they let happen. Crusher didn't seem concerned at all, and merely leaned back in his chair, offering Commander Dahl a grin. "Well, I never read the treaty myself, but I sure as shit doubt my king agreed to anything of the sort. But you'll have to take it up with him. And if you feel the need to stop the Battleborns from interfering with your city's development, or whatever you keep blathering on about, then you'll just have to stop them. I wish you the best of luck with that if you head down that tunnel, though. Just let me know so I can find a sturdy table to hide under while you do." Nero was no stranger to the feeling of Essence not cooperating with him. When he played with new spellform configurations or altered the way he looked at the essence flows to better understand the world around him, he'd become used to the strange and incomprehensible nature of essence in general. But somehow, what he was seeing with the soul stuff was different. It wasn't behaving like anything he'd seen before.
There was no doubt that there was soul stuff floating around. He could kind of see it, sort of. He just couldn't interact with it. It was ignoring him.
Nearly stumbling off the small pillars he'd raised up under his feet, Nero dismissed them and returned to the ground. He also dismissed his spell form for his spell shell chucker, as there was no point in maintaining it if he couldn't power the damned thing. If he couldn't figure out what was happening, he very much doubted any of them would be getting out of this chamber alive. Well, they might. Probably. If they turned around right now and evacuated into the tunnel, leaving the kobolds to their ritual. However, sensing the enormous desire to push forward, coupled with their dread, Nero couldn't see the wackos agreeing to that. Their essence fields were overlapping in self-reinforcing loop, which had them racing forward toward their deaths like it was their only option. Even when he reached out to hopefully join the personalized command channel that had been set up between the team leaders, Nero couldn't feel anything other than determination and a desire to reach the wall. With no other option, Nero was resigned to stumbling forward along with the rest of the formation, and praying that he wouldn't be run over if and when he eventually tripped. He felt powerless, and it was not a pleasant feeling. No, it was not. Unable to do anything else, he focused the entirety of his senses on the ether, trying to understand what he was looking at. As he squinted with his metaphysical sight, he could see the soul stuff floating around. It wasn't all that dense, but it was there. Interestingly, he felt like he could get impressions of where it had come from the longer he interacted with it. No doubt, those impressions were how he'd come to the conclusion that they had come from ritual sacrifices to empower the ritual. His perception field allowed him to see the open area of the chambers they were moving forward through, and he could only guess that this area used to house a ton of kobolds. There were clear signs of campfires and broken-down shelters. Had he not known what to look for, he would have missed the signs. But they were there. Between the evidence of their former existence and the soul stuff he was seeing in the air, Nero was able to draw a few conclusions. Most likely, the kobolds had collected the entirety of their local population up here before evacuating them behind their wall. Many of them had probably been sacrificed to create the wall itself, and the soul stuff he was seeing in the ether might be all that was left of them. There was probably a ritual around here somewhere that they'd either broken down or hidden. But what didn't make sense was why the soul stuff was ignoring his influence. It was like it was there, but it also was not. It was like it was refusing to listen to him. He hadn't felt anything like it since. Wait, that's it. This is just like the feeling I had when someone stripped my influence from the ether. I couldn't interact with the essence flows at all, and it was even a pain in the arse to figure out how to see them, he thought to himself. Above his head, the shield being held up by the mages continued to struggle under the onslaught coming down on them, and Nero could feel the mages alongside him faltering. Every foot forward seemed to sap them of their will to continue. Nero knew this couldn't go on, but at least they were getting closer to the wall. He could only hope that Harry and Kathleen had a plan for when they got there. Putting his concerns about their life expectancy aside for the moment, Nero returned to his contemplations. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he mentally worked through the problem. The issue was simple. The soul stuff in the ether wasn't responding to him, and without that soul stuff, he couldn't imbue enough potential into his spells without killing himself by draining his center.
So he either needed to find a way to interact with the soul stuff, or find another way to power his spells. The soul stuff was from kobolds, and it had already been claimed. How? Probably the ritual. Could he disrupt it from here? Or maybe at least interact with it? Reaching out, Nero scanned the essence flows for a clue. He manipulated and futzed with his sight, altering his perception in as many ways as he could think of, One moment, he was seeing the essence flows in the typical way he'd become used to. The next, he was seeing the connections spread out in a web, showing him currently active command channels. Then, he focused on the soul stuff floating under it all. His metaphysical sight was like one of those weird old-timey goggles with various lenses that altered what he was looking at. It's just like that Nicolas Cage movie, the one with the Declaration of Independence. National Idiocy or Treasure Seekers or something?
Not the time, man, he chided himself before refocusing on what he was looking at. Separating the various ways he was able to see the world around him was stressing his mind, and he could feel like he was causing his brain to overheat. Ignoring the problem, he doubled down and pushed his sight further. The essence flows were humming, each one being influenced by multiple essence fields along with their own currents. Interwoven between them were the mental connections and the other emotions from people radiating out in waves of their own. It was a confusing mess of interconnected forces that all influenced each other and altered the ether on both a macro and micro level. The more he looked, the more he saw. There were so many levels and ways to look at the ether that it was giving him a headache. His lone influence was like a tiny lever, trying and failing to find a place to insert itself. Miro struggled to understand why he was having so much trouble with the soul stuff. He had no trouble influencing the essence flows themselves. Mentally surrounding one of the little balls of soul stuff with his presence, he tried to wedge his perception closer. It was like trying to grip an oiled ball of gelatin, but every second he stayed in contact with it improved his understanding of it. The soul stuff was a remnant of potential left here after the kobold, who'd nurtured it over his short and unimpressive life, had died. But the difference between it and the soul stuff he'd interacted with before became clear in a blindingly strong explosion of understanding. The kobold had known what it had been dying for, and had been more than okay with it. It had dedicated its soul to the ritual, imbuing it with a purpose of its own. It was like an enchantment, being powered by the soul stuff itself. It had, and still did, want to go to the ritual. If Nero wanted to be able to use it, he'd have to overcome its desire to be used for the ritual, which would completely defeat the purpose of what he'd be using it for. It would take center and effort to reforge it, and Nero doubted it would be worth it. He could just tell the net gain and potential would be practically nothing. Growling in annoyance, Nero recognized an inherent flaw with his use of soul stuff. He needed the people and sentients who died to not care what their soul stuff was being used for. All it would take to counter him was the knowledge that he could use their soul stuff to empower his spells. Even just the feeling of not wanting their souls to be used for a purpose at their time of death would be enough to counter him. So, how did the kobolds usually overcome the problem? Was it like an information campaign where they kept their plans secret from their subordinates? Or maybe brainwashing? And how were the kobolds able to use human souls if all it took was the humans to die, without worrying about what their souls would be used for? Suddenly, Nero had a disturbing thought. Were the humans just being idiots? Had they just accepted that they had no control of their souls after they died? By believing that the kobolds could use their souls for their spells, were they themselves responsible for giving them the power to do so? It was a horrible thought, and one that aligned with everything he'd learned about the world he'd found himself in. This world was all about perception, and the very literal imbuing of meaning into essence to create matter. Hell, the only reason there was a floor under his feet or air for him to breathe was because the essence had been given an identity detailing how it was supposed to function. What a mindfuck, he thought to himself, before setting it aside to stress over later. Understanding the reality he'd found himself and isolating the problem he was dealing with would not help him solve the issue with the wall,
his inability to use the soul stuff, or the fact that he was currently only alive because the mages were holding back hundreds of kobold spells. He needed to come up with some options, and he was running out of time. While he couldn't see it with his eyes, he was able to witness the moment the front line of the formation arrived at the wall. Harry had led them to one of the gates and slammed into it with both his magical and physical shields. Multiple other shield-bearing fighters hit it right alongside him. It was a coordinated assault that shook the ground as much as the wall. Unfortunately, the gate itself refused to budge, and the entire formation collapsed on top of itself. One after another, people ran into the person in front of them. The only positive was that it reduced the number of kobolds who had a clear line of sight for their spells. Nero could see the entire formation flattening against the wall, the mages spreading out to cover everyone. Letting himself follow the flow, Nero stumbled forward to approach the wall nearly 50 feet from the gate on the right. While the mages kept the shields up, they were now much more spread out. It was both an improved position as much as a liability, since the more they spread out under the wall, the fewer kobolds could see them. But there were also fewer mages to defend them. As a result, they weren't faring any better than when they were all grouped together out in the open. Opening his eyes wide in horror, Nero saw several groups of kobolds begin dragging giant cauldrons of something toward the edges. Shit! They're going to drop hot oil or something. If it's not a construct, would the shields even do anything? He mentally screamed in panic. His perception field was both a blessing and a curse, as he could see so much happening, but had no power to influence it.
Many of the melee fighters were still whacking away at the gate, while the rest of the approximately 300 soldiers hid under the mage's protection. Terrified and out of options, Nero shoved his way through the tightly packed crowd and shuffled himself up next to the wall. This fucking thing is coming down, one way or another, he promised himself. Wild-eyed but determined, Nero placed both his hands on the wall and focused. He blocked off his perception field, thanking whatever god was watching that there didn't seem to be a cauldron of death hovering directly over him. He needed time to come up with a plan. Everything but the rough and pitted sensation of the wall under his palms fell away as he closed his eyes and focused. His entire being was turned toward understanding the wall. Nothing else mattered. His senses showed him the wall's identity. He could see how it was woven from multiple essences and imbued with a purpose. It was an almost living being, with a desire to fulfill its destiny. He could see the memory of the kobolds working on it. They had spent days imbuing it with essence, reinforcing and shaping its identity. It was solid and real. It is just as real as the ground, and nothing at all like a simple construct. In time, the world would understand that it was supposed to be here, and would become a permanent fixture in reality. But it hadn't been here long enough yet, and it was still malleable. Sort of. Having an idea, Nero began infusing his will into the stone, urging it to change. He felt like he was pushing against a wall. An unfortunate pun if there ever was one. It was clear as day that he needed more power, more potential. Otherwise, he'd drain his entire center long before he managed to affect it. Reaching out into the ether, he awkwardly tried to request the soul stuff to help him fix the wall. He didn't specifically try to connect with any of the remnants. Instead, he just urged them toward the wall. It was their wall. They were kobolds. They should help fix it. Nero could almost sense the confusion radiating throughout the area as the soul stuff considered whether or not to help. In a burst of devious insight, Nero projected the desire to create a gate, infusing the ether with his desire to copy the stone formation of an open gate without the door. The door itself would come later. Now, he just needed the stone to reshape itself. Checking his identity,
He winced at the fact that his center had already dropped below 90%. He wasn't even sure what he did, but whatever he'd done, it had worked. He could already see the soul stuff begin merging with the wall in front of him. It looked like a slight breeze was pulling in all the soul remnants, and all he needed to do was convince the wall that there should, in fact, be an open gate here.
His eyes remained closed, and he couldn't be sure that it was working as well as he'd hoped, but he didn't want to break his concentration. He continued to project his desire for a gate, praying that the stone under his fingers would comply. Then, almost as if the stone was evaporating, his hands were clear and he stumbled forward. Opening his eyes wide in wonder, he was faced with a legion of kobolds who were staring at him with confused and horrified expressions on their faces. There were hundreds of them, just waiting for their turn on top of the wall. Both the clones and real ones were equally dumbfounded by the appearance of the gate, every one of them paralyzed with shock. Grinning with an evil smile, Nero muttered, "Well, hello there." Without giving them a chance to react, he pulled out his sword and shield from his personal space while summoning his mage armor. He needed some fresh souls for his spells, and he was going to enjoy claiming every one of them that he could.
Chapter 269. Do the Job. Mike's life had been through quite a few changes recently. If anyone had told him that he would be putting his life on the line for the sake of the city, under the orders of a noble he'd personally sworn his entire life to, he would probably have laughed his ass off, right before plotting to rob and kill the insulting bastard. Yet, here he was, keeping his head down out of reflex rather than necessity every time a kobold spell exploded onto the shield above him. He stared wide-eyed at the kobold wall. Trying his best to keep his growing terror from overwhelming him, he maintained his quick march alongside his fellow wackos. Many of them were looking to him for reassurance, since somehow he'd become something of a leader for those who Lord Walker had offered redemption. His fellow wackos had come from all walks of life. Some were former hunters with a criminal bent like him. Others were guilty of more mundane crimes like tax evasion and robbery. There were even a few murderers and true social outcasts among them. But every one of them had pledged to follow Lord Walker, seeking their own form of redemption. They marched right alongside former guards and soldiers without shame. They were now adventurers, a term which was slowly gaining new meaning as Lord Walker's teachings continued. Much more than a job or a title, it was a way of life, a path forward. Even in the few days since they'd pledged, Mike knew that they had all seen growth in their identity. Under the protection of the shield above his head, he tried to focus on how far he'd come, reassuring himself that following Lord Walker was the right choice. He had to. After all, there was no way out. Running off on his own wasn't an option. If he did, he'd be cut down the moment he was out from under the shields. Looking over his shoulder, he could see the mages that were currently maintaining the shield over the section of the formation he was in. They looked like they were barely holding on. Sweat poured down their faces, while their expressions made it clear they were in pain. There was nothing he could do to help. Lord Walker's words of wisdom echoed through his mind. Trust in the men and women fighting alongside you. They are there to protect you, just as you are there to protect them. Focus on yourself and what you can do, and leave the rest up to them. As one of the team leaders, he was connected to the command channel Blackwood was maintaining. He could hear the team leaders from the mages reporting their imminent failure to keep up with the kobolds' assault. "We're almost there. Just hold on. Once we're through the gate, we'll be fine. Just hold," ordered Knight Angleton, his tone offering no question that they would succeed. Tightening his grip on his sword, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. They were almost there. Once inside, they could begin their counterattack.
The kobolds would break.
It would be hard, but they could do it. They would succeed. Seeing the wall approaching, he felt the entire formation speed up. Panting heavily in excitement, he tried to keep his heart from racing. His turn was coming, and he had to be ready. Glancing over at the head of their charge, he saw Knight Angleton and the other wackos who had breaching abilities preparing themselves. Multicolored essence constructs manifested in front of them, each one feeling more dangerous than the last. In the center, Knight Angleton's golden shield looked like a battering ram. Time seemed to slow down as they slammed into the gate. The explosion of force was enough to rattle his bones and shake his footing, causing him to stumble. He wasn't the only one, as he could feel the pressure from behind him pushing him forward into the back of the wacko in front of him. Regaining his equilibrium, he looked over in horror to see the gate still standing. It looked utterly unharmed, as if it had no trouble stopping the best of what Knight Angleton and the breaching team could do, mocking them for their inability to affect it. For a moment, his mind refused to accept what he was seeing. It just wasn't possible. "Spread out along the wall! Cut off the angle of fire!" someone shouted over the command channel in panic. Mindlessly following along with the crowd, he stumbled forward under the protection of the shield above him. They failed, he admitted to himself in confusion, before reluctantly accepting that they were all probably going to die. With all their mages occupied, their ability to counterattack was non-existent. Without getting through that gate, they couldn't do anything. It was hopeless. The kobolds would wear them down until their shield failed, and their losses began piling up. Clinging to his fellow wackos along the wall, he felt his heart break as he watched them all come to the same realization that he just did. The fear of death that they'd been holding back was overcoming them. He could see it in their eyes. They were giving up. He was, too. He could feel it. He would die here. Locking eyes with a woman named Nora Faulkner, who was one of Lord Walker's earliest adherents, he was surprised to see her looking calm and resolute in the face of their doom. She didn't look worried at all. Meeting his eyes, she muttered quietly, "Lord Walker once said, 'Reality is what you make it.' We're not going to die. We're going to win. I don't know how, but I believe it to be true. Lord Walker will show us the way forward." Something in his center stirred as he felt his resolve building. It was crazy to think that they'd succeed, but hadn't his lord said that all adventurers were crazy? From behind him, he heard shouts of excitement and the sounds of battle ringing out. Snapping his head around as best he could with all the people pressed against him, he dropped his jaw in shock at the sight of a massive opening in the wall that hadn't been there before. It looked like a perfectly carved gate, without a door. "Lord Walker has opened a way through! The first teams inside get up on that wall and eliminate those casters! Melee fighters to the front!" A team leader's voice he didn't recognize erupted over the command channel. In awe, he promised himself that he would never doubt the Walker again. Perhaps it was the fact that an entire section of the wall had vanished into the ether, or that humans had appeared out of nowhere. Nero wasn't sure, and he didn't care. Whatever the cause of the kobolds' paralyzing confusion, he planned to take full advantage of it. Without the need to maintain a communications link or any spells, he only needed to split his mind enough to maintain his mage armor while the majority of his attention remained on the fighting. He could fuel his shield with the souls of the kobolds he killed, or at least he hoped he could. He was already in mid-leap before he started his roar. Coming down in the kobold closest to him, Nero stabbed it through its stupid lizard-skinned snout face, ensuring the quickest death possible. Before it even realized it was dead, he was already slashing at another kobold's throat, while shield-bashing the one standing next to it. Behind him, he could feel the rising tide of emotion coming from the wackos. It was a feeling of jubilation and wrath incarnate.
Whatever terror and doom they'd felt was vanishing like fog in the morning sun, leaving nothing but an overwhelming belief in their impending victory. It was intoxicating. Still in the grip of his first war cry, Nero spun on his heels to block a poorly supported spear that was trying to stab him. Looking into the kobold's eyes, Nero could see that it was both terrified and confused.
It had no idea what was happening, and was merely reacting on instinct. There was none of the madness and rage he was used to seeing when it stared at him. It could be because it wasn't a clone, or just due to the fact that it couldn't comprehend how Nero had appeared. Either way, Nero didn't waste any time worrying about it, and summarily executed it with a wave of his essence-infused blade, removing its head. All around him, more and more wackos poured out of the opening behind him, overrunning the unprepared kobolds in a tide of death. Nero felt his small frame being quickly overtaken by the warriors charging through the kobold lines like a wrecking ball. He had thought his assault had been impressive, but it was nothing compared to what the rest of the wackos were capable of. Abilities flashed left and right, reaping kobold lives by the dozens.
The wackos themselves held together in the loosest of formations, each one more interested in cutting down their enemies than maintaining their fighting lines. It was a bloodbath. While he'd liked to have joined in on the fighting, he knew he'd be more effective if he could get his casting working. Pausing for a moment, Nero reached out with his senses to check on the accumulating soul stuff. He wasn't sure if he needed to wait for soul death, or how the process even worked. Standing there in the middle of the battle, while more and more wackos ran past him, Nero watched as the first kobold he killed began his journey into whatever afterlife they believed in. Like he'd expected, the kobold's soul remained nearby, hovering in the ether. It was both overlaid with the body in its chest, but also moving further away in the ether. If he had to describe what he was seeing, he knew he'd struggle, as he didn't have the vocabulary to put words to it.
The closest thing he could think of was that the soul was that the ether had more than 3 dimensions. The soul wasn't moving up or down, but deeper into the ether. And the further it got, the more soul stuff bled off it, coagulating into a ball of potential that was clinging to the ether, unable to follow it. Now having a new perspective as to what was happening, Nero realized his ability to see the ether was limited to the layer he was focusing on. That's what he was doing when he flexed his ability. He was moving higher and lower in the ether, and in the furthest recesses was the wall he'd seen where the souls breached the different planes. Just trying to wrap his head around the geometry of the ether was enough to make him lightheaded. Putting the spiritual implications aside for the moment, Nero focused instead on the soul stuff accumulating in front of him. He needed to know if he could use it. His working theory was that dedicated soul stuff would be out of his reach, but a soul that died without dedicating itself to a purpose was hopefully still up for grabs. Reaching out with his senses, he tentatively poked the soul stuff to see how it reacted. Sighing in relief, all he felt was confusion rolling off of it in waves. Having learned that the soul stuff still had something of an identity, he carefully prodded it to see how he might be able to use it. The kobold it had come from had died without understanding what had happened. It had been too stupid to comprehend how a human teen popped up out of nowhere and stabbed it in the face. He took a few seconds to watch it grow as the kobold's soul which spawned it got further and further away into the ether. Feeling like a scientist conducting an experiment to see what would happen, he ripped it out of its connection with the soul and dragged its potential into his mage shield. The moment he did, he could feel the defensive identity of his shield growing stronger. It went from being a struggle to maintain it to a solid defense that could probably stop a spear without affecting him. Whatever was left of the kobold's identity had no problem being given a new purpose for its potential. He'd known soul stuff was powerful, but holy hell was it a big difference. Glancing back at the kobold's body, he saw that more soul stuff was already accumulating as its soul continued on its journey.
For a brief moment, he wondered what would happen if he resuscitated it. Would it lose levels or growth? Where was all this extra potential being stored? Feeling himself being jostled by a wacko running by him, Nero snapped out of his trance. Blinking a few times to resettle his focus back in his body, he looked around to see a distinctly different sight than what he'd seen before he'd closed his eyes.
Looking up behind him, he could see wackos moving in groups to take over the top of the wall. They were mercilessly cutting down the kobold casters, having no trouble handling them in small numbers. More than once, he saw kobold spells splashing harmlessly against their essence shields, their ability to cause harm on their own, not enough to overcome the wacko's level advantage. Apparently, even kobold casters were only dangerous in groups. But not everything was going their way, as he could see healers and mages working together to create a temporary safe space near the opening to collect the wounded and dead. He wasn't sure how long he'd been standing there in the middle of the pile of kobolds staring at the ether, but it had been long enough for people to have begun dying. Luckily, the healers were on it, and wackos were already being brought back. Turning back to the battle, Nero saw that chaos was currently reigning in the kobold encampment. Throughout the area around him, wackos were knocking down kobold mud huts and ripping through poorly organized groups of kobolds that were trying to organize a coordinated defense. Off in the distance, he could see larger buildings which were probably housing more of the kobold upper castes. They looked like giant rounded mud balls with holes in them for kobolds to look out of. There were fire pits and torches all over the place for light, but the overall aesthetic was drab, as everything was made out of earth. But, further past all that, he could see the throne room doors reaching up to the ceiling. They must have required teams to open them. Even from the distance he was at, he could see that they were intricately carved and plated in gold. They looked old, and out of place in stark contrast to the kobold earthen architecture. The kobolds had done a hell of a job defiling the place. Realizing that he was no longer under a mage shield, Nero frowned in confusion for a moment, as he wasn't being pelted with spells. He was surprised to see the kobold casters hesitating to fire spells at him. Running his eyes along the top of the wall, he could see that they were too busy trying to stay alive than casting anything. The wackos were running them down in short order. The kobolds had bet everything on their wall, and now they were paying the price for its failure to stop them. Using a quick spell form to raise himself up onto a pillar, Nero began collecting what soul stuff he could to charge a few spell shells. Off in the distance, he could see the kobolds beginning to organize a counterattack, and he felt like he should disabuse them of that notion. Interestingly, he could tell that a great deal of the soul stuff was still out of his control. If he looked closely, he could see that many of the souls had left an imprint of hatred toward humanity and a desire to be used against them. They must be the souls of actual kobolds, and not the stupid clones, he thought to himself. The only conclusion he could come to was that the kobold clones were specifically designed to be the perfect sacrifices. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there weren't too many free human souls floating around for him to make a comparison. It was entirely likely that the soul stuff he'd previously used from humans only worked because they also desired to strike out at the kobolds. He was sure he was missing a great deal about how it all worked, but he figured he was beginning to understand the gist of it. There was probably a way for soul casting to use soul stuff against its desires, but it would probably end up causing problems. Perhaps that's why soul casting was considered so dangerous. Didn't Nick or somebody mention something about soul magic causing corruption or something? No matter. Nero had plenty of free-range kobold clone soul stuff to work with. Standing on his pillar right in front of the newly formed hole in the wall, Nero began charging the spell forms he attached to his shoulders. Reaching out, he collapsed more essence into his collection, ensuring he had plenty of essence to work with. With a grin, he looked out onto the battlefield and picked his targets. From his higher vantage point,
he could see where the kobolds were regrouping. Perfect, he thought to himself. His grin widening, he began launching spell shells one after another. With the amount of soul stuff he was collecting, his shell constructs were solid enough to act like mortar shells. The kobolds hadn't thought to set up their own shields just yet, and they were laughably unprepared for his shell's arrival.
One after another, the shells exploded among them in a dazzling display of carnage. His shells flew quickly, and several were in the air before the first had even landed. Kobold defenses shattered, and bodies erupted in gore, reminiscent of the more historically accurate World War II movies he'd once enjoyed. It was glorious. The entire battlefield erupted in a cheer from the wackos, their exuberance filling the ether with their emotions. Behind him, the last of the wackos were making their way through the hole he had opened. They had successfully created a beachhead beyond the wall, and they were now digging in. But Nero could already tell it would only be temporary. They were not intending to stay there. As the newly healed wackos were heading back out, Nero could hear over the command channel Harry and Kathleen calling out orders. Wiping out the kobolds wasn't their mission. Stopping the ritual in the throne room. That's why they were here. Nero half listened to what they were saying as he continued to funnel soul stuff into his spell forms. Despite how many kobolds the wackos had cut down, there wasn't nearly enough to let him truly unleash the kind of damage he'd wanted to. But it was still enough for him to feel like he was contributing. Considering how spread out the wackos were now, he was forced to carefully choose his targets. He also had to account for the few kobolds that were willing to brave the wackos' reprisals by firing arrows and spells at him. While being on the pillar he'd raised up provided a great firing position, it also made him stand out. If it weren't for him constantly feeding soul stuff into his mage armor, he'd be a pincushion by now, or a block of charcoal. Fighting as a mage in battle was a lot more complicated than he thought it would be. There was the need to carefully pick his spell targets, having to maintain his defenses, and the constant worry that he'd run out of resources. It was no wonder that mages were predominantly responsible for shields and support. In truth, it was kind of a big pain in the ass, and it made him want to just run off on his own and let loose. But he kept at it. He knew he was more useful to the assault as a strategic weapon, taking out kobolds in groups while waiting for opportunities. He could even serve as a beacon for the kobolds' fire while standing stupidly on his pillar like a target. While his individual kill count suffered, the overall progress of the assault was what mattered. As more and more kobolds retreated toward the throne room door and the larger kobold buildings, the fighting in the area began to die down. Before long, the wackos were ordered to regroup so they could push forward. Nero was able to take one last look at the building in the distance before he lowered himself down to the ground. He was already looking forward to tearing them down. Chapter 270. Orders? What orders? Former captain in the Dorchester Army, Knight Harold Angleton, known as Knight Angleton to his subordinates, Harold to his friends, and Harry to his lord, physically recoiled from the mental pain he felt when he bounced off the gate. He, along with many other wackos with appropriate abilities, had hit the hells be damned thing at a run, fully expecting to obliterate it. The amount of force they'd applied should have been more than enough to tear it off its hinges, and yet the gate still stood implacably before them. Blinking away the blinding headache from his ability's backlash, he glanced around to see the wackos who'd joined him weren't faring much better. Abilities were not spells, and they were not techniques. They were each an expression of a person's soul. It was a material representation of their pillar. Rather than relying exclusively on essence, abilities were instead fueled by a person's will. That they worked that way was scientific proof that forging one's will could reduce the cost of spells. There was still a cost in center, but not nearly as much as it would be if the same effect were caused by magic.
The drawback to this was, of course, that when they failed, the backlash was much worse. Doing his best to not dwell on how many troops were suddenly out of the fight, he forced his mind to set aside the pain for a moment so that he could think. Luckily, he had maintained his connection to the command channel. He could hear Battle Leader Averet shouting out orders to spread out under the wall. She had instantly adapted to his failure and taken control of the situation. She was proving to be a most impressive leader. Sheathing his sword, he placed his hand on the gate. Closing his eyes, he sent his will into the stone, trying to understand what had happened. He could feel the gate offering resistance. It had been enchanted. It had been specifically enchanted against humans. The kobolds had sacrificed the stone's ability to stop almost anything else but humans. A simple wild boar would probably be able to knock it down, as long as that boar wasn't doing it with the intention of allowing humans through behind it. Opening his eyes in shock, he unconsciously stepped back from the gate and stared at it in amazement. He'd never seen such a powerful enchantment before. Conceptual enchantments of this level weren't able to hold together in such an essence-starved region as Dorchester. Within less than a week, the stone would return to simply being stone. But they didn't have a week. They didn't have time to wait for nature to take its course. They needed through the gate now. But how? He wondered. Knight Angleton ignored the sounds of spells exploding from above him, along with the grumbling sounds of wackos impotently smashing at the gate with their shields. Yet he could feel the pressure mounting. If they didn't get through this gate, their mission was over.
At 71 years old, and at an impressive level 53, he'd long since learned how to deal with obstacles in his path. Whether it was politically motivated superiors interfering or training plateaus that annoyingly halted his progress, he knew that he had to find a way to accept the situation and adapt. If we can't go through, perhaps we could go over, he thought to himself as he looked up through the hazy shield being maintained over his head. Thinking quickly, he began mentally preparing the orders he'd need to give out. First, he'd have to bring together whatever mages were capable of manipulating the earth. The others would just have to persevere and figure out a way to maintain the shield on their own. Then, "Lord Walker has opened a way through! The first teams inside get up on that wall and eliminate those casters! Melee fighters to the front!" Former Sergeant Richardson shouted over the command channel. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, he whipped his head to the right as he watched the entire formation begin funneling through a confusing hole in the wall that hadn't existed up until just now. How in all the planes above and below did he manage that? He wondered. As he was still near the hole he'd opened in the wall, Nero had rejoined the formation quickly. It would still be a few more minutes before the rest of the wackos arrived. In the meantime, the only productive thing for him to do was to test the range of his spells. No one could fault him for that, right? Putting action to his thoughts, he ignored the sight of the wackos patting each other on the back and congratulating each other on their survival, while raising himself back up on a small 4-foot-tall pillar. His spell-casting process continued to refine as he reached out to collect and condense essence and soul stuff before launching a spell shell arbitrarily off into the distance. His mental perception field struggled to keep up with it as it flew through the air into the dense collection of kobold buildings. He hadn't taken the time to carefully pick a target, more interested in comparing what he saw with what he'd read about how spell constructs were affected by distance from their caster. Just as the books had warned, he could see the shell already breaking down. While at a distance of a football field, the shell still had plenty of cohesion as it was still inside his observation range. The moment he lost sight of it with his senses and relied on tracking it with his eyes, he saw it come apart. Far in the distance above the buildings, he saw its glow disappear into the ether without even the slightest hint of an explosion. The essence he'd spent on it, utterly wasted. He thought to himself as he stroked his chin in thought.
He could reasonably assume that if he were to imbue a lot of soul stuff into it, the shell would likely hold together.
After all, he'd done it before when he'd been assaulting the kobold camp up on the surface of the mountain. But at that time, he'd had so much soul stuff to work with, he hadn't been paying too much attention to how much he'd been using. This is going to take some experimentation, he thought to himself before once again lamenting the fact that Nick hadn't come along. Beginning his first test fire, he carefully began imbuing soul stuff into a shell. However, before he could materialize and fire it, he was interrupted by the gruff voice of Harry shouting up at him. "Lord Walker, did whatever you do to get through the wall provide you with any intelligence that we need to address before we push forward?" he asked tersely. Blinking in confusion at the question, Nero replied, No? Offering Nero a quick nod in thanks, Harry turned and shouted, "Everyone! We're moving out at a run!" Without access to the battle hub, we're cut off from the updated intelligence from the Tower of Magic's scrying mages. So, we'll just have to deal with whatever the enemy has come up with. Keep in formation. Stay under the shields. Remember, our goal is to stop the ritual. We can kill the enemy to a kobold after we've accomplished our mission. Stepping up alongside him, Kathleen added in a voice just as professionally uncompromising as his own. "As you've seen, many of these kobolds are not the stupid grunts you're used to facing. Pay attention to your footing, and don't get drawn out in fights that will leave you out of position. Stay in formation. Melee fighters will maintain the perimeter with their shields, while the mages keep us safe from above with their own." Nodding in agreement with her, Harry picked his speech back up. "The gate to the throne room should still be enchanted to allow us through with the command override signature we've been given." The mages back in command agreed that the kobolds haven't been able to break the enchantment, so they've been ignoring it. It's tied to the land of Dorchester and has existed since the time of its founding. They couldn't hope to breach it, and therefore won't expect it when we do. The kobolds are most likely expecting us to use one of the smaller side entrances that they assume are the only way into the throne room. The moment those gates open, they'll throw everything they have at us. Kathleen's voice got even colder, as her tone felt like it was chilling the very ether. "After we're in, prioritize killing off the ritual casters. We'll take up position over the former ritual center, and then begin our slaughter in earnest. Remember, deal with the ritual first, then kill them all." Without another word, she and Harry turned and began walking away toward the front of the formation, the wackos in the way parting around them. Nero winced as the combined sound of raucous cheering erupted from all around him. While Harry and Kathleen had been shouting out their orders, he'd dismissed his pillar spell and returned to the ground. He was once again amongst the mass of soldiers and no longer standing out. Nero played along as he held up his fist and cheered along with them. He'd found it was more than a little impressive to hear Harry and Kathleen shouting loud enough for everyone to hear them, but it was even more impressive to hear how impressively loud hundreds of shoulders braying for blood could sound when they all did it in tandem. The ether was filled with their presence, coming together in a coordinated sense of oppression that practically demanded his essence field to mingle along with theirs. It took everything Nero had to not let his sense of identity fall away and just give in and join them. He wasn't sure how, but he succeeded. For the time being, his mind remained his own. Which worked out, because he absolutely didn't want to get stuck in the middle of the formation again. He planned on causing some chaos, and he could only do that if he managed to stay near the edges. Ducking under the shoulders of the wackos around him, he slipped through the crowd toward the forward edge on the right. Being there should allow him to do some damage, while leaving some destruction burning behind him. The tricky thing would be to stay out of sight, as his smaller presence wasn't all that inconspicuous. But he had just the trick to overcome that particularly annoying little obstacle. With a flex of will, he dimmed his presence in the ether, allowing himself to blend into the background.
He couldn't help but try and see if he could apply soul stuff to the process, hopefully making it easier. As he dipped and ducked around the wackos who remained unaware of his presence, he tried over and over again to find a way to infuse soul stuff into the technique. He'd managed to imbue plenty of it into his mage armor, and at this point, it was practically maintaining itself.
However, the hiding technique he'd learned from watching Kathleen, Rose, and the evaluators didn't seem to have anything to latch onto. It wasn't a spell, so there was nothing to reinforce. It was a product of his mind, and therefore not something that could be fueled by potential. It didn't even stress his center. Well, not directly, at least. Well, I could do that, I guess, he thought to himself, as he checked his center reserves. 79%. Reaching out with his field, he collected some free-floating soul stuff. He ignored the remnant mines that were basically emotional leftovers and fed them into his center. Like always, it took a little effort, but he managed to overwrite their potential with his own. Smiling widely, he felt his center being reinforced. What was once the potential of the kobolds was now simply him.
Nero still found the entire concept of a person's center odd. He understood that it was what made him real, and was the core from which his material presence stemmed. But the fact that he could conceivably argue that people were nothing more than enchantments still weirded him out. Whatever. It'll just make the Express Yourself t-shirts I eventually sell all the more relevant, he said to himself. Before long, he found himself right behind the front lines, watching them get ready to go. Everyone was moving around quickly, retightening their armor and pumping themselves up for the coming run to the throne room. There was a palpable sense of excitement floating around, and Nero did his best to not allow himself to get caught up in it. He knew he needed to remain focused and separate from the larger essence field to successfully cast anything. Without his isolated essence reserves, their combined essence field would have a stranglehold on the essence flows. Regardless of how mentally strong he was, he couldn't hope to overcome the combined metaphysical might of the entire group. "Move out!" Harry's voice boomed across the formation. Like a dog being let off a leash, everyone around him began running. The downside of being hidden and not part of their essence field became immediately apparent. It felt to Nero like being in the middle of a stampede. His lizard brain, or whatever it was called, began freaking out. He was absolutely positive that he'd be run over. Only a few feet away from the edge of the formation, Nero ducked and rolled under a shield out into the open. Luckily, he managed to keep hold of his hiding technique, and nobody noticed him effectively ejecting himself out of the formation. Since the formation was basically a big circle, his safety was in no way guaranteed, as the rounded edge immediately began bearing down on him. With what he'd later referred to as a manly grunt, and in no way a squeak, he rolled to his feet and began running at an angle perpendicular to them. No other thought was on his mind other than that he needed to get the hell out of the way. Salvation was quickly found by ducking into the ruins of one of the kobold buildings that the formation parted its way around as it passed. Coming to his feet and dusting off his armor, Nero glared at the passing wackos with annoyance as he muttered under his breath sarcastically, "Well, that worked out well." Realizing that he couldn't stay there or he'd end up getting left behind, Nero tried mentally going through his options. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with any. Until the last of the formation passed, he was stuck there. Unless he wanted to drop his hiding technique and rejoin the formation, he would get run over the moment he stuck his head out. Grumbling in annoyance, he folded his arms and watched as more and more wackos ran by. Each one's face was twisted in a hate-filled grimace, seemingly eager to begin cutting down their enemies for the glory of, well, him, probably. Is it me, or is my life getting weirder? Or has it always been weird, and I just hadn't noticed? Is it my improving mind stats allowing me to recognize it? Or have I just been ignoring it, as I did with the Flat Earther movement? He wondered to himself,
recalling how it had blown his mind to find out that people still believed that when he was in his mid-20s. The last of the wackos finally passed by, while he was stuck in his head pondering life's little mysteries. Seeing as he could now move out of the rubble without getting run over, Nero rechecked his mage armor and his collected essence. He knew the moment he began throwing around spells he'd be noticed, but for now, he was practically invisible. Running off at an angle near the back of the formation, he struggled to keep up with them.
They were moving at quite the clip, and in no time at all had begun overrunning the kobolds' hastily set up defenses. Like a wave of ants, they ripped through the kobolds. Nothing the kobolds did had a chance of stopping them. Around the edges of the formation, the melee fighters led with their shields, occasionally chopping down kobolds as they ran by. From the angle Nero was at, he could see the massive shield the mages had put up hovering over them. It was a really impressive defensive formation that allowed them to move forward without having to take any casualties. Throughout the kobold buildings that they either obliterated as they ran over them, the groups of kobolds not directly overtaken threw out pot shots as the formation ran by. Nero flittered through the kobold groups like a wraith, watching kobolds looking around in confusion, probably having sensed something as he passed by. He wanted to wait until the wacko's formation was deeper into the enemy area before he let loose. As the formation got closer and closer to the larger kobold buildings, Nero knew the formation would have to split into smaller pieces or do something clever to get through them. That's when he'd strike. Awkwardly climbing up onto one of the kobold buildings, Nero watched as the formation got further and further away. More and more kobolds took the roofs along with him as they tried to add their arrows and spells to the numerous ones already raining down on them. From where he was, Nero thought the sight of the formation enduring under all that enemy fire was awesome. Although it was kind of weird to be standing near the edge of a building while a group of kobold casters worked together to fire combined spells into the distance at his friends. Brought out of his contemplations by the sight of the formation slowing down, Nero looked over to see how they'd deal with the larger kobold buildings, stopping them from just running them over. Surprisingly, they handled it well. The entire formation smoothly adjusted itself into a more streamlined configuration. The sides came together, while the back slowed down enough to accommodate the wackos moving toward the center. Instead of a large circle, it quickly became a spear. With no trouble at all, the formation continued between the kobold buildings, decreasing the amount of spellfire coming down on them from behind by hiding between the buildings. That wasn't to say that they were safe, as the buildings themselves had tons of kobolds shooting down at them from all the little windows they'd carved out of their rounded stone structures. Dusting his hands off, as if he were preparing to get to work, Nero muttered, "Okay, time to earn that cheddar." Turning his attention to the group of 10 kobolds who'd arranged themselves in the center of the roof he was on, Nero grinned while beginning to form his acid ball spell. The moment he did, one of the kobolds near the rear glanced over at him reflexively. Now that he was actively becoming a threat, his presence in the ether was much harder to hide. With a screech, it pointed at him, causing the others to turn away from their casting and focus on him. Nero didn't wait for them to comprehend how he'd gotten there, and instead began firing softball-sized globs of death at them. Just to be sure, he allocated 2 for each of them. Considering they were casters, they had no shields to hide behind, so he wasn't all that worried. In short order, they were rolling off the roof in pain as their scales melted. Dismissing his spell, Nero took a deep breath to focus. He reached out with his essence field and began funneling the thin soul stuff in the ether toward him. There wasn't all that much in the area, but there was still some floating over from where all the fighting had been. It was a start. Collapsing more essence into his collected reserves, while waiting for more death to reinforce his mage armor, he focused on carving his spell shell chucker and sticky fire spell forms to his shoulders. The configuration had worked well in his last large-scale engagement,
and he didn't see why it wouldn't work again. Walking over to the edge of the roof, he began blanketing the ground around the short building with flames to finish off the kobolds that had been burned by his acid. All too quickly, he was noticed by the surrounding kobolds who'd been focusing on chasing after the formation. Not wanting to wait for them to get coordinated, he began launching spell shells into the surrounding buildings. Explosions begat death, and that death begat soul stuff accumulating around him. The more he killed, the more he could kill. Not every death was a clone, so Nero got more proof that his assumptions had been at least partially correct.
There was plenty of soul stuff ignoring him, but more than enough to fuel his spells. Unable to think of a cool way to get down from the roof, he reluctantly took the time to crawl down from the ledge as the buildings around him burned. Once back on the ground, he resumed his assault. Like a mobile turret, he began spreading out his sticky fire while shells took out whatever groups of kobolds had the temerity to pop up. He ran at a light jog as most of his focus remained on his casting. Whenever he had a moment, he reinforced his mage armor. He really wanted to pump enough into it for it to get back to that invulnerable state it had achieved during his last massacre. His working theory was that it just required a substantial amount of potential being infused into it before it fundamentally altered itself into a true enchantment. Occasionally, a kobold would get a spell off, or an arrow shot, but they weren't nearly powerful enough to defeat his defenses. Without needing to draw his sword, he ran through the streets after the formation,
Eager to clear the way behind them. As more and more buildings blew up, he was able to spread out his fire to include a larger area. Kobolds died by the dozens as he filled the streets with magically imbued fire that was enchanted with the idea that it should burn. Shells exploded with the inherent desire to shatter bodies and stone. Nero focused on adding whatever concepts he could into his spells, with the soul stuff providing the potential. The spell forms themselves providing nothing more than the construct for him to enchant. The magical fires he set caused more of their own, and the shrapnel from his explosions took out kobolds by the score. It was indirect spell effects for the win. While he watched his enemies fall, Nero marveled at the power of magic here, and how, with enough potential, he could make anything.
He wondered what more essence-dense areas were like, and what kind of enchantments could exist in them. There was probably a balance. It would make sense that the more essence in the ether, the stronger the reality around it was. Either way, it would be interesting to see. While part of his mind was struggling to stop his thoughts from drifting, the majority of it was focused on his cycle of spells. Collapse essence, fill up the spell form, collect soul stuff, imbue the construct, fire it, collapse essence, refill his mage armor, collect soul stuff, imbue his mage armor, repeat. As he approached the larger kobold buildings, he realized he was finally in range of bringing them down. He could tell that the formation was already past them, as he couldn't see them with his perception field. Not wasting his opportunity, he began shelling them mercilessly. He'd filled the ether with plenty of soul stuff, so he was able to charge the hell out of his shells with destructive potential. But his first few shells showed him that he'd underestimated the kobold's building prowess. The larger buildings took his shells like a champ. There was some damage, but not nearly enough to bring them down. Need more Daka, he said to himself, before absently sending a wave of sticky fire to obliterate a contingent of kobolds who had thought they were being sneaky by coming up behind him. While he wanted to bring down the buildings, he didn't want to over-imbue his spell and cause another problem for Jennings to give him shit about later. There was a fine line between bringing down a building and bringing down reality. He needed just the right amount of sugar to sweeten the cake without making it taste like candy. Slowly ramping up how much soul stuff he was using, he soon found the sweet spot. The moment he did, the buildings began to come apart. Giggling like an idiot,
He walked forward while pelting the building with exploding shells as they came down in a glorious display of violence. He'd seen videos of buildings being demolished, but he'd never seen it happen in person. It was freaking amazing. While he was constantly funneling soul stuff into the spells, he wondered idly how the kobolds had even built something like that. From the back of his mind, he began answering his own question. He imagined the kobolds coming together in large groups to lay out ritual patterns that could build their structures from ambient essence, fueled by sacrificing their workers. He remembered how the grunts walked over in groups to have their throats slit. It was a disconcerting feeling to know what had happened and how the kobold clones who died had been totally fine with it. Unconsciously pausing his assault, Nero gripped his head with his hands. "What the hell was that?" he mentally shouted to himself.
Nero had felt something like that before, but that had been when he'd been sleep delving. The only conclusion he could come to was that he'd somehow appropriated something from all the kobold soul stuff he'd been filtering through his center. An arrow bouncing off his face made him snap out of it, his mage armor protecting him. Snapping his eyes toward the shooter, he restarted his spell form for sticky flames. In no time at all, he re-cleared the area before glancing at the remains of the larger buildings, which were now nothing more than ruins. Beyond them in the distance, he could see the throne room gates beginning to open. The formation had made it. In the center of the doors, a bright red light began pouring out from the crack. As they split open, their golden carvings reflecting the flames he'd set throughout the cavern, Nero could see a massive rift already active behind them. While the doors continued to open, he could hear the sound of fighting and explosions going off in the distance. "Oh shit," he thought to himself, before he began running. Chapter 271. Prepping for his defense. Slipping the edge of her spear around a kobold shield, she swiped the edge of its blade across a kobold throat before guiding the dying body to the ground out of the way. The maneuver was performed so smoothly that she didn't even need to alter her footing while she ran. Kathleen continued to dispatch kobolds, one after another, as she focused on the reports she was receiving through the command channel. While she would have preferred to be at the front line with the rest of the elite fighters, she knew Knight Angleton was too busy to maintain command. Wincing at the feeling of Mage Tallow's overstressed presence, she listened to his report on the status of the shield. "We're having to pull more and more mages out of the group cast. We can't wait for them to faint. The healers are already struggling to carry the ones that have. But, as long as we continue to get further away from the kobold siegecasters, we should be able to manage," he reported unemotionally, his presence doing the job of broadcasting his doubts about their likely success. "Understood. We should be under the larger buildings soon, and that should cut off their lines of fire well enough to allow our mages to recover," she replied evenly. Turning her attention to the other team leaders that were giving their own reports, she continued to cut down kobolds while coordinating the formation change as they began making their way toward the throne room in between the buildings. While the wackos hadn't had the opportunity to train together, most of them had experience with large-scale formations from their time in the army. Those that didn't were fully capable of following along with the people who did. They were making good time, and they were soon under the shadow of the larger buildings, drastically reducing how many siege spells the mages had to defend against. While there were still plenty of kobolds firing down at them from the windows above them, she couldn't see that many groups working together to cast the more dangerous siege spells. Soon, they'd be at the throne room doors, and then they'd finish this. Her attention was pulled by Mage Tallow requesting a moment of her time again. Mentally connecting to him over the command channel, she waited for him to speak. Feeling her presence now listening to him, he said quickly, "One of my mages has requested to know the location of Lord Walker. Apparently, he has not been seen in a while, and he is no longer with the team he'd been assigned to." Not even remotely surprised, Kathleen replied, "Don't worry about it. I'm sure our Lord is fine. No doubt..."
her reply was cut off by the sound of explosions going off behind the formation.
While she couldn't see what was happening, she could feel the buildings around her beginning to shake. Chuckling to herself, she continued, "As I was saying, no doubt our Lord is doing what he does best, eliminating his enemies." Disengaging from the connection immediately, she contacted Knight Angleton, urging him to speed up their march. She had a feeling that remaining between the buildings might not be the best idea. "Shit, shit, shit!" Nero rapid-fire cursed as he ran as fast as he could through what was left of the buildings toward the throne room. Having turned his sticky fire spell form towards his rear, he left a blazing trail of fire behind him to ward off any pursuers. While in front of him, he blasted away with much more reasonably powered spell shells at any kobold groups he encountered. His personal assault on the encampment had been a great success, likely killing hundreds of kobolds and throwing their coordination into chaos. The few kobolds you came across looked just as surprised to see him as was to see them. He was sure they'd eventually realize he was no longer in the area with all the fires, but until then he was relatively free to move through the ruins toward his goal. Meanwhile, his mind was running at full speed, trying to process the fact that the portal was already open. His first thought was that it was his fault for killing so many kobolds, thinking that they were likely the power source the ritual used to power the connection. Yet, looking at the ether and how the soul stuff was moving, he second-guessed himself. As far as he could tell, there was no steady suction coming from the throne room, nor did he ever remember seeing any. He was 90% sure that his gratuitous violence upon the encampment had nothing to do with the portal opening. However, as he was the only person he knew capable of seeing the soul stuff, he very much doubted anyone would take his word for it. Kathleen is going to be so pissed, he realized with a wince as he jumped over a shattered kobold defensive position. Mentally chiding himself for thinking more about being in trouble than the fact that they might not end up making it out of here, Nero tried to instead focus on the problem. They, or more accurately, he, needed to close that damned portal. He'd done it before, and he could do it again. He just needed to get close to it. Considering how quickly he was moving through the ruins of the larger buildings he'd brought down, Nero made it to the rear of the Wacko formation in less than 10 minutes. On the way, he'd ignored the smoking piles of rubble and twisted kobold bodies that he'd been responsible for. Normally, he'd probably have enjoyed the opportunity to question his humanity and changing moralities in this new world, as if he were a good-natured hero who'd been forced to confront the horrors of war. Reveling in such a familiar scene would have been awesome, but he didn't have time. Instead, his focus was entirely on what his senses were telling him, the closer he got to the formation. The incredibly tall throne room doors were now fully open, laying themselves flat against the sides of the entryway. Whoever had designed the place had done an amazing job of coordinating them into the walls, making it look like they weren't even doors anymore, just part of the architecture. All that remained was a massive opening, which was now filled with wackos trying to force their way inside. The wacko formation had transitioned into a large rectangle, with a majority of the melee fighters at the front, which, unfortunately, left the rear open to assaults from the remaining kobolds from the encampment. The moment he was in range, Nero began supporting them with spell shells from his shoulder-mounted spellform cannon. While he hadn't expected cheering at the sight of him appearing from the rubble, he couldn't help but wince at the feeling come off the formation in the ether. There was nothing but panic and defeat rolling off them in waves. He crossed the last of the open ground between what was left of the larger kobold buildings and the formation as quickly as he could. As he did, he made sure to spread out as much sticky fire as he could to ward off any kobolds who might be following him. The rear lines were not all that dense, and the few people with shields were spread out. He could see that many of the people holding the lines weren't normally front-line fighters. Some of them were even wearing healer robes. It was obvious that a majority of their stronger fighters were busy at the door trying to get the formation through the door.
While he was met with some surprise at his arriving how he did, on the whole, nobody questioned him. Aside from a few, "My lord!"
"You're here!" Nero passed through the line without issue. It must have been quite a sight to see him running out of the kobold encampment, slinging death and destruction left and right. But he wasn't mentally capable of thinking about that at the moment. He needed to know what was going on in the throne room on the other side of the door. Glaring up at the shield still being maintained by the mages, he was both happy to see it still protecting them, while also being annoyed at how it was stopping him from just raising himself up so he could get a better look at what was happening. Now, somewhat in the middle of the formation, he could see how poorly their assault was going. Dead bodies were being resuscitated by tired-looking healers, while injured soldiers tried to keep themselves alive for their turn. Interspersed throughout were mages who were looking on the brink of death from center overuse. Many of them were sitting down, having collapsed from the stress of trying to keep the shield over their heads from failing. It was not looking good. Gritting his teeth at the emotional pain of leaving them, Nero prioritized heading to the front. He needed to understand what was going on and come up with a plan on how he could help. He had access to plenty of soul stuff. His center was full, his collected essence was brimming, and his mage shield was practically humming with power over his skin. He knew he could turn the tide of the battle if he could find an opportunity. Looking up, he could somewhat see the interior of the throne room through the door. The high ceilings were lit by the light of the portal. The blistering red sun on the other side filled the entire chamber with a sense of imminent danger and hopelessness. What was probably once a beautiful testament to human achievement now looked like the setting for the finale of a horror movie. His perception field allowed him to see the front line of the wackos being held back by hundreds of kobolds pressing down on them. Still a football field away from them, the top of the massive portal loomed over everything like a grim backdrop. Seeing as the shield overhead was currently set around 10 feet high, Nero realized he had a little room to work with. While standing maybe 10 feet behind the frontline fighters, currently struggling to cut down the veritable horde of kobolds, Nero raised himself a foot or two up onto his trusty pillar spell to get a better look at what was happening. He needed to see with his eyes, as his perception field didn't stretch far enough to reach the portal. Dropping his jaw in shock, Nero wasn't prepared to see organized formations of taller kobolds in what looked like full armor and robes arriving slowly out of the base of the portal. They were not grunts or clones, or like any kobold he'd ever seen before. Even from the distance he was at, he could tell that the kobolds coming out of the portal were on par with the human soldiers he'd been fighting alongside. "This is not good," he said to himself. Glancing around at the bigger picture, he could see mounds of dead kobold clones piled up alongside both sides of the portal. Seeing the portal for the first time in all its glory, Nero guessed it must be the size of an apartment building, 5 or 6 stories tall at least. For a moment, his mind stalled at the attempt of conceptualizing how many of their own kind they'd killed to power the damned thing. Kobold society suddenly made a lot more sense to him. They treated the kobold clones like multi-purpose resources that were both cannon fodder and fuel for their wars. As nothing more than walking batteries that could be used to build structures, portals, or anything else they'd need through rituals, the kobolds in charge didn't consider them part of their community. The casual disregard for their life was almost too much for Nero to fathom. All of this raced through his head in seconds as he looked around in horror at how badly the wackos were doing. Snapping out of it, Nero began collecting soul stuff and charging his spell shell chucker. With enough power, he should be able to launch shells over the frontline fighters' heads directly into the kobold swarm and deal some real damage. Starting from the left, Nero began firing off shells at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds. He aimed for the kobold grunts that were moving to reinforce the front.
When he strafed his fire toward the center, he fired a few shells off toward the true kobolds who'd come through the portal, hoping to push them back and make them question whether it was even worth it to come through. Continuing with his sweep, he made it all the way to the right of the room with his careful targeting before he took a moment to evaluate his success.
For the areas with the kobold clones, his efforts had been more than effective. The kobolds hadn't expected a mage like him, and were consequently obliterated. However, the same couldn't be said about the true kobolds by the portal. His first shell near them looked like it had gone off as expected, causing some serious damage. However, now that the smoke had cleared, Nero could see that several of the robed kobolds had set up eerily similar blue shields that had stopped the rest of his shells cold. The speed at which they'd adapted was scary. What was worse was that they were now all staring toward the fighting, paying close attention rather than chatting amongst themselves like they had been. Not wanting to wait for their likely reprisal, Nero focused on clearing out the kobold grunts. He quickly resumed fire on the horde of kobolds filling the majority of the throne room with their screams and hisses. With his perception field, he could see that some larger kobold groups were arriving in the rear as well. Cursing under his breath, Nero began focusing on changing out the spell forms over his shoulders to both be spell chuckers, one for the front and one for the rear. Closing his eyes, he focused on his perception field and began firing shells one after another in both directions, all the while standing in the center of the Wacko formation on his 3-foot-tall pillar of stone, as chaos reigned around him. For about 5 minutes, his turret-like assault was a complete success, the mages even helping him a little by raising their shields a little higher to give him a better firing angle so he could arc his shots a bit. While he called them shells, his spells were more like mortars, and at the rate he was burning through soul stuff, he couldn't waste energy speeding them up, and instead focused on their explosive potential. The more he cast, the harder it was to concentrate. More and more thoughts seemed to intrude on his mind out of nowhere. His attention wanted to shift to questions about how spells actually worked. How much of an influence was intention versus the spell form's architecture? Could he cast a spell shell without the aid of a spell form if he were able to conceptualize it? Dwarven runes worked without intention, didn't they? Were runecasters just like reality coders, while human mages were more artistic douchebags focusing on their feelings? It was a grueling struggle to keep his attention where it needed to be, on his spells. All at once, everything changed. He felt the ether roil as the Wacko's front line began pushing forward. Without the press of kobolds bearing down on them, they finally had room to maneuver. At the head of the formation, Nero could see Harry and a few of the more elite fighters who used to probably be soldiers under his command, rushing forward. Abilities flashed like strobe lights as they cut down kobolds and pushed deeper into the throne room. The entire formation bubbled, forcing the Wackos who were all around him to get off their asses and get moving. It was as if the entire assault force had gotten a second wind. Not wanting to stop his assault, Nero was forced to attempt to add his pillar spell into his rotation so he could keep firing. Every other spell, he had to pause for a moment to create a new pillar for him to move forward to, while remembering to dismiss the one behind him. Nero had never focused so hard in his life. It was a level of concentration that he'd not known he was capable of. Despite how much his mind wanted to wander, the entirety of his focus remained on what he needed to do. Even with his center constantly being refilled by soul stuff, he was beginning to feel strained. It was as if he were struggling to stay himself, or like he was slowly being diluted somehow. As his eyes were still closed, he relied wholly on his perception field to keep moving. There was so much to pay attention to that he nearly faltered when the edges of his attention reached the area with the true kobolds. While he wanted to take a closer look at them, he knew he couldn't afford the brain power at the moment. Instead, he continued with what he was doing,
finding opportunities to launch his shells both ahead of the front line and behind the rear. Unfortunately, his adamant refusal to acknowledge them didn't stop them from existing. With barely any warning, he felt himself being launched from his pillar. He'd barely noticed it, but someone, or something, had just headshot him. Whatever it was, it had sent him tumbling off his pillar and crashing into the wackos who were following along behind him. Snapping back to reality, Nero winced at the forced break of his intense concentration. He could feel several people holding him up, each one talking over the other.
"Are you all right, my lord?" "Do you need healing?" Waving them off, Nero tried to recall what had happened. He also reached out again with his perception field, checking to see how the fighters were faring without his support. On that front, they were at least holding their own. The number of kobolds he'd already killed had drastically altered the battlefield, allowing the wackos to somewhat take control of the chamber. Then, the memory of what had happened snapped into place for him. One of the true kobold casters had managed to thread a spell of their own between the shield and fighting, using the same firing arc he'd been taking advantage of to return fire. It had been a stone bullet of some kind. The son of a bitch had managed to snipe him. If it hadn't been for his ridiculously overcharged mage shield, he'd be dead right now. Okay, well, these guys are fucking dangerous, he said to himself as he struggled to get his feet back under him. Muttering thanks and reassuring them that he was fine, Nero disentangled himself from the wackos who'd annoyingly been patting him down while checking for injuries. It was obvious that the true kobolds were not at all like the clones he'd grown used to fighting. They were more like real enemy combatants, and not monsters. For a moment, Nero contemplated the fact that they all might actually die here. Wiping out monsters and facing kobold clones was one thing, but facing an organized force of equivalent power was something else altogether. Just as he was about to focus back on the fight, he felt something weird in the ether. Focusing his senses on the essence that was flowing around him, he noticed the soul stuff drastically disappearing. It was flowing toward the true kobolds in a flood. Widening his eyes in shock, he put his entire focus on the edges of his perception field to try and understand what was happening. What he was seeing didn't make any sense. Several kobold casters were waving their hands around like lunatics, while gesturing among their warriors as if they were flicking invisible balls of goo at them. If he hadn't been able to see what was happening in the ether, he probably would have laughed. However, he could, and therefore he didn't. One after another, the kobolds began gaining shells of essence, much like the mage armor he'd developed. The kobold casters were passing out buffs. He couldn't tell exactly how they were doing it, but the results were easy to see. The kobold warriors' muscles swelled, and the essence around their weapons became a little sharper. The process was incredibly inefficient, wasting tons of soul stuff, but they didn't seem to care about that at all. However, Nero did. Without that soul stuff, he didn't have an infinite center. Even worse, he wasn't sure if he had sufficient power to overcome their essence fields without it. His center wasn't all that developed compared to higher-level people. Or at least, he thought it wasn't. These guys' essence fields were probably on par with people, not the paper-thin ones of the kobold clones. If he needed to rely on his own reserves to power his spells, he was screwed. But the pace of the battle wasn't waiting for him. The front line of the wackos continued to push forward, and the ever-increasing numbers of their wounded continued to be cycled back into the middle. All around him, more and more bodies and wounded began to pile up. While everything was happening quickly, even 2 or 3 minutes was enough to change what he was seeing, considering how many people were fighting. As his body stumbled forward, his mind continued to focus on his perception field and all that he was able to see. They were getting closer to the portal, and he could only hope that Harry and the fighters would be able to get him close enough to reach it. The last thing they needed was more reinforcements coming through.
I swear to whatever gods that are watching that I better not have just jinxed us, he thought to himself. Chapter 272. I can't fix it, but breaking it is no problem. Knight Angleton felt it the moment the command channel disappeared. Former Sergeant Blackwood, his longtime friend and comrade, was no longer maintaining it. Sliding his right foot back, he braced behind his shield and received the kobold's crosscut from its offhand blade. While normally he'd counterattack, the kobold's strike was too strong, too controlled to allow him to do so. The enemy was strong and fast, but whatever the enemy casters had done to enhance it made it clumsy. His mind now unburdened by the effort to maintain his connection to the command channel, his thoughts raced. Or, more accurately, several streams of thought all fought for his attention.
Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a kobold being brought down by the soldier next to him. As for his thoughts... First, the kobolds that had arrived through the portal were not at all like the ones they'd been fighting. These kobolds had not been birthed from the material plane, nor had their ancestors. This meant that the local kobolds hadn't just contacted an elemental plane, they'd gone to the trouble of aligning themselves with an established society of kobolds. Most likely, they'd offered this area of the material plane as a bargaining chip to earn their acceptance. In short, this was no longer just a war with the kobolds. It was now a raid by planar invaders. Sweeping his shield across his eyeline, he batted away a thrust from the kobold with the edge of his shield and stepped forward to shoulder-check it back. It was a risky maneuver with the kobold dual-wielding short blades, but the miss had caused it to overextend. Second, Blackwood's falling indicated that he had either been injured enough to lose control of the command channel, or, more likely, that he'd been killed. Considering he'd been under orders to stay back and act as the command channel's conduit, that meant that he'd had no choice in joining the fighting. Which, of course, led to the conclusion that parts of their forward line had faltered. Dropping into a lower stance to allow the kobold's backhanded swing with its main hand to pass over his head, Knight Angleton thrust forward with his sword into the kobold's left thigh. His essence-infused sword succeeded in breaching the kobold's armor and wounding it. In a singular motion, he pulled it back in an arc to knock aside the kobold's expected counterthrust. Checking on the fight going on to his right, he used his ability to form a small shield in front of a kobold's right leg, causing it to stumble. The soldier next to him took advantage of the opening, removing the kobold from the fight with a sword thrust directly into its unarmored snout. It was as brutal as it was effective. Thirdly, considering that the portal was already open and that the enemies they were facing were no longer cannon fodder, he could no longer ignore the fact that they were all likely never going to see Dorchester again. Feinting a direct block to his current opponent's overhead strike from his offhand, Knight Angleton prepared for his counterattack. The moment the kobold's blade approached, he twisted his hips slightly to alter the angle of his shield while sliding his back foot to the side. As he'd expected, the blade brushed past his shield, leaving his opponent's center line open to reprisal. Planting his feet, he thrust his sword forward in an obvious attempt at removing its head. Fully expecting the kobold to block his strike with its main hand, he interrupted his opponent's block using his ability to summon a small, 1-unit-tall, rounded shield directly in front of its blade. Nothing in his expression betrayed the internal smirk he was feeling when he saw his opponent's eyes widen in shock at its imminent demise. His essence-infused sword met limited resistance as it cleaved through the kobold's neck and separated its spine, taking it out of the fight and ensuring its death. Fourthly, and finally, he worried about the state of his friend. Was Blackwood dead or just injured? Without a command channel available to coordinate their forces, was there any chance he wouldn't be joining his friend soon in the afterlife? With a kick to the chest of the falling kobold, Knight Angleton hurled it at the next opponent arriving in front of him. His previous opponent's soon-to-be corpse successfully served as a stumbling block.
giving him the first move.
All of this happened in seconds, the intensity of battle forcing his entire being to work quickly and efficiently.
Beyond his opponent, more waited for their chance to end him and his comrades. And beyond them, there was a portal with countless more waiting to arrive. He would need to be at his best for as long as he could be in order to survive, and he felt his center rising to the challenge. Whether it was due to the new enemy kobolds being more skilled at soul magic, or simply them being the preferred species for the former kobold souls floating around him, Nero was indeed no longer able to control the soul stuff in the ether. Whatever kinds of remnants of emotional identity that was left behind in them were clearly no longer interested in listening to him. Every time he grabbed onto them, they bucked and slipped through his mental fingers.
Gritting his teeth in annoyance as he unconsciously began to panic, Nero found himself in the middle of the battle, feeling metaphorically naked. All around him, wackos were dying. Screaming hordes of human-sized, fully armored kobolds were bearing down on them, and he could do nothing to stop them. What was once a coordinated assault had turned into a chaotic battlefield with uncertain lines and no support. Already he could see patches of the magical shield over their heads opening all over the place as more and more mages were forced into the fighting by proximity. Wounded were no longer able to retreat and wait for healing, as even the healers were being forced to brandish their weapons and defend themselves. These new kobolds were just as fast, just as strong, and just as smart as any one of the humans. He wasn't sure, but he even thought he saw a few enemy abilities going off. Nero could even see that they were communicating with each other. Well, he didn't recognize the language. The fact that it sounded so well defined and similar in scope to his own was terrifying. Even more disturbing was that he could feel that he was on the brink of understanding it. Seconds passed as his mind raced to catch up with what was happening. He felt like he was rooted in place. His uncertainty concerning what he should be doing felt paralyzing. With his senses, he could feel the foreign essence flowing from the portal, taking over the local ether. He was reminded of Nick's half-forgotten explanation about how translation magic worked. The world knew what the words meant, even if he didn't. It was likely that soon the kobold's language would be downloaded into his brain passively, just by being around them. Suddenly, he realized that the kobolds he'd been facing were only a shadow of previous invasions. Not clones, but maybe copies? Echoes of foreign invaders that had at one time invaded long enough for their essence to be absorbed and included into this world's understanding of how things were supposed to work. It was just like the wilds and its animal spawns, but on a macro scale. He needed to close that portal. Forcing himself to move, he struggled forward through the fighting. Wholly relying on his technique to hide himself in the ether, he hoped and prayed to any deity that was listening that the kobolds weren't capable of detecting him. All too soon, he arrived at the fighting. He couldn't do anything other than wince when he saw another wacko fall. Luckily, the battle hadn't gotten bad enough that the bodies were being left where they were. There were still enough humans alive to pull their corpses back from the fighting. Knowing that the moment he acted, he'd break his technique and be seen, he gripped his sword tight and stayed his hand. He needed to prioritize the portal. It was more than a little difficult to move through the battle without running into anyone, as the humans and kobolds were both packed shoulder to shoulder with each other. Yet, taking advantage of his smaller stature, he was able to slowly make his way closer to the portal. In fact, the closer he got to it, the more room he had to maneuver. These new kobolds seemed disturbingly similar to humans, in that they preferred to stay an arm's length away from each other. Taking mental notes about them as he made his way through the crowd, he couldn't help but notice how alien they were,
while also having aspects about themselves that he recognized. Their stature and build were so similar to humans, and their facial expressions, along with how they carried themselves, seemed eerily familiar, despite them not even being remotely human. They were lizard people, but undeniably people.
Their very existence made the kobolds he was used to seeing look like a mockery of life rather than a species of their own. Even the armor they wore was much the same as what the humans were wearing. Aside from the color looking more like smoked-filled metal instead of steel, most of them were clad in designs that wouldn't look out of place on the streets of Dorchester. Even the casters looked similarly robed to the ones he was used to. Of course, there were some differences, but they were slight. The kobolds were wearing more jewelry along with weird headdresses, but still, it was weird. Although he couldn't stop his mind from evaluating what he was seeing, he remained laser-focused on his goal. And in less than 5 minutes, he felt the essence around him indicating that he'd arrived. Rather than staying near the middle, he slipped off to the sides as there were fewer kobolds around. He was behind enemy lines and thoroughly on his own. Thanking all that was holy that he'd figured out how to keep his essence field separate from the surrounding essence, Nero involuntarily trembled at the thought of being discovered. Yes, he still had his powered-up mage shield running, but he knew that without fresh soul stuff to infuse it with, it wouldn't last long under the combined might of their blades. He could see more and more kobolds making their way out of the portal. They sauntered through like they were arriving as guests rather than being reinforcements for a battle. He could tell that they considered the fight already won. In fact, it didn't even seem to Nero like they considered the battle that was happening all that important. After arriving, most of them seemed more interested in commenting to each other about the architecture, while they looked down and mocked the few smaller kobolds that were bowing and scraping before them. Gritting his teeth in anger, Nero tried not to let their attitude get to him, as he needed to remain hidden. It took all of his concentration to avoid kobolds that were moving around. While they couldn't see him, all it would take was one running into him, and he'd be screwed. Or, more accurately, skewered. He simply couldn't stay where he was. If he was going to connect with the portal and close it, he needed to be able to concentrate. Ducking and scampering through the chamber, he hurried to try and find a place to hide. Every second that passed, he felt like he was failing the wackos who were fighting for their lives. Eventually, he arrived at the very edge of the portal, which was butted up against the piles of kobold corpses, which presumably had been used to open the damned thing. Completely pissed that he couldn't come up with a better option, he reluctantly climbed up a few feet onto the pile and took a seat on the now cold bodies below him. The stench was revolting, but it was also unlikely any of the kobolds would find him there. And considering that he was practically right next to the portal, he was fully in range to connect with it. Just to be safe, he carefully moved a few bodies further to hide himself from a casual observer. He didn't know if he could keep up his hiding technique after he started, and the last thing he needed was to be found. He worked quickly but carefully, as he knew every second counted. When he was finally ready, he closed his eyes and reached out to the portal. He'd expected it to be similar to the one he'd dealt with before, and in many ways it was. However, it was also very different, as it wasn't being powered by a ritual anymore. It instead had more similarities to the essence disturbance he had once connected with. In fact, much like the last time, the moment he connected with it, he felt the draw on his mind trying to pull him in. He instinctively knew that he could just let his body go and follow its siren song into another plane. Just like how he'd accidentally killed himself delving into the essence disturbance, he could simply leave his mortal form behind and return to being a soul. Perhaps he could bodyjack a kobold and start over. The essence coming through the portal began to whisper hints as to what the plane was like. He saw cities built out of black and red stone, eerily similar to what the kobolds here had built. But unlike the kobolds he was used to, these cities were advanced.
It was like everything he'd seen before was merely a poor imitation of the real thing. The society itself was militaristic and constantly at war with itself. Merchant councils and warlords ruled over all, and slavery was rampant. But it wasn't really slavery, as their entire concept of individuality was nothing like anything he'd ever experienced. It was all based on soul strength.
Clones and birthing chambers were bought and traded like resources, with only the sufficiently advanced kobolds considered citizens or kobolds. It wasn't all doom and gloom, though, as they also had culture and music in spades. He saw flashes of arenas for fighting, public debates, concerts, and theater. Diverse goods and services made life easy for some, while hell for others. Nero couldn't liken it to any societal model he'd ever seen. Before he could get too caught up in what the essence coming through the portal was showing him, he ripped his mind away and tried to center himself. Gritting his teeth at the headache he was feeling when he arrived back in his body, Nero realized that he'd been unsuccessful at stopping himself from delving too deep. He hadn't even noticed it happening. His mage armor had dissipated, along with his hiding technique. He took a moment to congratulate himself on his forethought of hiding under the corpses, before making another attempt to connect with the portal. "This is gonna be tricky," he warned himself. His mind was now free of any encumbrances and tasks, so he was able to truly devote his full brain power to finding the core of the portal while ignoring anything that tried to distract him. Sending his mind out into the ether, he let the essence flows brush past him without acknowledging them. Like a shark in the ocean, he never stayed in one place. On and on he pushed, dodging and weaving his way through the flows until he found the bundle of essence which maintained the anchor. Because that's obviously what it was, now that he looked at it. It wasn't so much a portal as a connection point. The shape and purpose were almost secondary to what it was in actuality. He could see thick ropes of local essence intertwined with foreign essence flows leading off through the planes. The ritual the kobolds had done had somehow reached out through the ether, broken through the planar boundary, and then woven a point on another plane into the local essence. It was more than an essence disturbance. It was like a stitch in reality, holding two places in two planes together. The foreign essence was taut, and it was exerting force on the stitch to drag itself back where it had come from. When it succeeded, it would drag all of the local essence along with it. Seeing the metaphysical representation of how the entire process worked in stark reality was mind-blowing to Nero. The more he looked, the more he saw, and the more he saw, the more his find felt like it was melting. There was just too much going on for him to process, and that didn't even touch on all the other aspects of the big ball of essence that had to do with how the portal itself was actually functioning. He was merely looking at the anchor part, and was already completely out of his depth. Mentally shaking himself and reminding himself of his goal, he thought, "It doesn't matter. I don't need to understand something to break it. I just need to be sure to do it in a way that doesn't end with me blowing up the entire damned mountain in the process." Focusing carefully on the giant ball of entwined essence, Nero ran his senses over it as quickly as he could. He needed to find a weak point, or at least somewhere to start. Where the previous portal had the glaring weakness of being powered by a ritual, this one was completely self-contained. It was also much more densely packed together than the singular essence disturbance he'd messed around with a while back. Seconds continued to pass, and by the minute mark, he was getting frustrated. He felt like he was trying to solve one of those dumbass brain teasers that people often brought to work to prove how smart they were. He hadn't felt this mentally deficient since he'd last futzed around with a Rubik's Cube. Feeling like he was running out of time, he eventually said fuck it and decided to just start wherever. Reaching out with what he'd cleverly deemed his mind probe, he wedged his mental presence into the ridiculously large ball of essence and began pulling out threads of entwined essence by the handful.
The only thing he could think of to prevent catastrophe was to try and smooth out whatever local essence he found, while allowing the small individual flows of foreign essence to snap themselves back toward their own plane. After all, he couldn't care less what happened on the other side of the portal. Completely focused in the ether, his sense of what was happening in reality faded away. Chunk after chunk of essence was pulled out and dealt with, as the big ball of essence itself continued to struggle within his grasp. When it began to falter, he forcefully held it together with nothing more than his will. He could already hear Archmage Jennings' voice in the back of his head, admonishing him for being a ham-fisted, reckless idiot, while yelling at him for screwing with things he had no business screwing with. But he persevered. He kept on at it until he began seeing a pattern. The moment he did, he began just pulling out the local essence, leaving the foreign essence all tangled up together. Every time he pulled out the local essence, he made sure to try and smooth it out with the relevant local flows that were all around him. He could tell that what he was doing was far from perfect, but on the whole, he thought he was doing a fine job. Of course, that feeling lasted about as long as a good dump before he realized he'd metaphorically just shit the bed. Without the corresponding amount of local essence holding it back, the foreign essence began pulling on the remaining local essence still entwined with it. The moment he realized what was happening, it was already almost too late to do anything about it. And if he didn't do anything, a chunk of local reality would be pulled back through the planes along with the retreating foreign essence. Considering he was right next to the portal, along with the rest of the wackos, that outcome would be less than ideal. So, he needed to do something. Anything. Scrambling for an idea, all he could think of was stopping the foreign essence from returning. Without any other options, he grabbed hold of the foreign essence threads that stretched out through the planes and pulled. He immediately felt like he was a fat guy trying to do a pull-up. Okay, so that didn't work, he thought to himself, sadly. He could feel it. The local essence was about to snap. He was out of time. Unable to come up with anything else, he did something. He wasn't sure how, but his desire to cut the foreign essence off from its source was so strong that his mind became some sort of metaphysical blade. Like a knife cutting a string under tension, the foreign essence snapped. He felt it the moment it happened. Instead of just cutting one essence flow, he'd cut them all. In his perception, it looked like he'd snapped a 10-foot wide steel cable. The side that was connected to the foreign plane shot off into the distance like a bullet while flailing around wildly. He wasn't sure what would happen with it, but he knew it was nothing good. Almost as if the universe itself wanted to admonish him for what he'd just done, he got flashes of a courtyard the size of several football fields, filled with kobolds waiting to go through the portal. It was a mustering area so large that it boggled the mind.
Around it there was open space, ringed with rune-covered towers, which had been designed to collect and distribute the expected mountains and land that the local kobolds were expecting to eventually arrive. They'd done this before. They'd built their plane into a larger and larger world by stealing essence from other planes. The forces here were just to hold the portal and stop anyone from interfering. The hard part was already done, and all they had to do now was wait. Intuitive knowledge of the what and why of what was happening poured itself into his mind with each flash of insight. But Nero got to see what happened when their essence probes into another reality were rebuffed. It wasn't an explosion. If he had to liken it to anything, then it was more like what he'd expect from a nano-cloud tasked with destruction, being unleashed without care into a population center. Kobolds, along with their armor, the ground, the air, the towers, everything came apart. For as far as he could see, reality around the portal simply decided it didn't want to hold together anymore. When the flashes finally faded,
Nero realized his connection to the last of the foreign essence was gone. While a great deal of it still remained, something was happening to it, or with it. The local essence seemed to be incorporating it somehow. The big ball of foreign essence was unraveling and being folded into the local essence flows. The process was surprisingly smooth and almost beautiful in a way. Before it was done with what it was doing, Nero felt something odd through his weak connection with his body. Tilting his metaphorical head in confusion, he slipped back through the ether and opened his eyes. While he was still surrounded and hidden by kobold corpses, what he saw when he peeked out from behind them was almost enough to cause him to scream, "Bullshit!" and ask reality for another ruling. What was once the former throne room had changed.
Where the portal used to be, there was now a shredded mass of flesh and gore, along with piles of rubble stacked nearly to the ceiling. The dimensions of the chamber had changed drastically, and what used to be a giant hall was now simply ridiculous in size. The only positive with what he could see was that he felt an enormous amount of soul stuff floating around in the ether. It was so dense that he couldn't even begin to comprehend how many kobolds had to die in order to create it. And even better, he could feel nothing from it. No remnant minds survived their trip. It was just free potential there for the taking. He could feel that the entire battle had paused, both humans and kobolds of all types stunned into silence by the changing circumstances. This is going to be good, he thought to himself. Chapter 273. I'm sure it will be fine. Seeing another mage from the group next to him disconnect from the shield spell, Merrick began to question whether or not he should as well. As more and more kobolds were throwing themselves into the rapidly growing melee-style free-for-all, there were fewer and fewer ranged attacks coming down on them. So, he'd probably be of more use doing something else. The problem was, Merrick had no idea what that else should be. He knew that it was just a matter of luck that he'd found himself inside one of the few remaining pockets of resistance that still had melee fighters defending its edges. Since the formation had begun to fail, the fighting had become nothing but chaos. But, for the moment, he and a few of his fellow mages, a few healers, and multiple wounded were relatively safe. The same could not be said for everyone else. They all looked like they were fighting for their lives. As he continued to mentally debate whether it was worth it to continue to maintain his connection to the shield spell, he saw that the group of kobold grunts assaulting them was about to be reinforced. Gasping in horror, he watched as 30 or 40 more came rushing forward from the edges of the chamber. He could see that the melee fighters weren't going to be able to hold. Realizing that he'd be in the thick of the fighting soon enough, he quickly tried to recall every lesson and seminar he'd ever participated in during his time at the academy. Now, more than ever, he regretted having not mastered the trick of combat casting. He understood the principle, and he could form his essence shield, but he'd never managed the trick of isolating his essence from the ambient ether when it was under tension. At least, not well enough for him to ever consider himself competent at it. Cutting himself off from the essence flows felt too unnatural. Knowing he was almost out of time, he released his connection to the shield spell hovering overhead and considered how he should prepare. The moment he did, he felt the two other mages alongside him do so as well. He could feel their essence in the ether, their presence reassuring him that despite how bad the situation was, at least he was not alone. Reticent, but determined, he firmed his will and forcefully pulled on his essence field. It hurt, just like he knew it would. His sense of connection with his fellow vassals of House Walker immediately vanished. Suddenly, he was all alone, in the middle of a battle, surrounded by blood and death. He could already feel the panic bearing down on him.
Something primal in his guts was screaming at him to give up and just run for the exits. Ignoring his instincts, he used his essence field to connect with as much essence as he could before beginning to wrap it around himself. Like he'd been trained, he formed the container, trapping the essence within the thin film of his center. The sense of isolation was almost overpowering.
With extensive and harsh training, some people were able to maintain their connection to the ether while building their essence shields. However, he wasn't one of them. He wasn't a war wizard. He was just a working-class mage, like countless others. He was well aware of that. Always had been. In the back of his mind, doubts about whether he would survive and whether or not he should have ever come here began building. But, confronted with the reality of the kobolds pushing through the line of combat and running past the melee fighters, he knew now wasn't the time for second thoughts. Pulling deeply from his center, he began carving a flame bolt spell form between his hands. It was the most familiar spell he could think of, and one he'd cast numerous times before. His mind held the shape as his fingers danced through the air, while he used his center to bring it into being.
As the spell form began to take shape, its indistinct mass of essence mirrored the pattern he'd spent countless hours memorizing. When it was completed, he felt it. It felt right. It was ready. Through the connection he had with his spell form, he willed it to feed off his essence shield, knowing that the ether and its essence flows were currently unavailable to it. He felt the pull immediately. The drain was substantial and would probably be enough to ruin his shield after a single cast. But he'd succeeded. His spell form was charged. He filled it with more center, feeling himself diminish, and brought a small ball of fire into existence. Cupping it between his hands, he narrowed his eyes in concentration before looking up to choose a target. Picking the first kobold he saw, he released it. Just as the spell's name implied, a bolt of fire shot forth from his hands, off towards the kobold.
It slammed into its chest and exploded into a ball of fire, providing enough force to send it hurtling back into the crowd of kobolds behind it. A success. His target was dead. Unfortunately, there were plenty more coming. They'd broken through the line and were now being physically held back by the healers. Panting in exhaustion after having worked so hard to cast a single spell, he clenched his fists in rage. His concentration faltered, and he felt the essence signatures he'd cut himself off from come slamming back into his mind. The now familiar presences of the soldiers he'd been fighting alongside were once again a part of him. Their fear and panic forced him to feel it as well. "Screw it," he muttered, before drawing the daggers he'd brought along from the belt under his outer robes. Knowing that he wasn't going to win this fight with magic, he joined them all in melee, all the while screaming in hate at the little monsters who'd come here to destroy his city.
So much about the chamber had changed since the last time he'd opened his eyes, but Nero knew he didn't have time to look around. The pause in the fighting was too large of an opportunity to pass up. If the kobold casters could make use of all that potential as well as he could, then who knew what kind of damage they would do? So, with little time for experimenting, he went with what he knew. While shoving kobold bodies away, he stood up on the pile of corpses and began casting his spells. Unlike the last time he'd messed with a portal, the ether now felt stronger than ever. There was so much essence floating around that it took effort to ignore it. However, that worked out well for him, because he had no trouble collecting a ton of it in short order. His mage armor was up in less than a second, his brain now almost instinctively setting aside a portion of its processing power to maintain it.
Over his shoulders, both the sticky flame spell form along with the spell shell chucker he'd developed stamped themselves into existence, no longer even needing to be carved. Whether it was his familiarity with the spells or his intense concentration, he was ready for war by the time he'd crawled to his feet. Standing at a height of about 10 feet off the main floor,
He was still somewhat near the base of the massive pile of kobold corpses, but he could easily imagine himself as a lone human standing tall on a pile of dead kobolds. Unfortunately, nobody was around to see him. Instead, every kobold nearby was still staring blankly at the missing portal, which had disappeared. They didn't get a chance to appreciate how awesome he probably looked. Drawing his sword unconsciously as he prepared himself for the violence he was about to unleash, Nero looked around to quickly begin picking his targets. As his eyes darted around, part of his mind was focused on connecting with as much soul stuff as he could get a hold of. Some of it he funneled into his mage armor to charge it. The rest of it he began preparing to use for his spells, filtering it through his center. By the time he was ready, the chamber had largely begun realizing that they were still in the middle of a battle. The fighting quickly began starting up again, as quick-thinking kobolds and humans began taking advantage of the ones who hadn't managed to recover from their confusion. From his position on the pile of sacrificed kobolds, Nero began firing off thick lines of fire that arced down like hose fire onto the smaller kobolds below. There were no humans around, so he had free rein to cover the entire area in his own personal version of a fiery hellscape. But that was not his main focus. Instead, the majority of his attention remained on the center of the chamber, where the larger, true kobolds were, specifically those who'd successfully made their way through the portal. They were all still grouped together, waiting for their turn at the humans. That's where he began sending his spell shells. Knowing that they were probably much stronger than the clones and the weaker kobolds he'd been used to dealing with, he decided not to take any chances. Each shell was filled with plenty of soul stuff and imbued with as much speed as he could impart. On the plus side, it had his shells getting there so fast that they barely lost any height during their flight. The negative, of course, was that the first one erupted before he'd even finished forming his second. Not that it mattered, as he wasn't likely to be interrupted anytime soon. The kobolds, all of the kobolds, were too preoccupied with trying to understand what was happening to pay attention to how amazing he was.
Nero was feeling pretty good about himself, as he saw how many kobolds below him were being lit up like candles, as his fires spewed out like a fire hose from the stage of a festival concert. And the background of true kobold bodies, exploding in 10-foot balls of multicolored essence blooms, made sure that this would probably end up being one of, if not his, fondest memory. There was so much soul stuff in the ether, or unaccounted-for potential, that he didn't know what to do with it. If he'd known any better spells, or was capable of better multicasting, he knew he could probably have come up with something really crazy. But alas, he hadn't much time to experiment or learn spells, so he was stuck doing what he could. He quickly fell into a rhythm, finding it surprising how often he had to replenish the supply of essence he'd collected from the ether. With how much soul stuff he was pumping into his spells, they were taking increasing amounts of essence to fuel themselves. Frowning in confusion, Nero didn't understand why that could be. He'd thought that the amount of essence infused in a spell was a separate variable from how much center or potential he'd imbued it with. Sighing to himself, he realized it was just another mystery topic he'd eventually have to look into if he ever managed to find the time to actually study magic. But it wasn't all bad, as despite not having all that impressive of a repertoire, his spells were pretty effective. From his perch, he was able to decimate the true kobolds before they even knew what was happening. Even with many of them trying to set up defensive shields, eerily mimicking how the humans fought, Nero's spells were charged with so much soul stuff that they had no problem shattering them. In the face of overwhelming power, they had no chance to defend themselves. With the sustained amount of fire he was able to put out, any semblance of coordination or formation they had was obliterated. So much soul stuff was flowing through him that he was beginning to lose track of it. Some was being filtered through his center for his spells, some to his mage armor, and other bits he was just collecting and preparing for his upcoming spells.
As the seconds passed, the more he felt like a conduit for the magic than an actual human being. Right as he began to run out of targets that were far enough away from the fighting line, Nero realized he might have pushed himself a little further than he probably should have. His center felt like it was on fire, or more accurately, like it was burning. Dropping to his knee, he clutched his chest like he was suffering an acid reflux attack after having too many Jabanero hot wings. Unable to keep channeling soul stuff, he paused his attack. Nero honestly had no idea what was going on. He'd overstressed his center before, but he'd never felt anything quite like this. He felt like he was bursting, burning, and breaking apart all at the same time. Even worse, his mind was beginning to wander. His concentration was slipping. And if it weren't for the fact that the entire area around the pile of kobold corpses he was standing on was covered in 50 or 60 feet of solid fire, he'd probably have been swarmed by kobolds without being able to do anything to stop it. Shaking his head back and forth to try and clear his head, he began muttering, "What the fuck is going on?" Collapsing into unconsciousness, Nero inadvertently retook his hiding place among the kobold bodies as just another body on the pile. Without even making the decision to do so, he found himself arriving within his soul space. The transition was so jarring that for a moment he'd been teleported somewhere. Yet, at the same time, he also immediately recognized where he was. Looking around, he was immediately caught off guard by how many balls of memories were floating all around him. There were so many that he couldn't even see the forest he assumed would most likely still be out there somewhere behind them. He couldn't see the sky, or even the path under his feet. If it weren't for the familiar sense of where he was, he wouldn't have believed that this was really his soul. Still feeling the pain in his chest, Nero wasn't sure why, but he felt like he was running out of time. There was just something about the situation that he found himself in that screamed danger to him. In fact, the sense of impending doom was so strong that he found himself instinctively distrusting it. He'd recently learned that he didn't really feel the same kind of fear that he used to. After seeing and experiencing people being healed through any number of horrific injuries, and even death, Nero had come to realize that there was nothing he needed to be concerned about. Without the threat of consequences, why should he fear anything? But whatever threat to his well-being that he was currently facing, whatever was going on, he couldn't stop himself from shivering in panic at the prevailing sense of danger. Somehow, he just knew that if he didn't do something soon, he was going to die permanently. With nothing else obvious, he reached out to the first bit of memory that he could see and brought it out of the cloud around him. His mind was instantly assaulted by the feeling of being a stone. Not just any stone. He was a stone mined from the cliffs of Yiyuch, a name he only knew about to the kobold miners who'd removed him once mentioning it. He might not have recognized the term or even paid attention, but the small part of his mind that was still Nero made note of it. He'd come into existence after the great upheaval of the Third Age, when the sky burned and the seas boiled. Before that, he was just another piece of ground well below the earth. His life, regardless of his form, was one of pressure and perseverance.
He didn't endure. He existed. There was no other thought in his mind, or concern about anything. He was a rock, and that's all he was. While other things around him changed, he did not. He'd been pushed to the surface, ripped from his mountain, dragged, carved, and walked over, but he always remained a rock. That was until he'd been placed. Then he was a paving stone. But he was still who he was, a rock. Well, he was until he wasn't. Snapping out of it, Nero gasped in shock and dropped to his knees while panting so hard he felt like he was going to pass out. What in the ever-living fuck was that? He shouted his question out into the silence. Looking up at the cloud of memories in front of him, Nero's mind scrambled to understand what was going on. The memory he'd just incorporated into his center felt like it had done more harm than good. It had invaded the core of his identity and begun tearing down his perception of reality. Who he was suddenly lesser than it was before. He felt tainted. The only saving grace of the situation was that the rock's life he'd incomprehensibly experienced was ultimately rather dull. He couldn't imagine how screwed up his sense of self would have been if he'd tried and done that with the identity of something sentient or more complex. Experiencing the life of an animal or a person would have probably driven him crazy. In panic, he couldn't stop himself from staring in fear at the all-encompassing cloud around him. How many lives were out there, just waiting for him to see? Where had they come from? What the hell was going on? Nero fought against the pain in his chest, realizing that it was, impossibly, his soul that was suffering. Whatever was going on wasn't something physical, but spiritual. Instinctively growling at the ridiculousness of the situation he'd found himself in, Nero began trying to piece together how this could have happened.
The only thing he could think of was that he'd somehow acquired the memories of the things that had come apart on the other side of the portal when he'd destroyed it. How that might have happened, he could only guess. Most likely, the cloud of what he'd thought was soul stuff hadn't actually been soul stuff from people, but from everything. It was the ethereal manifestation of some of the foreign essence that he might have accidentally stolen from the other plane. When he'd used soul stuff before, he'd come to somewhat understand it. Going by how he understood things worked, it made a bit of sense that the souls that passed on to the other planes were the only actual souls that he'd actually been dealing with. The potential, as he'd come to refer to it, was likely just the essence borrowed from the world which had been given an identity by the soul. So, when a soul died, it left whatever hadn't been fully incorporated into it behind.
Everything else, like rocks and possibly plants and such, probably worked the same way, but without a soul. Their identities were there, just not actualized. When the portal had tied realities together, the meaning of what things were was split between them. While he didn't understand how it all worked together exactly, it was obvious that the bits of essence that this reality had acquired from the other side included some of their material planes, which had been forcefully turned back into free-floating potential with an unrealized identity. And he'd stupidly been using it to power his spells. Even worse, he'd somehow allowed some of it to infect his soul with their original identities. If he wasn't able to overcome them with his own sense of Nero, turning it into his own identity, then he'd end up getting diluted. Maybe that's what essence flows were, just concepts that weren't given form. A flow of rock essence was rock, but not any rock in particular. Center was just human essence, with a particular flavor of Nero. Potential, or experience, reinforced things and made them more real. That's why spells needed center to exist, otherwise they were just essence flows. Looking around at all the already imbued essence filling his soul space, he couldn't help but gulp in fear. I was wrong. This is not going to be good, he said to himself. Chapter 274. Embracing the Inner Nero. Kathleen Averitt had spent a lifetime training her senses, so she knew full well how poorly the battle was going. While she may not be able to see everything that was happening, she could sense where the kobolds were and how broken the formation had become. Glancing to her right, she felt her blood boil at the thought of fighting actual planar invaders like these new kobolds that had arrived. She'd prefer to be over there testing her mettle against them,
But instead, she was stuck here, fighting these weaklings.
But a battle leader's place is wherever she is most needed, she reminded herself in a whisper as she kicked away another kobold corpse before moving on. Temporarily tossing her short spear and shield into the small personal space she'd spent years developing, Kathleen swapped out her weapons for a 5-unit tall bladed spear staff and a more aggressive stance. While most people might prefer a shorter weapon when fighting in close quarters like these, she was perfectly capable of using the press of bodies to her advantage. With the formation being overrun, now wasn't the time to hold back. Her spear shot forward like a piston, narrowly avoiding the 2 wackos in front of her. It pierced a kobold who was in melee in its snout, reaping its life so quickly it couldn't hope to understand how it had died. Pivoting slightly with her hips, she repeated her strike a little to the left, killing another kobold who was wailing away on one of her wacko's shields. She slid back and forth along the combat line behind the main fighters, her spear rapidly taking lives as she took full advantage of her spear's reach. She couldn't help but smirk at the fact that the wackos weren't allowing themselves to be caught off guard by their enemies randomly dying in front of them. They didn't pause in shock or hesitate. They instead took advantage as best they could. When the kobold in front of them stopped fighting, they were already moving on to the next one. After a minute or two of reinforcing the lines, she allowed herself a moment to consider how the fight was going. Leaping up over several wackos, she ran across armored shoulders without them even feeling her pass by. The shield above her had been abandoned by the mages, and she needed to be careful to avoid the few arrows that were raining down from above. While the kobold casters were holding back due to the likelihood of friendly fire, their stupid archers didn't seem to mind killing their own troops on the off chance that they might wound a human or two. With the back of her hand, she swatted away another arrow as she looked around. Not even infused with essence, the arrows were nothing more than a distraction. She doubted they could even pierce a wacko's skin. The portal anchor allowed her to see how things were developing with its harsh red light, and while it didn't look good, she couldn't help but feel her entire center burning with excitement. This is the type of fight I've been missing. An overwhelming enemy to overcome despite the odds, all for a cause worth fighting for, she thought to herself as she danced above the battle. She moved through the formation, occasionally taking kobold lives, where her soldiers looked to be hard-pressed to hold them back. She noted that the center of the formation was holding up well enough, and it looked like Blackwood had made it to the healers. While he wouldn't be able to reinstate the command channel without gathering everyone up again, it was good to see him survive. She didn't think they had any combat healers who could resuscitate people in the middle of all this fighting. A skilled warrior is worth countless recruits, she noted absently as she dismissed him from her mind and checked in on how the fighting at the front was going. Most of their force's stronger warriors were engaged with the planar invaders directly, leaving the rest of the formation to handle the weaker terrestrial kobolds. Abusing the height advantage from running atop the battle, she was able to watch as her forces struggled to hold back the kobolds. Meanwhile, she could see that more and more were coming through the portal, calmly waiting their turn at the humans. They were worthy enemies, and if she survived, she'd have quite the story to tell. But for that to happen, she knew she first had to figure out how to organize a retreat. Without a command channel, the likelihood of coordinating anything was too low. Yet, if they didn't pull back soon, it would be too late. Arriving near the front, she dropped down behind Knight Angleton and shouted, "We need to pull back! Start falling back to the throne room doors. If we can make it to one of the kobold buildings, we can begin setting up defenses for a prolonged siege and begin coming up with some options." Still fighting, he didn't have time to speak with her directly, so instead just replied without turning around. "That will only buy us some time. We don't have any reinforcements to wait for. We need to close that portal." "Where is Lord Walker?" he asked grimly while parrying another attack from the kobold in front of him. While shooting the tip of her spear between the fighting into the armpit of one of the kobolds, Kathleen replied evenly, "I haven't seen him. Most likely he's off causing trouble on his own. You know as well as I do that he isn't the type to follow orders." You think he's fallen? The knight asked, his tone tinged with worry. Laughing uproariously as she stabbed a kobold through its throat from behind the safety of the combat line, she replied, Fallen? I doubt it. He's harder to kill than an essence-mutated cockroach. Trust me, I've seen him rebuild his own heart from scratch during training mid-fight. All the while he was cursing me out for my insane training regime and threatening me with a lawsuit. I'm more worried about the rest of us. Sounding stubborn and determined, Knight Angleton replied, We'll be fine. We just need to hold as long as we can. There is no point in falling back and regrouping.
We came here to stop the threat of this portal, and that's what we're going to do. But the longer this goes on, the less likely our chances of success become. You should know as well as I do that retreat has never been a realistic option. Mentally scoffing at the man's overly rigid mindset, she was about to explain how a temporary retreat was their only choice when the entire situation changed completely. She, along with everyone else, froze in confusion as the ether pulled taut around them. The normally chaotic essence flows stopped moving, making it seem as if the entire world around them was about to shatter into a million pieces, killing them all along with it. Kathleen felt herself gripped tight by the world, held in place as if some deity was holding her in place while deciding her fate. Considering how everyone around her looked the same, she could only assume she wasn't the only one feeling it. Seconds passed as her eyes danced around, trying to understand what was happening. She couldn't move. It was a struggle simply to turn her head at all. Above her, she saw an arrow, mid-flight, slowly falling, as if all of its momentum had been ripped away. Was this a spell? How was this possible? Then, in a non-physical blast of essence so strong that it rocked her center, she felt the world start up again. Stumbling back from the shock of feeling the sound around her return to normal, she watched in awe as the portal simply vanished. Behind it, the back of the chamber was just gone. In its place was a mountain of kobold bodies and rubble. The chamber had expanded drastically, ruining the smooth walls and turning the entire area into a cavern. For the first time in a long time, she hesitated. What she was seeing made absolutely no sense. Even the ether around her felt confused, uncertain. The entire battle had come to an abrupt stop, no one having the strength of mind to overcome the shock and keep fighting.
The light from the portal was gone, leaving the entire chamber in shadow. What few fires were burning were not near enough to provide enough light for everyone to see. Recovering faster than most, she was about to start taking advantage of the situation when everything incomprehensibly changed all over again. Explosions erupted all over the place, filling the air with kobold invaders' bodies being blown apart with what looked like tactical spells from a skilled war mage. Had reinforcements come after all? "What in all the hells below is happening?" she muttered in a hiss, as she ducked under a kobold torso that was flying past her, covering her in gore. Nero's wide, panicked eyes stared at the cloud of memories hovering over him. He couldn't bring himself to stand up in the face of their growing pressure. With a fist gripping the chest of his armor, he tried to hold back tears as his center burned deep inside him. He felt like he was dying. It was a struggle to even think.
He needed a way forward, a plan. Falling back on his training from his count them, two management training seminars he'd attended on the company's dime, he tried to take a breath and put his situation in terms he could understand. First, he needed to isolate the problem. That was easy. He was dying. Mumbling to himself, he noted, "Not the time to be a flippant asshole. Think, man." He had foreign essences with their own identities floating around in his soul space. How they got there,
and what they would do to him wasn't important at the moment. What was important was that none of them should be there, and he needed to deal with them. How to deal with them? Just like a toxic employee ruining the team dynamic, he either needed to bring them under control or fire them. So, he either needed to figure out a way to incorporate the essence or get rid of it. Were either of those possible? Probably. Maybe. Had to be, right?
Nero had enough experience with his soul space to generally understand how it all worked. The memories were his experiences that hadn't been fully incorporated into his soul. By reviewing and understanding them, they would reinforce his center and help him grow. Could he somehow use foreign experiences the same way, without changing who he was at a fundamental level? If he could, then how would he go about doing that? The answer was, he had absolutely no bloody idea. Moving on, he said to himself. Option 2, getting rid of them. The memories found their way in, so there should be a path through his soul space where he could spit them back out. Of course, doing so would require him to figure out the why and how of how they had gotten there in the first place. Reaching out with his senses, he tried to see past the memories and look at the rest of his soul space. There was likely some ingress point or place where his soul connected to the outside world. His panicked searches showed him nothing, as he could barely sense anything other than the cloud of memories that hung over the entire area in a fog. This is pointless. Assuming there is some release valve or soul anus is just wishful thinking, he thought to himself. He couldn't stop his mind from focusing on the question of how they had gotten there. Yes, he realized where they had come from and what they were, but that didn't help him understand what in the hell they were doing here, inside him. Cringing at the wording of his thoughts, Nero panted in pain as he curled up into a ball on the floor of his soul. He felt his center buckling under the growing pressure. It felt like his entire being was being pressed down on by the weight of the memories begging him to look at them. They were all demanding his attention, poking at him and shouting for him to acknowledge them. Mumbling to himself, as he thought out loud, he said, "Okay, so obviously, these are the essence signatures from stuff from the other plane. They came from the soul stuff I filtered through my center and used to power my spells. So, can I just reverse cast or something to get rid of them?" No, of course not, because that's not a thing. The problem was that they were no longer essence streams out in the ether. They were already inside his center, or at least close enough for that distinction not to matter. It was too late to treat them like free-floating essence balls, and instead had to treat them like what they were. Memories and identities all of their own. His clenched eyes opened wide as he shouted, "Enchanting!" Nero remembered his one singular lesson on enchanting that Archmage Jennings had once given him. The lesson had actually been about delving, but Nero skillfully ignored that unimportant detail. From what he remembered, enchanting was using one's center to overwrite a thing's identity with one that the enchanter created. A skilled enchanter could create something out of raw essence, creating an identity out of nothing. Following that, Nero assumed that the potential used during the process came from the enchanter's center, with the essence providing the material. Well, Nero didn't need to create anything. All he needed to do was overwrite the essence signature or identity of the memories with his own. He needed to do the opposite of what it was doing to him. He needed to imbue them with Nero, the same way they were trying to imbue him with them. Still curled up in a ball, he weakly held up a hand toward the cloud and called forth one of the smaller memories. As it drifted out of the cloud, he struggled not to actually connect with it. He didn't want to see it. He just wanted to touch it. Cupping it with his hand, he brought it to his chest and stared at it. He held it in front of him like a football, seemingly protecting it from the rest of the Khud hovering all around him. Trying to focus, he consciously wrapped it up in some of his center, delicately pulling it out of his body like threads coming off a ball of yarn. It took a great deal of effort, and all the while he could feel himself weakening. The more he pulled out of his center, the more indistinct and weaker he felt. It felt like he was disappearing, becoming less than he was before. His thoughts slowed. Whatever passed for his body in this place cooled, and he couldn't stop his eyes from closing as he curled tighter into a ball like a spider dying from a douchebag kid spraying it with pesticide. But he persevered. By sheer force of will, he held on. More and more of his center slipped into the memory, coloring it. The last sight he saw before his eyes closed was the cloud of memories becoming more and more like a hardened ball of golden candy. Eventually, his thoughts failed, and there was nothing left, just darkness and quiet. Nero came to with a start.
Instead of seeing with his eyes, his senses were spread out in a 360-degree field all around him. He'd felt something like this before. It was like he was having another out-of-body experience. It was a situation he was growing more and more comfortable finding himself in. The cloud of memories was still just as oppressive as before, but now there was an addition to his soul space. In front of him, he saw the hazy shape of a body sitting there in front of him. It was fading quickly, seemingly disappearing right in front of him. "What the hell am I doing outside of my body?" he wondered, before hurling himself at the indistinct shape that was curled around itself like a child who died from the cold during a snowstorm. Coming to with a gasp, Nero felt his connection with his body reestablish itself. A sudden understanding of what happened slammed into his mind like a shroom-induced epiphany. "I took over the memory," he thought to himself in glee. Somehow, he'd poured everything he was into the memory, successfully overwriting it. He could even feel the remnants of what the memory used to be, hovering in the background of his mind. Rather than the memory being a memory, it was more like a half-forgotten movie he'd watched but not really paid attention to. The memory he'd taken over was one from a helmet. He could sort of remember at one time being forged. The asshole kobolds kept reheating him and pounding on him until he eventually took the shape that they'd wanted. Rather than remembering what the helmet had felt about what had been happening to it at the time, Nero recalled how he would have felt about experiencing what it had gone through. But even then, the memory was hazy and more like a dream, or maybe a thought experiment. It had in no way affected him as a person. If anything, the added experience made him feel as if he was more himself than ever. He was almost positive that his center had grown stronger, or maybe bigger. That hazy image of my body must have been my former connection to my body that I had abandoned while I poured everything in my center into the memory. This time, I didn't just body-jack someone, I soul-jacked them. Well, it wasn't a person, it was a helmet, but for a first attempt it wasn't too shabby, he thought to himself with a grin. While the experience was in no way pleasant, and he still felt like he was being pressed into the ground by all the memories waiting for their turn, Nero finally felt like he had a way through this debacle. All he had to do was continually kill himself by taking over the memories one after another until they were all Nero, and he was all that was left. The memories themselves had no will, no ego. They were nothing more than life experiences waiting for him to incorporate into his center. It would take time, but he could do it. Looking around, he thought of the perfect quote for the situation he'd found himself in. "I'm not locked in here with them. They're locked in here with me." "Better start with the smaller ones before I try to tackle anything too big," he muttered to himself. He could already imagine a scenario where he tried to take over an identity stronger than himself and ending up failing to take control of it, thereby likely killing himself in the attempt. But he doubted it would be a problem.
There were a lot of weak-willed crap memories from helmets and rocks floating around he could deal with before he got to the kobolds that were probably out there waiting for him somewhere in the cloud. Who knows? This might all end up growing his center enough to earn him a few levels by the time he was finished cleaning up the place. Wait, will I have a memory of this experience to later review and incorporate into my center? How would that work? Seems a little reductive?
Reductive is the right word, right? Maybe circular?
Not the time. Focus, man. Semantics and word choice aside, now is the time for soul eating. Embrace your inner demon, he said to himself while attempting to concentrate. Firming his resolve, he forced himself up into a seated position before reaching out for his next identity fraud victim. Muttering grandly to himself, he said, "The Nero is all, and all shall be Nero. Resistance is futile." Chuckling madly at how clever and funny he was, he began wrapping his center around the small cloud of memories in his hands. Chapter 275. You're perfect just the way you are. Archmage Jennings stood off to the side of the city lord's reception party outside the gate. He was close enough to indicate his support, but not so close as to be considered one of her retinue. While dwarves as a species usually ignored political nuances, he was sure they would understand what he was implying. Sending out a quick scry, he confirmed that the Battleborns should soon be arriving. After sighing in annoyance at circumstances having forced him to be here, he turned his head to the arriving Grand Master of the local Order of Knights. He raised his eyebrows to demonstrate his surprise at him choosing to make an appearance. While he'd, in fact, noticed him coming from the moment he entered the district, it was much easier to prompt the answer to the question of what he was doing here by pretending he hadn't. The towering Grand Master walked up calmly to take his place beside the Archmage, his entire presence like a fixed point of essence in the ether that forced the surrounding essence flows to move around him. "I see you've decided to make your presence known as well," Grandmaster Lancel noted before staring off into the distance toward the arriving dwarves. "So he's here to intimidate the dwarves into behaving, and assumes the same for me," thought Jennings. Rather than explain to the man that he was only here because as acting court mage he was required to be, Jennings merely hummed in acknowledgement. Jennings could feel the Grand Master turning his head to look down at him as he asked, "Do you not find it strange that the capital hasn't deployed the populators to greet them? Isn't that what normally happens when Battleborns visit cities near the Dwarven Mountains?" The Archmage couldn't stop himself from scoffing while gesturing with his thumb over his shoulder. "They're over there. Presumably they're only here to make sure the dwarves don't level the city with their help." Surprised, the Grand Master looked behind him, glancing around in confusion. "I don't sense them. How are they hiding their presence so completely? The ether here still isn't dense enough to allow for full invisibility," he asked while frowning in concentration and straining his senses. Archmage Jennings rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course there is, but that's not what they're doing. They've just currently slipped over to an adjacent dimension so they won't be detected by the dwarven rune mages among the Battleborns." Opening his eyes wide in shock, Grandmaster Lancel replied, "Are they mad? Planar travel will aid in destabilizing the region and increase the speed at which the enemy's plan will come to fruition." Fully turning his head to stare up at the large meathead, the Archmage replied icily, "No, it won't. And what they're doing isn't planar travel. It's—" Pausing mid-sentence, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Just stand there and look intimidating. Leave the higher-level magics to those who are capable of understanding them." Well used to the Archmage's prickly personality, the Grand Master went silent while grunting in what could charitably called an acknowledgement of Jennings' point. They stood in silence for a few minutes,
waiting for the dwarves to arrive.
Both of them passed the time by watching the nervous council of leadership, whispering to each other in panic around the city lord in amusement. Unconsciously straightening up upon their arrival, Archmage Jennings watched as the dwarves sprinted down the outer city's main road like boars charging toward their victims. Slamming to a stop in the middle of the street, the armor-clad dwarves made quite the sight in their rune-forged armors. Each of them was wielding weapons that blazed in the ether like veritable beacons of essence. Jennings couldn't help but be impressed, like always, by the dwarves' ability to enchant anything and everything with their runes. While not nearly as powerful as the magic system he preferred to use, he was able to see the advantages in how they chose to do things. While the city lord began her greeting, the dwarves walked right by her as if she were less than inconsequential.
"You're that archmage we were told is too stubborn to handle this himself," the dwarf in front offered as a greeting. Before Jennings could respond, the dwarf turned to the Grand Master and added, "But who are you? You look like you can handle yourself. Why haven't ye handled this?" Glaring at the dwarves, Jennings replied icily, "You know that our laws prohibit the strong from interfering with the paths of those below them. Pretending ignorance won't absolve you of the consequences of your choices." As the dwarves remained staring up at the Grand Master, ignoring Jennings completely, the Grand Master replied, "I am the leader of the local chapter of the Knights of Oglivark. While I may not be legally able to take direct action in the case of local threats like these kobolds, I am more than able to defend this city from outside forces that choose to make themselves known." The dwarves all burst out into laughter, as they were all at least 5 to 10 levels stronger than he was. That being said, they appeared to appreciate his subtle threat, as courage in the face of certain death was something they could understand. "Well said, laddie. And while I'd enjoy putting ye in your place, we've got a mission to get done. So, if you'll all step out of the way, we'll be on our way. We mean no harm to your city, and we'll be out of your beards in no time," he said, while grinning from ear to ear. Archmage Jennings wasn't used to being ignored. He knew they were likely well aware that he alone could kill them all without breaking a sweat, even with how thin the ether here was. Likely their casual disregard for him was due to him being a mage rather than a warrior. "There is no need for you to concern yourselves. We'll handle the kobolds in good time. If the local forces cannot stop the anchoring ritual from activating, we have forces in place who will handle it. You and your city will not be in any danger of being plainly displaced," Jennings stated emphatically. Frowning in annoyance, the dwarf in charge replied, "There is no point in waiting. Too much could go wrong. Best to handle it now, before they manage to connect the planes." Jennings, not caring in the least for the dwarf's position, replied, "I assure you, we'll handle it. Should the portal open, which at the earliest should still be a few hours from now, it would take at least a week before the connection spreads far enough to be an actual danger to anyone. There will be plenty of time for the local forces to dispatch their army to close it." Right as the surly dwarf was about to offer his counterpoint, everyone near the gate went silent and turned toward the mountain hovering over the city behind them. The ether around them roiled in shock as the essence flows constricted. Even from where they were, they could feel the foreign essence reaching out and gripping the entire area. The dwarf broke the silence by scoffing loudly and barking, "Oi, you were saying?" Archmage Jennings could feel his face turning red in embarrassment. He couldn't help but lament the inconvenient timing of the kobold's success. "Yes, well, even with the anchor in place, it will still be at least a week before there is any threat to your city," he stated as firmly as he could, while knowing that he sounded somewhat sheepish. The dwarven leader turned his head, offering his subordinates a nod before turning back to Jennings and growling out his reply. "Ye humans are always so hells-be-damned bent on letting things play out that you end up killing yourselves by the city load. There is a time to let the young learn to handle things themselves, but there is also a time when you need to step forward and defend them. We'll not let your stupid human politics get in the way of protecting our new city. Ye can come along if you want, but we're closing that portal and finishing this.
If you want to stop us, you should probably change out of your fancy robes first and find yourself an axe. Pausing to look at Archmage Jennings' robes with disdain, he added, I'd recommend some armor too. You look like a merchant. Without another word, the entire dwarven contingent disappeared. There was no flash of essence, no tremble in the ether. They were just gone. The very moment after they'd vanished, the Archmage realized what had happened. One of them must be an incredibly accomplished rune mage who'd successfully cast a shielded, localized teleport spell. What was impressive was that they'd managed to do it without him noticing. Hiding runes like that required wrapping them in the essence flows manually, a feat which was theoretically possible, but practically very unlikely. Even more impressive was the fact that the rune mage must have taken advantage of the open gate to thread their teleport path through the city's streets all the way to the mountain while the dwarf in charge had been talking. While he was considering the mechanics of how the dwarves had accomplished their escape, he felt the populators who were watching from their dimension disappear, likely chasing after the dwarves toward the mountain. He was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of Grandmaster Lancel asking, "Was that teleportation? I didn't feel anything. How do they do that? I was under the impression that local teleportation like that was impossible by any unauthorized—" Sighing audibly at the clueless meathead beside him, the Archmage ignored him and teleported back to the Tower of Magic to watch how this all ended up playing out. His only consolation was that the emergency teleport spell he'd linked to Lord Walker in the case of his death was still active. Whatever happened, he needed that stupid planar anomaly wrapped in a human to survive this disaster intact. Things were going well, or, more accurately, about as well as they could go considering the circumstances. Nero was chewing through the smaller memories at an ever-increasing rate. The amount of stuff he was incorporating was insane. Small plants that had been trying to force their way up to the sky between the paving stone cracks, clusters of fungi of indeterminate size, something that resembled an intricately handmade pocket watch, which for some reason didn't tell time, but instead predicted the weather. So many random identities. One by one he infused them with his essence and unapologetically overwrote them. The process quickly became as predictable as it was annoying, and after a while he stopped bothering to reconnect with his body between sessions. It was simply too inefficient, not to mention bothersome. After every infusion/absorption, Nero felt his body becoming harder and harder to fit into. It was like his center no longer fit. He eventually felt like he was trying to shove too many shirts into his laundry bag. It wasn't as if he didn't recognize that it was a problem. The issue was that he currently didn't have any idea what to do about it. So he did what he always did, and temporarily decided to ignore the problem. For the time being, he was more concerned about the omnipresent sense of pressure that was still bearing down on him from the cloud of memories and potential surrounding him, like a crowd of angry petitioners demanding his time. He'd always been better at dealing with the problems in front of him than worrying about those that weren't immediately threatening him. So he continued with what he was doing. On and on it went. A poorly made shin guard that had been smithed by a kobold named Dakar, who had been running late for dinner when he'd made it. The first sword made by a young blacksmith, which had been deemed acceptable by his mentor. A snack made from grains and some kind of sugar equivalent, which had been hidden away in a pouch by one of the soldiers waiting for their turn at the portal. And countless stips of metal, which served as currency. All of it quickly blended together into a tapestry of memories that Nero couldn't actually recall experiencing. For him, it was like suddenly having the knowledge that he'd gained from watching documentaries on a subject without ever remembering watching them. Which, in many ways, was exactly how he felt about most of the documentaries he'd seen back home. He'd experienced Shark Week like everyone else at some point, but while he could remember that sharks' teeth were able to be regrown,
and that they had to keep swimming in order to keep breathing, he couldn't remember the actual episode where he'd heard them talking about it. It was all just random knowledge that was just there. Sure, there were flashes of experiences to go along with the knowledge, but he didn't feel all that connected to them. Were anybody to actually ask him about the life cycle of the plants he'd experienced, he'd be able to talk about how they stretched out their roots while expanding toward the sun. What he couldn't do was name the odd things they wanted from the ground, like nitrates or whatever else they needed to survive. He wouldn't even know what the plant itself was called. All he would be able to do was chat away about the plants wanting stuff and struggling to live. There was a bit of empathy involved about what they'd gone through, but that was it.
He didn't feel particularly strongly about them, or even cared all that much that they'd existed. It was all just background experience that floated around in the back of his metaphysical noggin. Luckily, he never seemed to get full. In fact, the task continued to get easier the more memories he absorbed. After the first 10, or maybe 1,000, he was pulling them in and taking them over before he even realized he was doing it. It had become almost a reflex at this point. Sadly, he eventually ran out of the smaller, less dense memories and was forced to begin confronting the larger ones. The experience of absorbing his first kobold ended up snapping him out of his trance. Rather than moving on to the next one, he stopped his frantic soul-hopping, pausing in reflection after what he'd just gone through. It hadn't been nearly as hard as he thought it would be. However, it was jarring, to the point of having him bobbing around as a ball of center like a 10-pound sack of gelatin that had just been slapped. Okay, that was just weird, he thought to himself as he mentally checked himself out for after effects. The experience of taking over and absorbing the potential from a sentient being was drastically different than what he'd experienced with the objects he'd absorbed before. Where random stuff felt like he'd been watching a documentary, taking over a kobold felt like he'd participated in a play. Well, not exactly, as he couldn't recall anything about actually being a kobold, but he was able to recall what it felt to play one on TV. The things about the kobold's life that he could relate to seemed to be highlighted in his recollections without the specifics to go along with them. Rather than providing a new perspective, it was more like he'd reinforced himself by grabbing onto the strength of feelings that the kobold had about whatever it was that they'd used to care about. Nero found the entire experience more than a little unsettling. Thinking about it logically, he could see how it had happened. What he was doing was overwriting their personality and being and replacing it with his own. There were bound to be some things that he'd had in common with the kobold's mental imprint. Since the memory of the kobold had no chance to influence him, anywhere that Nero found similarities with his own wasn't overwritten and instead was reinforced. When trying to wrap his head around the concept, he recalled a half-watched lecture on waves where some nerd in a bow tie had gone on and on about resonating waveforms. It's probably more similar to a person arriving at a convention center for whatever crap they were into and hearing a ton of other dorks agreeing with them. Afterward, they inevitably end up coming to the mistaken conclusion that they're not as weird as they thought they were, since everyone around them is just as big a nerd as they are, he noted to himself, before shaking off the inner sense of validation that was permeating his very being. Glancing around at the still massive cloud of memories hanging around him, he reminded himself to keep it together before pulling out another kobold memory and getting to work. He had no idea how long it took him, but as time passed, the cloud of kobold memories began to shrink. Every one of them was different, and each one of them provided him glimpses of their otherworldly lives and perspectives, while serving as a mental backdrop, somehow making him sure that he was, and always had been, right. Whatever he believed was correct, and however he saw the world, his opinion was, in every sense of the word, the truth. If Nero weren't who he was, and had never experienced the insanity of Reddit,
He'd probably end up walking out of this experience thinking that he was the most sane person ever to have existed in any world in the multi/omniverse. He'd go about proclaiming to one and all that he knew everything, and anyone who disagreed with him was an idiot. People would probably end up killing him just to shut him up. However, if he were honest with himself, he had to admit that it was equally likely that no one would even notice the difference, which somewhat soured the judgmental image of the imagined self he was building in his head. That being said, he'd grown up believing that nothing was true, and at best, a person could only be a little bit more right than anyone else. The important thing was pretending that you were, and even more importantly, sounding like you were. So while it was nice on many levels to feel like his sense of identity was being validated, he recognized the trap for what it was, and didn't allow himself to get too caught up in it. When he finally took over the last kobold memory in his soulscape, he was left feeling more like himself than ever. For better or worse. Looking around his soulscape, he was surprised to see the changes that had occurred. Gone was the path under his feet, along with the mountain in the distance. All that was left was the forest and its shadows. Instead of there being a feeling of infinite possibilities and adventure, all he could feel was a pervasive sense of infinity and the surety that he was completely lost. He was no longer moving through the forest on his way to some ultimate goal. Instead, he was just some guy in the woods who had no idea where he was. Turning away from the oppressive sight of the infinite forest around him, he stared down at the nearly faded body that he used to inhabit. As nothing more than a floating ball of fully realized potential, he wondered for a moment whether it was worth even trying to go back. Being a self-assured ball of utterly pure wisdom and awesomeness felt great. He didn't immediately see a need to go back and experience any more life. He was also sure that he'd eventually find a way out of here. Probably. Glancing at the scary forest around him, he would have frowned in confusion if he still had eyebrows. Am I really considering just giving up and calling this as far as I will go? No body, no life, no more experiences. This will be all that I will ever be. Granted, I'm perfect, but I could be perfecter. More perfect? He thought to himself while returning his attention to his body. He could see that the connection was almost gone. It felt like it led to something that was familiar, but no longer right for him. It was like he was a happily married middle-aged accountant looking at his yearbook photo, which he'd come across while cleaning out the garage. He simply wasn't that guy anymore. Recognizing the problem, Nero thought he just might need to infuse some of his new essence into it. He'd probably gained more than a few levels, and therefore saved up plenty of stars of potential. Now more than ever, he understood that the stars were there to shape the vessels at the direction of his soul. All it would take was using some stars to reinforce the connection he had with his body and mind, so that his soul would be in harmony with his presence on the material plane. Easy peasy, he told himself. Reaching out with his little tendrils of potential, he took hold of the connection and reached out with his identity, and found nothing. His identity panel was gone. His connection with the world was gone. He was cut off, completely on his own. Well, shit, he thought to himself, before wondering how he was going to tackle this new and totally unavoidable problem that he in no way should have seen coming, and had definitely not made worse by ignoring. Chapter 276. Be the you want to be. After arriving back in private quarters, Archmage Jennings immediately began reworking his scrying spell to overcome the changes occurring in the ether around the anchor point. The interplanar connection was flooding the area with changing essence signatures,
and he didn't feel like putting in the effort to compensate for it when he could just have the Tower of Magic do it for him. Plopping down into his chair with a sigh, he poured himself some coffee to combat his stress headache and waited for the scrying stabilizers to finish their calculations. Closing his eyes with a wince, he focused on the numerous connections from the Mage Council, the local leadership council, and whoever else was trying to contact him.
Pushing them all to the back of his mind and locking them down, he sighed in relief as he took a sip from his favorite cup while letting the tension in his shoulders slowly fall away. Right on time, he received an alert from the tower telling him that his scry was back online and available for viewing. Turning his attention back to the battle, he watched as the extraplanar kobolds fought with Lord Walker's forces. Ignoring that, he quickly located Lord Walker and watched as he slipped through the fighting using the technique the young man had picked up from the evaluators. Chuckling to himself, Archmage Jennings noted, "He's gotten surprisingly good at that. Surprisingly fast. What a remarkable ability he has." Seeing as how Lord Walker had begun doing something with the portal, the Archmage began manipulating the tower's controls to try and figure out exactly what was happening. While he himself didn't have the talent to observe the essence flows in the way Lord Walker could, with the help of the tower, he was at least able to understand what the young man was doing. Perking up in his chair, he watched in awe as he tried to follow along with Lord Walker's efforts. Fascinating. He's separating the entwined essence flows manually, he thought to himself, as he watched the anchor point slowly destabilize. When the interplanar forces that had been in tension finally gave out, winking the portal away, he couldn't stop himself from chuckling at how much foreign essence had been left behind. It wasn't enough to be considered a successful extraplanar expedition, but it was more than enough to earn the young man a title or two, if he hadn't already been awarded the title of a unique. Regardless, the capital would have to tack on another reward to the multiple ones waiting for him when he eventually made his way to Hennings. By increasing the amount of essence on their plane, he strengthened their world at the expense of the one that had tried to invade them. He hadn't just successfully repelled the invasion, he'd reverse invaded them. Remarkable, he muttered as he enthusiastically went over the data. While he was in the grip of his scientific interest, he wasn't paying attention to what was happening with the battle. His mind was racing with ideas on how he could adapt what Lord Walker had done to aid in the kingdom's efforts to raid other planes for more essence, when the part of his mind that had been maintaining the scry alerted him to what Lord Walker was doing. Dropping his jaw in shock, he quickly began reconfiguring the tower's observational matrices to show him the extraplanar essence that had been left behind when the portal had closed. Standing up from his chair and slamming both his palms on his desk, he shouted into the air, "What are you doing? Stop that!" The moronic young man was directly injecting himself with essence that had not been filtered through the world around him. He was going to obliterate himself. Punching his desk in a futile effort to release his anger, he watched as Lord Walker collapsed back onto the pile of dead kobolds he'd been using as a firing position. The Archmage wasn't sure what to do. Despite how quickly his mind worked, he couldn't think of a method to save him. Even if he teleported there right now, it would be too late. The damage to the young man's center was already done. Hating himself for a moment, concerning how absolutely right he always was, he watched as Lord Walker's dead body appeared on the floor of his quarters due to the emergency teleport spell he'd had in place. Grumbling curses left and right, he raced around his desk toward the corpse, immediately reaching out with a delving spell to try and see if there was anything he could do. Collapsing onto his knees, he gritted his teeth in anger at the waste of potentially his greatest chance at achieving true ascension. There was still so much he needed to learn from observing the young anomaly. No matter how hard he searched, there was no sign of Lord Walker's center. He was gone, his soul scoured clean of identity.
Aside from a small tether leading off into the higher planes, there was no sign of it ever having even been there. It was most assuredly a case of complete and utter soul death. "Stupid, stupid boy," he muttered in sadness. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the headache which had returned with a vengeance, he tried to distract himself by watching the arriving Battleborns wipe out the remainder of the kobolds. The populators were right behind them, practically guaranteeing a political nightmare he knew he'd eventually be dragged into. "I never should have left my tower," he muttered to himself.
The concentrated ball of essence that was Nero floated in silence within his soul space, staring blankly at its former body while suffering from decision paralysis. Although, to be fair, it hadn't originally been his to begin with. He'd only appropriated it after seeing it abandoned by its former occupant. His original body was probably nothing but mulch back on Earth somewhere. He'd never bothered with a will, so he couldn't possibly guess as to what had happened to it. No longer having a body to go back to as an option, Nero immediately began thinking of himself as a displaced soul. His thoughts flitted through potential ideas as to how he should handle this new and decidedly unpleasant little wrinkle. Before anything else, now that he was once again just a soul, he obviously needed a new body. Wait, was he a soul? His senses allowed him to see everything around him, including himself, and while in many ways he resembled what he remembered a soul looked like, his appearance wasn't the same as what he'd remembered. While he couldn't recall what exactly he'd experienced while he'd floated around this universe looking for a body, he had no trouble remembering his journey through the void before he'd arrived here. Back then, when he'd been nothing more than an incorporeal soul flittering around the heavens, he'd resembled a loose ball of energy, a flaming ball of burning cotton candy. He hadn't been made up of essence or anything that could be considered matter, not to mention that he sure as shit hadn't been golden. Or had he? He couldn't remember. That didn't matter. What mattered was that now that he thought about it, he was currently inside his soul space, which he assumed was located inside his soul. So, unless his existence had become an Escher painting, something else was going on here. If he'd had a chin to scratch to express his utter confusion, he would have done so. Looking down at his fading connection to his body, he wondered if the answer to his questions might be on the other side of that ethereal tunnel. But considering how slowly it was fading, he thought it might be worth looking around a bit more before committing himself to trying to survive the trip. His senses were still available, and he still had options. Before doing anything drastic, he instead focused on trying to figure out what he now was. Turning his senses inward, he looked at himself. He really was nothing more than a ball of Nero essence. But something about his own makeup was bugging him. There had to be a connection to his soul somewhere around here, didn't there? If it wasn't outside him, then there was only one other place to look. Reaching down with his senses into the ball of essence in which he currently resided, he poked around for a bit before he finally found it. Just as he'd thought, there was, in fact, a connection leading off into somewhere else. Suddenly realizing what was going on, Nero mentally summarized his situation. I'm currently only my mind. My soul, body, and mind are currently just disconnected. Souls can't affect anything on the plane of existence without a mind and body, so the connection to my soul probably leads to wherever it is in the outer planes. My body is still probably back on the material plane, hopefully not being enjoyed by kobolds as a victory snack, he thought to himself. He already knew that he could survive as just a soul, so fixing that connection should probably be his first priority. No longer worrying about the consequences, he reached down deep into himself and delved into the connection leading off toward his soul. His senses were immediately assaulted with information that had him questioning the intelligence of his decision. Much like the time when he delved into the essence disturbance, his mind began receiving background information like it was downloading the truths of what was on the other side.
Like his mind was enjoying the most potent acid trip he could ever imagine, he suddenly understood how his soul was connected to the material plane. It wasn't like the soul could ever actually fully appear outside of the outer planes. It was more like an iceberg simply poking up through the water, with the majority of it remaining below. It didn't exist anywhere specific, as the outer planes were everywhere and nowhere. Physical reality was required for something to have a place in spatial existence, so the soul could only poke itself into the material plane, and wherever it popped up, there it was. To have a place, it needed an anchor, a body, and to have a way of understanding what was happening, it needed a mind, one that had been built from compatible metaphysical materials like essence.
The sudden understanding of how this one little aspect of reality actually worked almost shattered his mind. He felt his entire existence trembling as he tried not to think too much about it. Of course, he still had questions. Like, if he had no issue existing as a soul before he'd arrived in this universe, then why couldn't he do so now? Also, was he currently just his mind? Or was he still a projection of his soul? But, while he could probably find out the answers to those questions by thinking about them, it was all he could do to keep himself together while he focused on reinforcing his connection with his soul. The connection point was both right inside him and so far away. Trying not to think too much about it, he bent the entirety of his thoughts onto the task of rebuilding his connection. He felt parts of his little ball of essence being used up as he imagined the connection re-establishing itself. When it snapped into place, he felt it immediately. It felt like he'd been nothing more than a phone without a Wi-Fi connection. But now, the connection was back up, and he was now able to sync with the cloud. His soul, of course, serving as the role of the cloud in this analogy. Flashes of his time floating around looking for a body flitted through his mind. Half-forgotten memories assaulted him like sledgehammers, his mind struggling to comprehend his existence during that time. The connection went both ways, and he could feel himself becoming both more and less at the same time. His soul pulled on him, copying and altering itself to more resemble his current existence, while the little ball of essence that made up his center was now less than it was before. He felt more complete, more whole. The connection was now solid. In the core of his being, he could feel it. If he still had lips, he'd be grinning like a lunatic. Retreating out of his center, he returned to his soul space, eager to do the same with his body. But when he reached out to it, he found the experience altogether different than what he'd expected. The connection with his body was not even remotely as easy to access as the one he'd had with his soul. Instead of feeling like he was right next to it, he felt like it was incredibly far away. While he could still sense it, it was nowhere near where he currently was. And even worse, he had no ability to follow it. Did some asshole steal my body? He wondered. That was the only conclusion he could come to. On the other side of the connection, he could sense the material plane. He recognized it clearly, as he'd become somewhat familiar with how it felt. While he couldn't see anything, he was still absolutely sure that there was no body there for him to go back to. Wherever his current connection led, it was nothing more than just some place on the material plane. If he went back there now, he'd be nothing more than a ball of soul stuff. Granted, he'd probably be a big-ass ball of soul stuff compared to the ones he'd gobbled up to use as fuel for his spells. However, he didn't doubt for a moment that he'd begin fading away just like they did, without a body to protect them. He could just imagine how it would happen. The world would begin digesting his mind as it did with everything else, incorporating it into the ether while pushing his connection with his soul back toward the upper planes.
Even with his incomprehensible ability to stay aware of what was happening, he doubted he'd be able to do anything to stop it. So, he could either try and race toward his body by hopefully following the weak connection, if he could even manage to move at all, or he could, well, he had no idea what else he could do. Once again floating in thought, he spent longer than he probably should have considering his options. What annoyingly few of them there were.
Eventually, he got fed up with the idea of just waiting there as the connection between his soul space and material reality continued to destabilize. He needed to do something. Anything. And he needed to do it now. If he didn't have a body to go back to, he'd just have to make one. And if he did it right, it wouldn't be just a spell construct. After all, he had plenty of potential to use for it. All he had to do was infuse enough center into it and let the essence of Nero determine its form. Worst case scenario, nothing happened and the world ate him. He still had his soul downloaded with all his current memories, and he'd eventually figure out another way to get a body. He'd done it before. Currently, he was nothing more than a mind without a body. An incarnation of the Nero, safely still existing somewhere in the outer planes.
While being absorbed by the world's ether might look like death, and probably feel like death, it wouldn't actually be death if the world ended up eating him. Having now made his decision, he didn't bother with any more nerd-like overthinking. Whatever would happen, would happen. There was no point in worrying about it. Throwing his ball of center toward the connection, he pushed with all of his being down the metaphysical tunnel back toward reality, using his weak connection with his former body as his guide. Emerging into the ether like he was intent on causing his own personal essence disturbance, he began pouring his essence out like an ink stain onto reality's pants, displacing the essence flowing around him. His senses showed him that he was still on top of the kobold pile, but for some reason, there were now a bunch of dwarves staring at him with angry faces, along with a bunch of silver-clad populators. None of them looked particularly happy to see him.
Is that asshole with a hammer casting something? What the hell are they even doing there? Did I get the wrong reality or something? Is this one of those mirror world situations that I've read about? He wondered before dismissing the differences as currently not worth thinking about. He'd deal with whatever he found after he recorporealized himself by bleeding off enough essence for the world to recognize that he was actually there. If Archmage Jennings could use his own essence to create a spike out of nothing, then he could do the same with his body. He had an entire courtyard of essence he'd stolen from another plane to work with, so he doubted one little body would be too difficult to enchant. Turning his attention entirely to what he was doing, he pushed center out into the world and attempted to compress it. He didn't concern himself with what the center was actually doing, and was instead entirely focused on attempting to ensure none of it was bled off into the surrounding ether. Wherever little wisps began to peel off, he clamped down on them with a vengeance. He honestly had no idea whether what he was doing was working, but he was committed enough to continue doing it, while simply trusting in the fact that it would either work out or it wouldn't. He now knew for a fact that his soul was still safe wherever it was, and his being here was just an expression of his true self. There was a surprising amount of comfort in that knowledge, which allowed him to focus fully on what he was doing, while not concerning himself with the possible consequences. More and more center poured out of him, and he felt his ball of essence shrinking inch by inch, or at least what looked like inch by inch. Judging distance was hard for him, as he wasn't able to compare his size in the ether to his size in the material plane. There were too many dimensions to pay attention to, but something was happening. He was sure of it. While he continued to monitor the edges of the essence he'd cast out, he began to see spell-form shapes come together in a tapestry of essence that was hard to describe. While he'd played around with mostly two-dimensional spell forms, he'd also seen more complicated ones that required three.
But whatever was happening was so much more complicated than anything he'd ever seen before. He'd once tried to wrap his head around how a four-dimensional cube worked. He'd even watched a few YouTube videos about it. But he'd never been able to successfully visualize it. But what he was witnessing now, it was like that times 100.
The spell form of his body, if you could even call it that, was so far beyond what he could conceptualize that he had quickly gotten lost in all the little loops and turns that the essence was taking. Having completely lost track of time with how invested he was in what he was doing, he was almost surprised when it was over. 1 second he was in the fight of his life to keep his essence from being absorbed by the essence flowing around him, and the next he was looking at a fully formed, albeit naked, Nero falling down from where it had appeared out of nothing onto the pile of kobolds below it like a corpse. He couldn't stop himself from mentally laughing his ass off as his body landed with its ass tipped up, unapologetically mooning the assembled people like a boss. While his little ball of essence was now much smaller, he could feel the body wrapping around him and the slight but present connection he had with it. All he had to do was reinforce it, and he would be able to slip right in and wear it like a coat. When he did, it felt like Legos snapping together somewhere inside him. Where before he was a separate entity, now he was just sleeping. He felt it the moment his body began pumping blood through its heart again. He could feel his brain begin firing its neurons and flooding his body with all the little chemicals that made the thing run. He was aware of everything. Right up until he wasn't. Everything felt normal again, and he was whole. Fluttering his eyes open, he took a deep breath before gagging and coughing. The smell of dead kobold bodies flooded his senses, and for the first time in what felt like forever, his understanding of reality was once again contained with a corporeal body. He could feel that he could still reach out to the ether like he always could, but his main senses were now all back up and running. Pushing himself slowly to his feet, he slipped on some kobold, and once again face-planted. Groaning in annoyance, he rolled over and remained sitting while he looked around. Despite so many people staring at him and how dark it was in the former throne room, he was happy as hell to be back. He hadn't realized it, but being here, in the physical world, with time and space once again making sense, it was amazing. He wanted to take a shower, to eat something, to run, to fight, to see the sky. He wanted to live. But first, he had to deal with the annoyances standing around him like disapproving parents, waiting for him to realize what he'd done wrong. So, he looked around at the assembled powerhouses, allowing their incredibly strong presences to roll over his senses like a wave. He could feel that they were practically warping the ether around them, despite them not even meaning to. Whatever his ability was that allowed him to see and interact with the essence flows around him, it had either been enhanced or he'd gotten much better at using it. Taking a moment, he lifted his hand and watched as the essence flowed and bent around him. He could see the influence both his and their essence fields were having on it. Meeting the eye line of the closest dwarf, he said, "So, are any of you going to help me up and maybe find me some pants? Or are you just going to sit there and appreciate how better looking I am than you are when I'm naked?" Chapter 277. The Perils of Responsibility. Kathleen slipped around the jagged tip of a kobold's spear while using her own to finish off the one behind it with a thrust to its throat. Twisting her body and using the bleeding-out kobold's body as a leverage point with her spear, she hook-kicked the kobold closest to her, hard enough to crush its chest and launch it into the one beside it, taking it out of the fight as well. With the immediate area around her clear, she ripped her spear out of the now dead kobold and slammed it into one of the kobold corpses under her feet. With a small hop and a little bit of grace, she used her legs along with a single hand to raise herself up high enough to see over the fighting going on around her, her spear bending slightly to support her weight.
She could see the fires that had sprung up were still blazing, thoroughly dealing with the kobolds in that entire area of the throne room. However, the explosions had stopped almost as quickly as they had started, almost making her wonder if she'd imagined them. However, the aftermath made it clear that they had. Seeing that the enemy's formations had been shattered and their bodies broken, she finally had a moment to wonder who'd been responsible. She angled her hips to shift her weight so the spear holding her up would begin rotating.
Using the kobold body below her as an anchored leverage point, she spun in place, her eyes scanning the entirety of the chamber as she did so. But no matter how hard she looked for any other force than the one she'd arrived with, she found nothing. Although, come to think of it, the answer to the question of who'd done it was obvious. She could only conclude that her little lord was the one who'd saved them. After all, she'd expected, even planned on the fact that he would be the one to close the portal if the kobolds managed to open it. Despite her initial goal being to stop them from doing so. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable to assume that he must have used its destruction to wipe out the kobolds. Yet, that didn't mean she had any idea how he'd done it. He must have snuck off to get close enough. The question is, where is he now? She thought to herself. While the majority of her forces remained embattled with the surviving kobolds, she could see that the tide had turned. Without the added threat of the interplanar kobolds coming through the gate, her wackos were more than capable of handling the current amount of enemies in the chamber. Eventually. Whipping her head around at the sound of explosions coming from the throne room door, she almost fell from her perch atop her spear. Grumbling under her breath about how difficult it was to lead warriors without a command channel in place, she wondered to herself, "What now?" Her fears of another threat were quickly put to rest by the sight of what looked like dwarves shooting through the doors like comets. Flying through the air, they each trailed essence as runes danced across their armored forms, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Pillars of fire and death shot up from the ground in the middle of the kobolds like geysers. Sharp, 20-person-wide arcs of power cut through their groups into the stone floor below, erupting into shrapnel that obliterated entire groups. There were only 5 of them, but they had instantly taken control of the battle. Like an unstoppable tide of death, they rolled over the entire chamber. The way they fought was both impressive and simple. She would barely call them spells or abilities. What they did was more like enhanced bludgeoning. Every swing of their axes and hammers shot off bursts of essence that tore apart anything in their way. While most of their movement looked like flying, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were merely jumping around like toddlers on a mattress. They didn't even look as if they were trying. Never in her life had she seen such overwhelming force so carefully controlled. In short order, her own forces were left with nothing to do but watch. The dwarves were strong enough to break the kobolds from their battle haze and send them running for the exits in hopes that they could survive. Unfortunately for them, the dwarves didn't appear to have any intention of letting them leave. Floating above the center of the chamber, one dwarf glowed like an essence lamp as runes began spinning around him in a complicated swirl of ever-moving shapes. As she watched closely, trying to understand what he was doing, she was knocked off her spear by the explosion of essence that came without warning. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she painfully retrieved her spear, while watching the other wackos around her do the same. Whatever the dwarf had done, it had knocked them all off their feet and shaken them. The utter silence that greeted her when she stood was baffling. The fight was completely over, and every kobold in the chamber was dead. She could feel it in the ether. Whoever that dwarf was, his presence filled the ether like a king staring down from his throne in judgment over his subjects. Caught off guard, she brandished her spear at the sound of a voice coming from behind her. Her senses told her nothing.
She was sure there hadn't been anyone there, yet there he was, staring at her, and her spear, as if the very notion of her defending herself from him was amusing. "Lass, you're the war chief of this lot, ain't ya? So you mind explainin' where the portal we sensed openin' is?" he asked, his tone making it clear that saying nothing would be a mistake. Probably a fatal one. Before she had a chance to formulate a response, another voice came out of nowhere. "The danger is past. Let this city handle its trial without your interference. You no longer have any reason to be here. What happens next will not affect your people. Leave now, and we'll forget this momentary lapse of judgment," a gods-be-damned populator said, as their form rippled into existence off to the side. Her jaw opened in shock. She couldn't understand what was happening. First, dwarves more powerful than anyone she'd ever heard of appeared out of nowhere and ended the battle. Now populators? The dwarf's armor shone, with what looked could only be runes engraved all over it, while the populator's very recognizable liquid silver armor covered them from head to toe. It was like watching the legends she'd grown up hearing about had come to life right in front of her. Was she hallucinating? What in all the hells below was going on? The dwarf spun in place to glare at the populator with a grim look of determination on his face. "Aye, the threat we'd come to deal with is gone. But I ain't leaving until I know how they did it. Closing a portal that quickly can't be done, if there ever was one to begin with. Something here stinks like a drunken dwarf's armpits after a bender, and I aim to find out what. I'm warning you now, if you did something to lure us here, you'll be sorry you did."
You humans think you're special with your fancy armor and trinkets. But I'll bet me beard you'll bleed all the same as the lot over there your healers are fumbling about with.
His gruff voice rang out loud enough for his statement, or threat, to be heard by everyone in the chamber. Feeling the tension in the air growing, Kathleen knew for a fact if a fight broke out, none of her wackos would survive, let alone herself. She knew it was her responsibility to do something. She stepped forward, having no choice but to interject. "Forgive me, but I can assure you there was a portal here," she said while trying to project her honesty and forthrightness into the ether. Another dwarf dropped from the sky, landing loudly enough to shake the ground below him, nearly sending Kathleen back off her feet and onto her ass all over again. "The lass tells it through. I can still sense the portal's ephemera. Somebody closed it from this side. No idea how, though. What me senses are telling me don't make no sense." Whoever did it pulled half the other plane through it before they did whatever it was they did. "There is so much materia in the ether that we could probably open a demi-plane here and still have some left over for some smithin'," he announced jovially. The first dwarf, the one who Kathleen now assumed was their leader, nodded in understanding before turning back to Kathleen and asking, "All right, so how'd you do it? How'd you break the link? Tell me now and we'll be on our way. Better yet, if you can show us, you'll be earning the gratitude of the entire dwarven nation." The populator spoke up, their voice calm and somewhat otherworldly. "You're no longer aligned with the dwarven nation. As per the agreement your king signed with ours, Clan Mithralstrike is now a subsidiary nation under the auspices of Oglavark. Anything you learn here—" Interrupting her with a guffaw, the dwarf replied, "Ah, shut your overly shiny trap. Dwarven cities are surrounded by as many invading portals as we have invading other planes. We've been trying to find a safe and easy way to shut them down for ages, and if ye all know a way to do it, and have been keeping it from us, ye can expect one band of battleborns to be the least of your problems. It'll be war. Ye can be sure of that." Watching the populator's blank, silver-clad face stare down at the angry and intimidating dwarf, Kathleen gulped and licked her lips before interjecting, "Sir Dwarf, I assure you it is not a technique or technology we have developed and kept from you. Our lord,
He has an ability that has earned him the title of unique in our kingdom. You may know of him. He's a friend to King Mithril. Lord Walker? Kathleen was more than a little uncomfortable trying to sound submissive. She was a warrior, and politics, along with caring about her tone, was not something she'd trained for. But now wasn't the time for pride.
She needed to defuse the situation before everyone other than these monsters was killed as an afterthought over a misunderstanding. The populator and dwarf both slowly turned their heads to stare at her. As the dwarven leader's expression turned from confusion into a glare, the other one asked, "Ye expect us to believe someone closed a portal that size, manually? You take us for gnomes, lass." The populator spoke up, sounding somewhat hesitant. She may be telling the truth. Lord Walker has an uncanny ability to both see and interact with essence in a way that defies understanding. Reports exist stating that he's successfully disrupted a portal being actively maintained by a ritual once before. While unlikely that he was able to do the same with a permanent anchor point, it is at least within the realm of possibility. Looking somewhat skeptical, the dwarf rolled his eyes before asking, "All right, say I believe you. Where is this lord with impossible abilities?"
Let me guess. He died in the attempt and is no longer available for questioning.
You'll forgive me if I don't take your word for it. The populator turned to Kathleen as if silently commanding her to produce him. Having no idea where the little lord was, she was about to plead ignorance before being caught off guard by a presence rushing invisibly toward her through the crowd. One she recognized. The surrounding wackos who'd been quietly watching started muttering to each other in shock as Rose appeared out of nowhere right next to Kathleen. For those who were not trained in sensing, she was nothing more than a ghost when she wanted to be. Rose visibly flinched at the sight of both dwarves and the popular now staring at her. Kathleen knew the young woman preferred to be unseen and unheard, so whatever she had to say must be both relevant and important. "What is it? If you haven't noticed, I'm a little busy," Kathleen hissed.
Rose, her entire body shrinking into itself under all the attention, whispered,
"I'm sorry, but you need to know. Lord Walker's body is gone."
Raising her eyebrows in surprise and anger, Kathleen replied,
"What? I told you to watch him. Why didn't you use the emergency signal for a recovery team?"
Wincing, Rose replied,
"The kobolds didn't take it. When I said gone, I meant gone. Vanished, disappeared. After he snuck off to close the gate and massacre the kobolds, he just passed out. He was still alive, so I just covered him with some kobold bodies and watched. I was holding the flare, waiting to see if his condition changed, but with all the fighting going on, I thought it best to wait. Then, out of nowhere, his body just disappeared. I think it was a teleport. Kind of. The essence signature of whatever happened looked similar at least.
"With the command channel down, I figured you'd want to know immediately." Despite how quiet Rose was trying to be, both the dwarves and populator had no trouble hearing her. "Show us where this happened," the populator demanded, their tone no longer remaining as calm as it had been before. Rose awkwardly looked over at Kathleen before receiving a nod of permission. Seeing how poorly she was handling so many people watching her, Kathleen made a mental note to have a talk with the young woman. While Rose had a natural inclination to one day master the shadow technique, spending so much time outside of people's perception might be causing her some mental issues. It would be best to address them before they began affecting her path. Knowing that now wasn't the time for that, Kathleen held a hand on Rose's shoulder to offer her some support as the young women led them all off to where Lord Walker's body had disappeared. Behind them, every able-bodied wacko who'd been watching followed along to watch. When they approached the area that was still somehow on fire, the dwarf walking along next to the dwarven leader waved his gauntleted fist to cast some rune spell. A series of runic shapes appeared briefly before fading away into the ether, taking along with them all the fires and leaving nothing but charred kobold bodies behind. The populator didn't even bother breaking stride as a large essence ball appeared 20 units over their head, banishing the darkness and filling the entire area with its light. Feeling Rose shiver slightly at the demonstrations of power, Kathleen patted her shoulder while urging her forward. When they arrived at a massive pile of kobold corpses, Rose's voice came out in a strained whisper that tried and failed to sound confident.
This is where he was. After he caused all the fires and explosions, he just passed out. I swear he was alive.
But then something, I don't know, he just disappeared. Kathleen suddenly had a thought, and she began looking around for the other dwarves she had seen. Where were they now? Had the dwarves taken Lord Walker for some reason? The populator's voice pulled her from her musings.
There is a spell echo here, a teleport signature. I believe it was a life-saving measure to recover his body in the event of his death. It was well done, very precise. Suddenly making the mental leap to understanding, Kathleen was about to accuse the Archmage, whom she knew had a weird fascination with her lord, before one of the dwarfs shouted out in alarm, "Something's coming!" Stepping back in shock, Kathleen pulled Rose along with her as more dwarves and populators appeared out of nowhere. They were lined up in an arc facing toward where Lord Walker's body had been, all drawing their weapons and preparing themselves.
The amount of danger their presence emitted through the ether had the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. It felt like they were readying for war. The dwarf who'd alerted them said, "I'm not sure what it is, but it feels like a summoning." A populator, who was less androgynous and more visibly female, asked, "Another portal? Has the anchor re-established itself somehow?" One of the taller populators, who was carrying a tall and impressive staff, replied, "No, this isn't a portal. The Battleborn is right. It's a summoning. Class 3, at least." A dwarf grumbled loudly. "How is it finding enough ephemera to manifest? This place is weaker than that swill you humans think is beer." The populator with the staff replied, "I have no idea. This shouldn't be happening. It's not possible. Unless someone is powering it with a ritual from somewhere else." One of the dwarfs snorted in exasperation before replying, "Not likely. We'd sense the node link.
This is extraplanar. I'd bet me axe on it."
While Kathleen couldn't sense exactly what they were talking about, she could feel that something was happening in the ether. It felt like the essence in the area was being pulled in and warped. It reminded her of an essence disturbance. When it happened, she, along with the rest of the people around her, gasped in shock. From out of the very ether, essence began to manifest itself into reality. As if she were watching a monster dematerialize in reverse, a skeleton began forming. It happened quickly, faster than she'd expected, even though she'd never seen anything like it. Muscle and tendons, along with organs, appeared, before finally wrapping themselves in skin. Her little lord appeared, with his arms and legs outstretched, like he'd been strung up. His eyes were closed, and his expression was as blank as she'd ever seen it. The ether boiled around her, as his body floated in place above the pile of kobolds. His silver hair grew out as it whipped around his head like he was in a windstorm. Then, as fast as it had started, it was over. His body dropped to the pile of kobolds like a puppet having its strings cut. It had been high enough off the ground that it flipped more than once before landing. The undignified position it finally ended up in had the little lord bearing his ass to everyone that was watching. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen. Slowly, the little lord forced himself up, before falling right back down again. His eyes were clear, and the sense of mischief she'd come to expect from him was dancing in his eyes like always. Then, unfortunately, he opened his mouth, and she knew for sure that it was him, and that he was all right. Chapter 278. More Nero than Nero. The armored dwarf's speed so was fast that it took Nero's brain a few seconds to register what had happened.
From out of nowhere, the dwarf launched himself forward with a leap, brandishing his axe and infusing it with enough essence to overload Nero's senses. He came down with an overhead chop that somehow made his axe head look like it was the size of a shipping container in the ether. It no doubt would have killed him, ruining the perfectly good body he'd just wasted a ridiculous amount of essence building from scratch out of nothing. Well, it would have, if it weren't for the populators, that is. Nero wasn't sure which one of them did it, but one of them summoned a shield directly in front of him. However, referring to it as a shield was like someone saying they have a dog when they actually have a chihuahua. Inaccurate and misleading. Regardless, whatever type of shield it was, to Nero's senses it looked like a solid plate of essence that warped the ether strongly enough to separate material reality into two sides, one which he was currently on, and another one with the irate dwarf.
The resulting collision was enough to shatter the surrounding essence flows, causing the reality around him to buckle. Nero's perpetual state of middling confusion due to the unfamiliar world in which he'd found himself was much worse than usual after what he'd just been through. Having absorbed the background knowledge, along with the potential of countless inanimate objects, along with multiple kobold lives, hadn't been an easy thing to wrap his head around. Yet, he had. Or, at least, he'd thought he had. But he'd also just magically rebuilt his body from scratch, a feat he hadn't known was even possible. Or he might have, because when he'd done it, the process seemed somewhat familiar. A bit. Kind of. Although he could be wrong, as the entire experience was already becoming fuzzy when he thought about it. In short, he was confused. Consequently, his perception of reality was currently hanging on by a thread
between how odd it felt to have his entire personality magically reinforced and arriving to find himself surrounded by pissed-off-looking armor-clad dwarves and what he easily recognized as a team of populators, both of whom had shown up out of nowhere. Nero's sense of reality was more or less fluid at the moment. So, when his somewhat snarky request for pants was answered by the dwarf in front of him, not with pants, but instead with what could only be described by an apocalypse-level overhead axe coming down on him like a bunker buster, he reacted in the only way he could. He laughed. As the essence flows struggled to realign themselves, the material plane slowly came back into focus around him. Nero hadn't moved, hadn't flinched, hadn't done anything other than laugh. He laughed so hard that his side ached. For just a moment, he honestly wondered if he'd finally lost it. But all too soon, the pressing weight of the essence fields around him brought him out of his daze, and he slowly pulled himself together. As his laughter petered out, he began paying attention to what the dwarves and populators were arguing about. Taking him back to the capital for analysis. This is Oglavarkian soil. The matter of jurisdiction is not up for debate, the short, somewhat alien-looking populator in the front stated firmly. Arranged behind the populator, facing the dwarves, were the rest of his team, each one shining like beacons of power in the ether. While across from them, the dwarves replied in kind by backing their leader. Nero wasn't surprised to see that it was the one who had just tried to split him like a log of wood. "Are you mad? You can't be believing the thing is still human. Whatever happened to the lad that used to be your subject obviously changed him into something else." "It'll be a kindness to kill it before his clan has to see him like this," the dwarf argued hatefully. Another populator took a step forward to join the conversation. The obviously feminine shape of her armor made her gender painfully clear. Rather than conform to the more armored look of the others,
The liquid silver armor she was wearing looked like it had been painted on by very lucky armorsmiths back in the capital. You don't know that. You can't know that. All we know is that whoever this is, they have the same spiritual signature as Lord Walker. It may be him, or it might not be. Either way, testing needs to be done in a controlled environment to determine what or who they are, she stated emotionlessly. Nero realized, of course, that they were talking about him.
However, considering the fact that he was still naked, still sitting down, and not to mention still on a pile of kobold corpses, he was having trouble summoning up the requisite gravitas he'd need to feel comfortable injecting himself into their debate. Part of him still wasn't even sure all of this was actually happening, despite how absolutely real everything felt. While they continued their argument, Nero was instead more interested in what was going on with the ether. He could see one of the dwarves near the back of their cohort doing something to essence flows. On the opposite side, near the back of the populators, one of them looked like he was doing the same. Neither of them were outwardly showing any signs of casting, waving their hands, or creating spell forms. But Nero was sure they were both doing something. He just had no idea what.
Well, he could see waves of change emanating off their essence fields, reinforcing the essence flows while reinforcing each other in an ever-expanding sphere of influence. He had no idea what technique or spell they were using to do it. As they worked, the essence became calmer and smoother, more like what he was used to seeing when he looked at the ether. It was like they were repairing the flows that had been disturbed by their leader's actions. But they were also somehow speeding up the process of the soul stuff in the ether breaking down all around them. While Nero had appropriated a lot of the foreign essence for his own use when he'd been casting, he hadn't actually absorbed all that much of it when compared to how much had come through after the portal had closed. He could still see large areas of instability in the ether where the foreign essence was currently staking its claim. Granted, he'd expected the world to eventually digest it, but whatever the dwarf and populator were doing, it was drastically speeding up the process. And the result of their efforts was plain to see. The essence flows were not just calming down, they were becoming stronger. He could even see the reflection of what they were doing affecting the material plane around him. The air itself seemed more real, the shadows sharper. Even the spectrum of light coming off of the ball of ether floating above them grew more realistic as they continued to do whatever it was they were doing. He could even see the walls in the distance beginning to look more solid. There was an overwhelming sense of solidity spreading out all around him as they worked. Nero couldn't help but wonder if this was what all of the ether in Dorchester would eventually feel like, after the density shift completed what it had been doing to the region. What made the entire thing so unreal was that nobody seemed to be acknowledging what the dwarf and populator were up to. Instead, the two groups continued to debate his fate, as if that was the only thing in the world that mattered. Opposite him, on the other side of the dwarves and populators, Nero noticed the wackos of House Walker, all watching patiently, as the powerhouses had their little tiff. Nero was able to lock eyes with Kathleen, who was standing well away from the excitement, and he gave in to the urge to give her a little wave. Seeing her eyebrows rise in shock at his audacity was almost enough to send him back into a giggle fit. Yet, something about knowing she was there also made him calm down and attempt to think rationally. Why are they all standing so far away? He wondered. Deciding that it was time to start dealing with the issues in front of him, he realized he first needed to address the issue of pants. And while he had no idea where his trusty bag that had his spare armor currently was, he could still feel his access to his personal space. But after trying and failing to reach into it, he was forced to try and remember the anchoring spell he'd used to create the damned thing in the first place. With a little finagling, he'd hopefully be able to find a way to get it working again. Even though he could still sense the connection, for some reason, it was pathetically strained and too weak to be of any use.
One of the dwarves shouted, "It's casting!" All at once, the debate ended, and both groups snapped into battle stances, brandishing their weapons at him like he'd grown a second head. Nero paused what he was doing to look at them in surprise, waiting to see if they would obliterate him from the face of existence just for trying to hide his junk. Seeing as they were waiting to see what he would do, he coughed lightly into his hand to clear his throat before explaining, "I'm just trying to reconnect with my personal space. You know, for pants."
Since none of you were kind enough to find me some, I figured I'd just handle it myself. One of the populators asked with a cold voice, "You can no longer access your personal space?" Hearing the accusation in the populator's tone, Nero replied quickly, "No, that's not what I said. I can still feel it. It's a dimension attached to my soul, so I still have a connection to it. It's just that the connection is currently a little frayed. I just gotta reinforce it a bit." Right before he resumed his spell, he asked sarcastically, "If that's all right with all of you, of course." The somewhat androgynous populator in charge of their team replied for all of them, "Go on." Nero wasn't entirely sure what they were all waiting for, but clearly they were waiting for something. Not bothering to worry about it, he began carving the spell form from memory. It had been a pain in the ass to cast back when he'd first learned it, and it was even more problematic now that he needed to alter it on the fly into something that would still utilize his current connection, rather than building a new one. But he eventually managed to somehow make it work. Luckily for him, the spell form hadn't needed to be pretty. It only needed to snap together. After all, the dimension itself was already in place. He just needed to kickstart his connection to it. Smiling in victory, he muttered, "Nice." The moment he felt the connection reestablished itself, waves of something began to rush down from his soul into the dimensional space. Watching closely, he could see the edges of the little room expanding into the distance, more than doubling its size, and somewhat altering how it felt when he looked at it. "Well, that's convenient, and in no way something I need to worry about," he thought to himself before putting it on his ever-expanding list of topics he eventually planned to look into. With a flourish, he pulled out a spare pair of pants he'd acquired from somewhere he couldn't remember. Holding them off to the side, he grimaced while looking down between his legs at the kobold corpse he was still using as a stool. Awkwardly stumbling to his feet while trying to keep his clean pants from getting soiled by touching any of the bodies, Nero looked over at the still, battle-ready dwarves and populators, asking, "Do you all mind backing up a bit? I don't want to interfere with your whatever this is, but I'd really like to climb down now." Inwardly chuckling at the sight of all the populators and dwarves exchanging conspiratorial glances with each other, Nero waited for them all to slowly back up. From where he was, it was almost surreal to watch them stepping back, which then caused all the wackos who were 10 or 20 feet away from them to step back as well. It was like he'd just caused an entire crowd of people to all take a few steps back in a coordinated retreat from his awesomeness. Shaking his head at how weird his life had become, Nero slowly stepped down from the pile of dead kobolds and cast a quick cleaning spell. Watching everyone tensing and flinching as if he were about to unleash some all-powerful, world-ending attack had him rolling his eyes in amusement. "You can all go about your business. I'm just getting dressed. I'll be with you in a moment," he said with a dismissive wave as he began pulling on his pants. Nero had never had the opportunity or need to get dressed in front of a crowd of people, but all the time he'd spent in the communal showers of the military had served him well in preparation for this moment. Instead of being ashamed or awkward in the face of so many people staring at him, he just put up with it and focused on pulling out a shirt, some robes, and socks, along with a pair of comfortable shoes. Unfortunately, he realized too late that he'd forgotten to put on a pair of underwear first, and was currently going commando. Rather than look like an idiot by taking his pants back off to address that little issue, Nero instead did the smart thing by pretending that it had been intentional and finished getting dressed.
Finally, looking like a noble, he cast one more cleaning spell, just to be sure. But even then, he still felt like he was covered in kobold slime. He honestly couldn't remember the last time he'd had a shower. To settle himself, he took a good 5 seconds to remember how awesome the shower was back at his estate, before congratulating himself on having an estate in the first place. When he was done, he shook off the distraction of how amazing his life was.
He was finally feeling ready, and more like himself.
Turning to the dwarves and populators who'd spent the entire time just watching him, he said, "All right, so if you're all done arguing amongst yourselves about what you're going to do with me, I'd like to speak to my lawyer." Suddenly paling at the thought that he might not actually have a lawyer, he looked past them to Kathleen in the distance and shouted, "I do have a lawyer, right? House Walker must have hired a few by now, haven't they?" Seeing as Kathleen was just staring at him, not responding, he added, "Okay, if not a lawyer, then call Vera. I'm sure she'll know how to get in contact with one." Put on the spot, Kathleen slowly approached from behind the populators, her entire body language showing nothing but subservience to both parties. When she was within a few feet from them, but still somewhat far away from Nero, she said loudly, "My lord, these are populators."
"I don't believe a lawbringer will be able to help you."
Nodding in understanding, Nero looked over at the shiny statues of awesomeness and said, "Right. Laws unto themselves, are they? Then I guess I'll just have to defend myself." Straightening his shoulders, he said in a clear and firm voice, "Then as the legally appointed lord of House Walker, I'd like to respectfully request a reading of the charges." Fed up with the situation, the dwarf in charge of his contingent shouted at the populators, "What charges? What's this thing talking about?" One of the populators helpfully replied, "I believe he is under the impression that this is a field tribunal. Technically, this is still a battlefield, even though the battle itself has ended." The populator in charge didn't bother to acknowledge either the dwarf or the populator who'd spoken, instead choosing to speak directly to Nero.
"You're claiming that you are Lord Nero Walker, head of House Walker?"
Nero nodded, trying to look every bit the entitled asshole that he expected a lord in his position would be. "Yes, that's right. I believe you were all discussing what to do with me. Therefore, I believe I have the right to be included in this debate," he finished with a somewhat awkward wave, as if he wasn't sure what to call what they were doing. The populators behind the one in charge all exchanged looks with each other, most likely having an internal discussion over some private connection they'd set up. However, the one in front continued to stare at Nero with its blank silver faceplate, unmoving and implacable, like a statue. "Do you have any proof that you are actually Lord Walker?" the sliver-clad populator asked. Nero immediately replied, "Do you have any proof that I'm not?" The lead dwarf stepped forward angrily. "We all saw ye arrive. An extra plainer manifestation if I ever saw one. No doubt in me mind."
"Whether you be a skinwalker, a revenant, or something else, you clearly ain't no human."
Nero put his fists on his hips and demanded, "Prove it!" The dwarf hefted his axe and replied, "When I kill ye, you'll not leave a corpse. That'll be proof enough for me." Unconsciously gulping at the feeling of the dwarf's presence in the ether, Nero turned to the populators and asked, "I formally request to be taken to the research center for testing. They have records of my spiritual signature and body scans. They can confirm my identity." One of the dwarfs behind the one in charge whispered something to the leader that Nero couldn't hear. Almost immediately, all the dwarfs began angrily muttering at each other. The populator in charge stood silently, seemingly perfectly happy to wait for the dwarves to finish discussing things amongst themselves. The dwarf near the rear, the one who'd been fixing the ether, broke away from the argument and took a step forward.
Leaning forward on his impressive staff, His glare felt like it was boring a hole straight through Nero's soul. "If you're the Lord Walker who participated in this battle, then you're the one who closed the portal. Show us how you did it. Demonstrate the spell or technique you used, and we'll stand aside and let the humans over there in the pretty armor deal with you how they want," he stated in a loud but clear tone, ending the argument behind him as the dwarves all waited for Nero's response. Nero frowned in confusion before replying, "Okay, I think I can do that, but I don't see another portal around that I can close for you. Can you, open one for me or something?" The lead populator practically leaped out of their armored boots to step forward and object. "There will be no portals opened here. The ambient essence flows have already been strained enough. Whether Lord Walker is capable of disrupting an active anchor is immaterial to the matter at hand."
"We'll be taking Lord Walker to the closest center research facility for testing immediately.
As a noble and lord of an Oglovakian house, he has the right to prove his identity when questioned by any arm of the kingdom. He has made his decision and has submitted himself over to our authority." The dwarves all bristled at the populator's tone, while the dwarven leader stepped forward, hefting his axe in front of him. "He'll not be taking him anywhere. Not until we get our answers." Nero wasn't sure what was going on, but he was almost positive this was no longer about whether or not he was who he said he was. He was 90% sure they all believed that he was who he said he was, and now they were interested in something else. He just had no idea what that could be. However, before he could try and regain control of the situation, both sides took a hop back and once again readied themselves for battle.
Rather than feel threatened, Nero immediately noticed they were neither focusing on him nor each other, and were instead focused squarely on a space a few feet off to his left. Turning his head to see what they were looking at, Nero noticed an odd disturbance in the essence flows. Recognizing it for what it was, Nero began chuckling as a golden flash of light revealed Archmage Jennings teleporting in and stealing the show like a boss. Unfortunately, the look on the man's face caused Nero's chuckle to die in his throat. The Archmage's presence in the ether spread out like a weight over the entire area, veritably smothering everyone with his metaphysical might. And he was glaring at Nero like he'd shown up in a van to take his daughter to the prom. With a wave of his hand, another flash of golden light erupted at his feet, revealing a corpse Nero immediately recognized. His former body.
His voice cold as ice, Archmage Jennings demanded, "Explain." Completely ignoring Jennings's demand for answers, Nero shouted, "My bag!" Rushing over, Nero began looting his corpse. While it was a little weird to see his own